Chapter 775. I've lost this time. Let's fight again next time. Yuan Haojie sounded unwilling. Li Fuchen's meteor sword Dao was only superior to his comet sword Dao by one level, and the difference wasn't huge. Next time, he would definitely defeat Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen laughed. There is no need for that. If his opponent couldn't even defeat his meteor sword art, how was he supposed to deal with his void heaven sword art and primary extreme sword art? Arrogant. You are only one level stronger than me. Let's see how you face the others later. Yuan Haojie wasn't convinced. Li Fuchen was too arrogant, and the crucial point was that he was defeated by Li Fuchen. He could only hope that someone would teach Li Fuchen a lesson and let Li Fuchen know the immensity of heaven and earth. The two got off the stage, and the match continued. Stage 2, Xiao Yuan vs. Lu Hua. As soon as the judge's voice fell, the entire wind cloud arena was in an uproar. This Xiao Yuan was the Heart Sword Sovereign, ranked number 4 on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was just inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign and was on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor. Lu Hua wasn't a nobody and was the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, who was ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, you aren't my match. Heart Sword Sovereign Xiao Yuan said to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. How would we know if we don't try? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was bursting with battle intent. He was only ranked 12th on the Sword Emperor rankings, but he wasn't satisfied with this rank. Since that's the case, then make your move. The Heart Sword Sovereign stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't have a sword on him. Boundless crimson fire. Clang. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor unsheathed his scarlet treasured sword and gently waved it. A scarlet wave surged toward the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Sovereign was still standing with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of attacking. However, when the scarlet wave approached him, a supreme sword light burst forth and split the scarlet wave into two. It has appeared. It's the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. Heart Sword Dao, using the heart as a sword. The stronger the heart, the stronger the sword. In the spectator seats, everyone was talking about it. Heart and sword as one. Is this the Heart Sword principle? Li Fuchen was moved. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was definitely an extremely rare sword Dao. Many people could use their heart force to control their sword intent. However, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't use his heart force to control his sword intent. Instead, he used his heart as a sword. It was on a much higher level. A heart sword cleaved apart the scarlet wave. The Heart Sword Sovereign looked at the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. You aren't my match. Heart Sword Sovereign, I admit that you are very strong, but I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, have never stopped advancing. Today, I will let the world witness the Scarlet Blood Sword intent that I, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, have comprehended after decades of hard work. Boom! As the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor spoke, a scarlet sword intent that was as red as blood surged out of his body. He actually combined the fire sword intent with the power of blood. In the supreme private room, the mystic deep sword monarch was moved. The Tiger Fang Sword Sage praised, this Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor is truly impressive. He has already fused his life into his sword Dao. Only sword Dao saints would know how difficult it was to combine the sword intent with the power of blood. Without fearsome conviction, it was impossible to do so. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. Life is like fire, sword intent is like fire. It is obvious that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor isn't just a sword Dao Emperor, he is also a body refinement Emperor. Only a body refinement Emperor would be able to consume Qi blood without restraint. The 3 sword Dao saints were shocked, so was Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent could already be considered a body refinement sword Dao. To be more specific, it should be a Blazing Flame body refinement sword Dao. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He didn't know how powerful this blazing flame body refinement sword Dao was. On the martial stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign could clearly feel the pressure from the Scarlet Blood Sword intent as it was unprecedented. If the Heart Sword Sovereign could feel the pressure, it meant that the Heart Sword Sovereign was qualified to fight with him. Heart Sword Sovereign, receive another sword move from me. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor brandished his sword and slashed at the Heart Sword Sovereign with countless Scarlet Blood Sword chi. Crackle crackle. In the air, there were sword lights that intersected and intercepted the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword chi. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao wasn't that easy to break. When others made a move, they would need to brandish their sword, but the Heart Sword Sovereign only needed to use his thoughts. The gap has shrunk. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. Previously, the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword was able to split the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's sword move. Right now, both sides were almost evenly matched and the gap had shrunk. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was getting braver as the battle progressed. The Scarlet Blood Sword chi was getting stronger as though it was injected with chicken blood. The entire martial stage was dyed blood red. However, no matter how powerful the Scarlet Blood Sword chi was, it was hard to get within 10 feet of the Heart Sword Sovereign. It was as though the 10 feet was a forbidden zone. Scarlet Fire like Dragon. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor roared and increased the Scarlet Blood Sword intense power again. The sword chi turned into a blood-colored fire dragon and rushed at the Heart Sword Sovereign. Clang clang clang. The forbidden zone was broken. The blood-colored fire dragon forcefully rushed into the forbidden zone and stopped 10 feet away from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Seeing how dominant the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was, the spectators and below the martial stage were already in a heated discussion. The situation is getting more chaotic. I originally thought that only Li Jianxin and Tang Xing can challenge the emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign. Right now, there is another Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. That's right. Who would have thought that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor is actually so incredible? Everyone else has been surpassed, but he is trying his best to catch up. But it is still unknown if he can contest with the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Dao might be using the heart as a sword, but only the Heart Sword Sovereign who uses a sword is the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. As everyone was discussing, the situation on the martial stage was reaching its climax. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent was too powerful. Even the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't suppress the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor for a short period of time. Heart Sword Sovereign, are you still not going to draw your sword? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor yelled out. The Heart Sword Sovereign sighed and his eyes turned sharp. You should be proud to force me to draw my sword. Heart Sword First Form, Heart Move. A sword instantly appeared in the Heart Sword Sovereign's hand. When the sword was unsheathed, the sword light rippled like water and spread out. PFFF PFFF PFFF. When the sword was brandished, the extremely ferocious Scarlet Blood Sword intent had instantly dispersed. Such an incredible sword art. The Heart Sword Sovereign is even stronger than 20 years ago. Everyone else is improving, how can the Heart Sword Sovereign not improve? I wonder how much he has improved. After seeing the prowess of the Heart Sword Sovereign's first sword, even Li Fuchen's eyes were bursting with radiance. The Heart Sword Sovereign's move had a profound and extraordinary sword intent. It wasn't a regular sword intent. Even Li Fuchen wasn't able to see the profundity of this move. Of course, if Li Fuchen could see it, the Heart Sword Dao wouldn't be so mystical. Even though he had witnessed the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao 20 years ago, when the Heart Sword Sovereign made his move, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor still felt a trace of despair. But soon enough, this trace of despair was incinerated into ashes. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's eyes burst out with fiery sword light. Heart Sword Sovereign, receive my strongest move, Scarlet Fire Universe. Rumble. The scarlet blood sword intent burst out to the limits. The scarlet fire sword emperor flashed and thrust at the heart sword sovereign. When this sword move was executed, the sword chi split and the sky and ground were filled with scarlet blood sword chi. It felt as though the entire contest stage had turned into a scarlet blood sword chi world. Heart sword second form, enchantment. The heart sword sovereign had an indifferent expression. He brandished his sword and shattered the scarlet blood sword chi world. The scarlet fire sword emperor was sent flying while vomiting blood. The scarlet fire sword emperor wasn't weak. After comprehending the scarlet blood sword intent, his strength was far superior to the 9 firmament sword sovereign and was at the pinnacle of strength. But in comparison, the heart sword sovereign was ridiculously strong. No one could see through the heart sword sovereign's heart sword Dao. The sword emperor and sword sovereign might be able to see through it, but the sword emperor and sword sovereign didn't need to participate in the swordsman tournament. It could be said that the scarlet fire sword emperor was defeated with honor. Chapter 776. Martial Stage 6, Li Fuchen against Zhu Lang. Li Fuchen, who had already won over a dozen consecutive matches, finally encountered a rather formidable opponent. Of course, Zhu Lang was the wind-chasing Sword Emperor and was ranked 9th on the Sword Emperor rankings. He might not even be able to withstand a single sword from Li Jianqin, but who was Li Jianqin? He was an existence that was comparable with the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. Wind-chasing 9 swords. On the martial stage, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor immediately executed his sword art. He was like a gust of wind that engulfed Li Fuchen. Cling cling clang clang, there was a burst of sparks as Li Fuchen blocked all of the wind-chasing Sword Emperor's sword moves. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't mind as this was only the first sword. Each sword of the wind-chasing 9 swords was faster than the previous one. At the 9th sword, the speed would reach the state of formless and formless. It was a pity that he couldn't execute the 9th sword immediately, otherwise, he would be able to withstand Li Jianqin's first sword. 2nd sword, 3rd sword, soon enough, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor was already on the 6th sword. The wind on the martial stage had already turned into a violent gale. This wasn't a normal violent gale, it was a violent gale that only existed in regions with abnormally dense wind Dao laws. Such violent gale was a forbidden zone for most law phase realm emperors and anyone who entered would die. But Li Fuchen who was in the violent gale was much more formidable than the wind-chasing Sword Emperor imagined. No matter what angle he attacked from, Li Fuchen would be able to block it easily. If he was the violent gale, Li Fuchen would be an impenetrable steel bucket. 7th sword. 8th sword. The violent gale turned into a storm. In an instant, the wind-chasing Sword Emperor didn't even know how many swords he executed. He only had one thought, faster, faster. Wind-chasing Sword Dao, chasing the violent gale. The sword will be as fast as the wind. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning as he observed the wind-chasing Sword Emperor's wind-chasing Sword Dao. The wind-chasing Sword Dao was definitely mixed with the wind Dao, but it didn't stop Li Fuchen from absorbing the Sword Dao essence. No one knew what the Sword Dao was. To Li Fuchen, anything that could make the Sword Dao stronger was beneficial to the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen might want to remove the Fire Dao from his bone frame, but he didn't reject the Fire Dao. The Fire Dao was violent and ferocious. If it was used on the Sword Dao, it would definitely make the Sword Dao stronger. It was just that he did not wish to fuse the Dao of Fire itself into the Dao of Sword. Unless one day, his Sword Dao had already reached the pinnacle. At that time, he might be able to attempt to fuse 10,000 Daos. The wind-chasing Sword Emperor had a grave expression as he felt that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Or rather, everyone had underestimated Li Fuchen. No one knew better than him how terrifying the wind-chasing 9 swords were, especially the 7th and 8th swords. The sword speed was already at the extremity. In normal situations, even if the wind-chasing 9 swords couldn't break Li Fuchen's defense, it would still make Li Fuchen flustered and make his chi presence unstable. However, Li Fuchen didn't show any signs of strain and remained calm. The 9th move. The wind-chasing sword emperor roared furiously in his heart and executed the 9th sword. The 9th sword had gathered the essence of the previous 8 swords. Not only did it raise the speed of the sword to a whole new level, but its power had also reached a whole new level. When this sword move was executed, the heaven and earth law on the martial stage had been expelled, leaving behind only the sword Dao law and wind Dao law. A gale that felt like it came from the depths of the universe was blowing at Li Fuchen. The speed was unbelievable and normal people wouldn't be able to sense it. Such a fast sword. Let's see how you are going to block it this time. Below the stage, Yuan Haojie was shocked and immediately looked at Li Fuchen with a gloating expression. I have been waiting for this sword move. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. He had been entangled with the wind-chasing sword emperor for so long just to wait for this sword move. As expected, the sword Dao essence contained in this sword move was more than the previous 8 sword moves combined. A single glance was enough for Li Fuchen's mind to have plenty of inspiration. But it is time to end this. In the void, there was a flash of light and a huge explosion. The wind-chasing sword emperor was sent flying and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. When fighting with Yuan Haojie, Li Fuchen didn't execute the meteor sword art at full strength. The meteor sword art at full strength wasn't slower than the wind-chasing sword emperor's 9th sword and the power was superior. Using sword speed to break my 9th sword. The wind-chasing sword emperor was appalled. In other words, if Li Fuchen was willing, he could also defeat him in a single sword move, but Li Fuchen didn't do it. SS. At the Wind Cloud Martial Arena, there were plenty of people who took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen had been concealing himself and everyone assumed that his strength was only above average. Right now, it seemed like he wasn't above average, he was obviously at the pinnacle. At least, he wasn't inferior to Murong Yoyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and the others. Who was stronger would only be determined after the fight. Damn it, he concealed his strength. Yuan Haojie was enraged. When Li Fuchen fought with him, Li Fuchen actually concealed his strength. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't treat him as a match. Li Fuchen's strength is truly formidable. I wonder what his final rank will be. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor praised from the audience seats. The Iron Blood Great Emperor said, I reckon that he should be in the top 5. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor nodded. The top 5 contenders were the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, Li Jianqin, Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and Li Fuchen. There were a total of 7 contenders. With Li Fuchen's Sword Dao talent, it wasn't impossible for him to not have any trump cards. It was still possible for him to be in the top 5. After defeating the wind-chasing Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen's popularity surged. It wasn't like before where there weren't many people paying attention to him. In the next match, Li Fuchen encountered a familiar person. Sword Rain Great Emperor, Wu Yu. As the 283rd ranked Great Emperor rankings and 27th ranked Sword Emperor rankings, Wu Yu couldn't possibly miss out on the Swordsman tournament. After all, this was a chance to change his destiny. Of course, he was already prepared to encounter Li Fuchen in the Swordsman tournament. I admit defeat. On the martial stage, Wu Yu immediately admitted defeat. With his current strength, he wasn't even comparable to Li Fuchen a few years ago, let alone the current Li Fuchen. Most importantly, he had a trace of trauma when facing Li Fuchen. The Wu clan wasn't sure if sword extinction, Wu Qingjue had perished under Li Fuchen's sword, but in Wu Yu's opinion, Wu Qingjue must have perished under Li Fuchen's sword. The crowd was not surprised by Wu Yu's decision to admit defeat. Although the Storm Martial Arena had a healing array that could heal injuries, it was best not to get injured if possible. In the eyes of everyone, it was a waste of time to fight an opponent that they could not defeat. After encountering Wu Yu again, Li Fuchen remained calm. He didn't have any deep hatred with the Wu clan, only his disciple had conflicts with the Wu clan. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Wu clan didn't provoke him again. Martial Stage 8, Ning Ke against Song Shanhe. When the referee's voice echoed, the commotion from the audience was even louder than the match between the Heart Sword Sovereign, Xiao Yuan, and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Lu Hua. The Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, ranked third on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was even more dazzling than the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe, ranked fifth on the Sword Emperor rankings. He was also someone that couldn't be ignored. The Heart Sword Sovereign had already revealed terrifying strength. Everyone was looking forward to the strength that the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, would burst out with. They also wanted to know how many sword moves the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe, could withstand. Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Quebec. When seeing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen recalled the Azure Water Sex Emotionless Sword Xue Feng. The two of them had similar auras and their sword arts should be very similar too. Of course, back then, Xue Feng was only at the Earth Shatter realm and wouldn't be comparable with the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, was wearing white clothes that were spotless. His eyes were cold and indifferent, as though he didn't care about anything in this world. This was a person who only had the sword in his heart. When facing the Emotionless Sword Emperor, even the Mountain River Sword Emperor felt a lot of pressure. He would rather fight with the Heart Sword Sovereign than the Emotionless Sword Emperor. The Emotionless Sword Emperor was a monster who only had the sword in his heart. When facing the Heart Sword Sovereign, it was the same as facing an icy cold and peerless artifact sword. The Mountain River Sword Emperor wasn't happy or sad because of the object. All of his actions were abrupt, unnecessary, and powerless. However, the Mountain River Sword Emperor was still ranked fifth on the Sword Emperor rankings. He got rid of the distracting thoughts and rushed into the sky with a majestic mountain and river sword prowess. Be careful. The Mountain River Sword Emperor drew his long sword and used the 1,000 mountains and rivers to attack the Emotionless Sword Emperor. A few dozen meters away, the Emotionless Sword Emperor stood there indifferently like a peerless swordsman that stood aloof from the world. Still not making a move. The Mountain River Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. Just as the sword move was approaching the Emotionless Sword Emperor, the Emotionless Sword Emperor made a move. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust out. The Mountain River Sword Emperor's 1,000 mountains and rivers was like a deflated balloon that instantly lost its power. PFFF. A bloody hole burst out from the Mountain River Sword Emperor's chest as he was sent flying. A single finger and the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe, was defeated. SS. There was a series of gasps. The Emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was much stronger than everyone imagined. When Li Jianxin defeated the wind-chasing Sword Emperor with a single sword, it was already unbelievable. Now that the Emotionless Sword Emperor defeated the Mountain River Sword Emperor with a single finger, it was undoubtedly on another level. Forget it, I will just watch the competition seriously. I will not guess anymore. Everyone felt their minds were in a mess and couldn't differentiate who was stronger and who was weaker. The Emotionless Sword Emperor is indeed the Emotionless Sword Emperor. 20 years ago, his strength was already very close to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. 20 years later, he is probably able to fight with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. It is a pity that I won't be able to see their battle. There will always be a chance. Everyone was in a heated discussion. In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, "This child's sword Dao is truly emotionless. If they were to fight with him, not many would be able to retreat unscathed." The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded, "The emotionless sword Dao has always been cold and emotionless. Only when one's heart is emotionless would one be able to utilize the power of the emotionless sword Dao to the limits." Chapter 777. In the next match, Yuan Haojie encountered the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, Lu Hua. Yuan Haojie's Comet Sword Dao might be very powerful, but the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword Intent was stronger. Yuan Haojie only withstood 3 moves and was defeated. Subsequently, Murong Yoyu and Tang Xing had a match. This battle could be said to be breathtaking and extraordinarily intense. Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao had both offense and defense. It was extremely heavy and in everyone's opinion, only the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, and Li Jianxin could contest with Tang Xing. Murong Yoyu, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, and Li Fuchen were much weaker. But after the match, everyone knew how terrifying Murong Yoyu's strength was. Her Water Drop Sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. Each of the water droplets produced by her sword qi contained astounding power. Even Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao wasn't able to deal with it so easily. 50 moves. 100 moves. 200 moves. The battle between the two was the most intense battle since the start of the swordsman tournament. There was nothing like it. The second-ranked match wasn't even 10% of this match. It has been 300 moves. I wonder how many more moves will be needed to determine the victor. It is too intense, I feel like my heart is about to jump out. It is truly hard to tell who is stronger until the crucial moment. Earlier on, both of them had concealed too much of their strength. Everyone's breathing was hurried and their blood was boiling. Boom 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 boom, on the martial stage, it was dim and there were chi explosions. Tang Xing's entire body was protected by a thick layer of Star's Sword Intent that was emitting faint starlight. If one took a closer look, they could even see a sword light forming a star mirage on Tang Xing's body. On the outside, drops of water droplets were attacking. These water droplets looked ordinary, but once they collided with the Star's Sword Intent, they would immediately cause a shocking explosion. There would also be electric arcs that would wreak havoc. Some of the experts on the Sword Emperor rankings suspected that if they stepped on the martial stage, they would be turned into ashes by the sword forces. They wouldn't even be qualified to intervene. You are strong, but I will be the victor. Tang Xing yelled out and slashed with his sword. Spots of starlight flickered on the martial stage. Murong Yoyu felt her body sinking and her qi was suppressed. The stellar Sword Dao was too domineering. Ordinary Sword Daos could not contend against it at all. If she hadn't comprehended the Water Drop Sword Dao to an extremely high level, she wouldn't have been able to fight Tang Xing. Annihilation Ripple. Murong Yoyu burst out with a black ripple. With her as the center, it spread out in all directions. When Tang Xing's sword prowess encountered the ripple, it was immediately repelled and shattered. The speed at which the ripples spread was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Tang Xing. Tang Xing's pupils constricted. He pushed his sword yuan to the limit, and the illusory stars around him became more and more solid. They were like real stars, slowly but surely circulating, resisting the ripples that carried the aura of death. As the ripples spread out, Murong Yoyu brandished her sword. When she brandished her sword, there was an icy cold, pale black, and transparent sword edge that thrust at Tang Xing. Facing this transparent blade, Tang Xing felt an intense sense of danger. Astral Aurora, split. Tang Xing also unsheathed his sword. With a swing of his sword, the contest ring sank into darkness. An incomparably dazzling starlight sword image tore through the darkness and clashed with the transparent sword edge. In the next moment, the two sword-wielding individuals clashed and froze in midair. It might have been a single breath of time, it might have been even longer. After being frozen in midair, there was an explosion of horrific radiance between the two swords. At this moment, it wasn't just the contest ring that the two of them were on, even the other 8 contest rings were enveloped by this radiance. Nothing could be seen clearly, nothing could be sensed, and it felt as though there was only silence inside. What is going on? The audience was flabbergasted. The clash of sword forces actually produced a Sword Dao presence that is limitlessly close to extremity. Li Fuchen's face flashed with astonishment. In normal situations, when sword forces clashed, they would only cancel each other out and wouldn't produce too much power. It was just like when two fists collided, the final force would cancel each other out. For such a situation to occur between the two of them, the probability was very small and was almost negligible. Sword Dao Resonance. Inside the supreme private room, the 100-flower sword saint blurted out. Only two people with extremely high sword Dao talent, extremely high sword Dao realm, and extremely high sword Dao willpower would have a chance of triggering a sword Dao resonance. During this period of time, if anyone below the saint realm dared to step into the area where the two of them were fighting, they would definitely die. It is indeed a sword Dao resonance. I remember that in the previous tournament, only the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, and the Heart Sword Sovereign triggered a sword Dao resonance. I didn't expect for this tournament to be halfway through and someone triggered a sword Dao resonance. The mystic deep sword saint nodded and revealed a smile. Enveloped by the radiance, the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes were flickering with radiance. Li Jianxin silently lifted his eyes and there was a trace of faint ripple in his eyes. I've gained a lot from this swordsman tournament. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and felt the sword Dao presence in the world. Boom! There was a loud explosion and the barrier on the contest stage was shattered. Immediately after, two figures were sent flying. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Tang Xing said with admiration, "You are the first person to force me to this extent. It is a pity that you still won." While speaking, Murong Yoyu's 7 orifices were bleeding and it was obvious that her injuries were more severe. Tang Xing still won. Murong Yoyu might have lost with honor. She is truly the #1 female swordsman below the saints. That's right. Everyone was in awe of the duo's match. Many of them closed their eyes and reminisced the aftertaste of the earlier match. But the tournament had to continue. This match was just an interlude and the true pinnacle duel was far from here. Seemingly influenced by Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's match, everyone's strength remained the same for the rest of the tournament, but their eyes were sharper. Among them, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was the most dazzling. The opponents he encountered in the next few rounds weren't easy to deal with. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor, 9 Firmament Sword Emperor, Mountain River Sword Emperor. All of them were ranked higher than him, but he was the final winner. The successive victories caused his Sword Dao realm to show faint signs of breaking through. Martial Stage Number 1, Lu Hua against Li Fuchen. Finally, another heavyweight match was about to begin. This match might not be comparable to Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's match, but it was definitely just inferior to Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's match. At least for now. You are rather strong. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor didn't underestimate Li Fuchen, but he didn't overestimate Li Fuchen either. As of now, apart from the match with the Heart Sword Sovereign, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor hadn't used his full strength. During the match with the Heart Sword Sovereign, the Heart Sword Sovereign was too powerful and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor wasn't able to utilize his full strength. Same here. Li Fuchen replied. Receive my sword. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. He needed a battle to his heart's content. He had a premonition that as long as there was a suitable opponent, his Sword Dao level would definitely increase by another level. The Scarlet Blood Sword Qi swept across as the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor charged at Li Fuchen. Cling cling cling, Li Fuchen resisted the Sword Qi after Sword Qi. Is your Sword Dao level going to break through? Li Fuchen felt that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's strength seemed to be stronger than when he fought the Heart Sword Sovereign. Furthermore, the Sword Dao presence was much purer. Fine, let me give you a hand. Li Fuchen wanted to know how strong the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor would be after breaking through. When the Meteor Sword art was executed to the extremity, the sword in Li Fuchen's hand was already invisible. One could only see meteor-like sword chi being shot out from Li Fuchen's body. Furthermore, the speed was getting faster and the frequency was getting higher. At a glance, it looked like a peacock spreading its tail and a meteor rain. The sharp chi intent caused the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's hair to stand and his skin to feel a stinging pain. Clang clang clang, there was a burst of sparks as the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor kept retreating. What? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was dumbfounded. The spectators were also dumbfounded. What was going on? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor actually looked like he couldn't resist Li Fuchen. This was too exaggerated. The strength that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor displayed earlier was only one level inferior to Murong Youyu and Tang Xing. Impossible, Scarlet Fire Dragon. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor blasted his sword and the sword chi turned into a blood-colored fire dragon that blasted at Li Fuchen. However, in the face of Li Fuchen's meteor sword art, the blood-colored fire dragon couldn't even withstand a single breath and was turned into a hornet's nest. Such a terrifying sword art. The Nine Firmament Sword Sovereign, Wang Qi's body was shivering. He thought that Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength might not be as outstanding as his body refinement strength. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength wasn't weak at all. He couldn't even withstand a single attack from Li Fuchen. Is this his true strength? The wind-chasing sword emperor smiled bitterly. As compared to Li Fuchen's sword art, his wind-chasing 9 swords weren't even worth mentioning. Apart from the speed, the other aspects were far inferior. Scarlet Fire Universe. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor executed his strongest kill move. This move had even forced the Heart Sword Sovereign to use his second sword. TSS TSS TSS. Countless Scarlet Blood Sword Chi surged at Li Fuchen. This was the Scarlet Fire Sword world that belonged to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Apart from the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, there was nothing else in the Scarlet Fire Sword world. However, as soon as the Scarlet Blood Sword world was formed, it was penetrated. With the union of man and sword, Li Fuchen ignored the slash of the Scarlet Blood Sword Chi and slashed open the Scarlet Blood Sword world before rushing at the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. I want to break through. Only by breaking through can I fight. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was in a frenzied state as he frantically blocked Li Fuchen's attacks. What is he doing? In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint couldn't understand. With Li Fuchen's strength, after breaking the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's kill move, he should be able to finish off the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor in a single sword. However, Li Fuchen actually slowed down his attacks before increasing them bit by bit. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, he is forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through. Forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Saint to break through. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint realized something and immediately burst out laughing. It was such a simple thing and they actually couldn't see it. Of course, they couldn't be blamed. Who would expect someone like Li Fuchen to appear in the swordsman tournament? If it was someone else, they wouldn't do such a meaningless thing. After all, whether someone could break through or not didn't matter to them. Chapter 778. Boom 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 boom, the corner of the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's mouth was bleeding, and there were traces of blood on his body. The moment the blood left his body, it was minced into a blood mist by the sword chi. If it wasn't for the Scarlet Blood Sword intent, it would have been minced into nothingness. When facing Li Fuchen's meteor sword art, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't even retaliate and could only rely on his instincts to block. Ah! 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 The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor roared as Scarlet Blood Sword intent surged out continuously. Are you still not going to break through? Li Fuchen's sword presence surged. If his opponent couldn't block this blade, then forget it. He didn't really want to see the breakthrough Scarlet Blood Sword intent. The dazzling sword light instantly broke through the Scarlet Blood Sword intent and was about to land on the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Suddenly, a layer of blood flame sword intent surged out and blasted Li Fuchen away. When his feet landed on the ground, Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked over. In his vision, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was enveloped by a layer of blood flames. Waves of horrific sword intent prowess were spreading in all directions and the prowess was astounding. I finally broke through. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. A breakthrough in battle. Most of the people couldn't see that Li Fuchen was forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through. They assumed that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had achieved a breakthrough while he was in a predicament. They were all impressed and were wiping off Li Fuchen's sweat at the same time. Before the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor broke through, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat him within a short period of time. Was Li Fuchen still a match for the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor after the breakthrough? Asking for trouble. But there were a few who could see that Li Fuchen wasn't going all out and seemed to be pressuring the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Now that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had broken through, these people shook their heads and sneered. Before the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor broke through, his strength wasn't inferior to Morong Yoyu. Now that he broke through, even Morong Yoyu might not be able to take down the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, let alone Li Fuchen. Thank you for helping me break through. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor, who was emitting a sticky blood flame sword intent, raised his head. His eyes were filled with wildness and confidence. Make your move. Let me see what level you have reached after breaking through. Li Fuchen said. The current me is several times stronger than before. You're no match for me. However, to thank you, I'll satisfy you. First, take my first move, Boundless Crimson Flames. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's sword was surging with blood flames as he cleaved at Li Fuchen. Boom! There was a burst of glaring blood light. With the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor as the starting point, a surging blood tide surged towards Li Fuchen. Taking a closer look, this wasn't a blood tide at all. It was clearly a scene of countless blood flames and sword chi squeezed together. Compared to the boundless crimson flames from before, the boundless crimson flames this time around not only had its form changed, but its sword aura was also several times more violent. Looks good. Li Fuchen wielded his sword horizontally and a sword intent appeared in front of the blood tide. Bang 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 bang, no matter how violent and ferocious the blood tide was, it could not advance an inch. Heaven Class High-Tier Defensive Sword Move, Heavenly Ring Sword Armor. The Sky Ring Sword Armor that was close to extremity contained the Sword Dao presence of an impenetrable defense. Sword moves of the same tier would never be able to break it, even if Li Fuchen executed the Meteor Sword Art. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's eyes turned stern as he blasted his sword move, Scarlet Fire Dragon. The sword chi turned into a blood flame violent dragon and caused the Sky Ring Sword Armor's sword intent to cave in, but it was still a little short of breaking it. This time, the spectators couldn't understand it again. Did the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor break through or not? Why did it feel like he couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen? But if he didn't break through, the Scarlet Blood Sword intent obviously had some changes. The strength has increased by around 5 times. I reckon that after Li Fuchen familiarizes himself with the blood flame sword intent, his strength will continue to increase. Li Fuchen was very relaxed as he had already grasped the blood flame sword intent. When the flames and chi blood fused, it would produce blood steam. The blood steam was definitely extremely powerful and when it was fused into the sword Dao, it would make the sword Dao burst even more violent and tyrannical. What Li Fuchen needed to absorb was this trace of unique sword Dao essence. Gradually, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor felt something was wrong. Li Fuchen was obviously concealing his strength. Therefore, even if he broke through, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Li Fuchen. You concealed your strength? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor asked angrily. Li Fuchen said, I can't say that I concealed my strength. I can only say that you aren't able to force me to use my full strength. Furthermore, I can see that you are showing signs of breaking through, so I took the opportunity to help you break through. I hope that you can fight with me at full strength. Help me break through." The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor understood everything. No wonder he broke through so smoothly. He felt that Li Fuchen's attacks were just right. Li Fuchen had forced him to his limits but didn't exceed it. Li Fuchen had always maintained a safe zone. Only that final sword move had exceeded his limits. But at that time, he had already accumulated enough and broke through in one go under the pressure of exceeding his limits. At this moment, he didn't know if he should thank Li Fuchen or hate Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was simply toying with him in the palm of his hand. Everyone in the audience seats had heard Li Fuchen's statement. They looked at each other in dismay. It turned out that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor didn't break through on his own, Li Fuchen forced him to break through. Why did it sound a little strange? What is your objective? The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor took a deep breath and asked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "I don't have any objective. I just want to make use of the opportunity to perfect my sword Dao." Li Fuchen didn't hide his objective and spoke it out openly. "I see." The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor understood now. He didn't know how Li Fuchen perfected his sword Dao and didn't understand why Li Fuchen was able to reach such a level. But all of these weren't important. What was important was that he wanted to defeat Li Fuchen. He wanted to let Li Fuchen know that there was a price to pay for toying with him. The Blood Flame Sword intent was affected by the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's emotions and became even more violent and scorching. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor leaped up and blasted down with the Scarlet Fire Universe. In an instant, countless blood flame sword chi surged in all directions. Even Li Fuchen felt traces of pressure. If it was someone else, the blood flame sword chi would have been vaporized by the blazing and violent sword intent before it could even surge over. It is time to decide the victor. Li Fuchen executed a sword slash and caused the void to distort. The Scarlet Fire Universe was instantly broken. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor tried his best to dodge this attack, but it wasn't easy. His body was splattered with blood and he was instantly covered in blood. Void Sword Dao. Tang Xing's eyes burst out with radiance. Sword Daos had different levels too. The reason why he was able to defeat Murong Yoyu was because his star's Sword Dao was stronger than Murong Yoyu's Water Drip Sword Dao. Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao was one of the elite Sword Daos and was superior to his star's Sword Dao. There were plenty of people who recognized the Void Sword Dao and they had different expressions. When the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor flew out, he had a bewildered expression. He felt that he was a joke. From the start to the end, he had been schemed against by Li Fuchen. What was going on? Furthermore, Li Fuchen's sword move that defeated him made him feel the difference. He actually wanted to defeat Li Fuchen. Even if his strength was doubled, he still wouldn't be able to do it. After seeing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's expression, Li Fuchen felt a little apologetic. Forcing the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through and then defeating the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor would be a huge blow to anyone. But after thinking about it, if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor couldn't even endure such a small blow, how was he going to step into a higher realm? Moreover, she had helped him break through in the end, and this was sufficient to save him a great deal of hard work. Unbelievable. This Li Fuchen is too good at concealment. His strength is obviously not inferior to Murong Yoyu and Tang Xing, but he chose to conceal his own strength. Didn't you hear him? He wants to use this opportunity to perfect his sword Dao. If he reveals too much strength, how many people can block his sword? The situation is too chaotic. It's impossible to predict the top 5 rankings until the last moment. When Li Fuchen defeated the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor in a single sword move, the heated discussions didn't stop. Void Sword Principle, is this his trump card? It is indeed powerful enough. Murong Yoyu let out a forceful breath while her eyes flashed with battle intent. The way of martial arts is more about quality than quantity. The Heart Sword Sovereign shook his head. As of now, Li Fuchen had already executed 5 different sword arts and each of them was close to extremity. It was indeed incredible, but it had also diverted his attention and it was hard to reach completion stage. Inside the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint had the same opinion as the Heart Sword Sovereign. Li Fuchen was proficient in too many sword arts. It didn't matter if he was proficient in more sword arts during the early stages, but at this level, he had to specialize in one sword Dao to maximize his potential. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't say anything. It might not be completely correct if it was quality rather than quantity. Everyone had their own Dao and some Daos were particular about learning from others. Among the 5 sword Daos that Li Fuchen executed, none of them had such aptitude. Could it be that Li Fuchen had a sword Dao that was stronger than the Void Sword Dao? Martial Stage 8, Xiao Yuan against Murong Yoyu. As the swordsman tournament entered the later stages, there were more matches between the elite. On the martial stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't have the intention to underestimate Murong Yoyu. He drew his sword while Murong Yoyu had a grave expression as though she was facing a formidable foe. Tempted. When the Heart Sword Sovereign executed his sword move, the sword light rippled like a rippling lake. But in the eyes of Murong Yoyu who was proficient in the Water Drip Sword Dao, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword didn't contain any Water Dao law. It only contained Extreme Sword Dao law. Countless water droplets splashed as Murong Yoyu countered with her sword. Splash 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 splash, the water droplets scattered while Murong Yoyu flew back and nearly vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Without exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign, it was impossible to know how terrifying the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword art was. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it felt rather mystical. Without exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign, it is impossible to know the terror of the Heart Sword Sovereign. Below the stage, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had already recovered. No matter what, his strength had increased, therefore, there wasn't a need for him to hate Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor stared at the stage and let out a sigh. Exchanging moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign would make one feel despair. No matter how hard one worked, the Heart Sword Sovereign would only need a single sword to make one's efforts vanish. Chapter 779. I haven't slept for almost 40 hours. In the next few days, I probably won't have the time or energy to update. I can only try to squeeze out 1 or 2 chapters. Don't get your hopes up. When I got home, my mother and I were swapped by my mother-in-law. Both of us haven't slept for 30 to 40 hours. By the way, the baby boy weighs 7 pounds. Chapter 780. So powerful. Murong Yoyu's expression changed. She thought that if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could withstand 2 sword moves from the Heart Sword Sovereign, she would be able to withstand at least 4 moves. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword seemed to only have a total of 6 moves. Unexpectedly, she couldn't withstand the first sword. The Heart Sword Sovereign seemed to know what Murong Yoyu was thinking and said indifferently, "I only used a portion of my strength when fighting with the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor." In fact, if he wasn't itching to fight, he wouldn't even need to use his sword to defeat the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Don't forget that his title was the Heart Sword Sovereign. Please use your second move. The Heart Sword Sovereign's strength had ignited Murong Yoyu's pride. The stronger the opponent, the more she could force out her potential. Enchanted. Before Murong Yoyu said anything, the Heart Sword Sovereign had already used his second sword. If the first move, Heart Move, was a faint ripple in the lake, then the second move, Enchanted, was the overlapping of multiple ripples. There was me in you, and you in me. It was a stacked power that couldn't be resisted and could only be enchanted. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Murong Yoyu burst in retreat. Too powerful. The Heart Sword Sovereign was 10 times stronger than she imagined. She could still resist the first move, Heart move, but she couldn't resist the second move, Enchanted. Just as the sword force was released, it was eliminated. Third sword, Heart Wound. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a trace of sorrow and callousness as he executed his sword move. Boom! It was an ordinary sword move, but it caused a huge commotion. The sword force was like a whirlpool that devoured Morong Yoyu. The heart wound might look normal on the surface, but it was already riddled with holes on the inside. Morong Yoyu was corroded by the sword force and couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression. Soon enough, Morong Yoyu slapped on her chest and forced herself to vomit a blood arrow. After the sorrow faded, Morong Yoyu had a horrified expression. It was too terrifying. She had never encountered such a terrifying swordsman. The opponent's attack wasn't just powerful, but the force was also very mystical. It could even invade the mind and cause damage to the mind. She was helpless against such a powerful opponent. Use your fourth sword. Morong Yoyu suddenly wanted to know what the Heart Sword Sovereign's fourth sword move was. The Heart Sword Sovereign shook his head. You can't even receive my third sword, let alone the fourth. Saying this, the Heart Sword Sovereign turned around and left the stage. The third sword, Morong Yoyu's expression suddenly turned pale as she vomited mouthfuls of blood continuously. I understand. In an instant, Morong Yoyu understood the quintessence of the Heart Sword's third move. This move was like true grief. It could not be erased in a short period of time. It was like when you encountered an extremely sad event, even if someone made you laugh, it would only be temporary. Once you thought of that event, you would still be sad. In this swordsman tournament, the Heart Sword Sovereign is invincible. Morong Yoyu looked at the Heart Sword Sovereign's back with admiration and fear. He was already unable to resist the third sword strike. If the fourth sword strike, the fifth sword strike, or even the sixth sword strike were to appear, who would be able to resist it? As expected of the Heart Sword Sovereign, he's too strong. It's said that no one has ever seen the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move. I wonder how powerful it is. It is true that no one has seen the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move. During the previous swordsman tournament, the Heart Sword Sovereign only had 5 moves. This sixth move should have been created during the past 20 years. The audience and martial stage were already in a heated discussion. The Heart Sword Sovereign's strength was truly terrifying. Morong Yoyu's strength was already undoubted, but such an existence couldn't even receive 3 sword strikes from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Heart move, heart enchantment, heart wound. What is the fourth move? Li Fuchen was very curious about the Heart Sword Sovereign's next move. He was even more curious than Morong Yoyu. Apart from the ordinary Sword Emperor, Su Pingfan's ordinary Sword Dao, the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was definitely one of the most unique Sword Daos. It was even more unique than the Emotionless Sword Emperor's Emotionless Sword Dao and even more unique than Li Fuchen's primary Extreme Sword Dao. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the primary Extreme Sword Dao was the most authentic Sword Dao and wasn't considered unique. Li Fuchen looked at the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, and Li Jianxin. He noticed that their expressions didn't change. This year's swordsman tournament is rather interesting. Li Fuchen revealed a faint smile. He was certain that if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign didn't improve much during the past 20 years, they might not be a match for the trio. Of course, it was very unlikely that the duo didn't improve much, but it also showed how terrifying the trio's strength was. Their Sword Dao talents were already close to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Inside a top-class private room, a swordsman that was emitting the chi presence of a Sword Sovereign said indifferently, if the sixth move's power is 5 times stronger than the fifth move, it is indeed possible for him to contest with me. 20 years ago, he exchanged moves with the Heart Sword Sovereign once. Back then, the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move was instantly neutralized by him. Therefore, the fifth move didn't pose any threat to him, even if the Heart Sword Sovereign had modified it. If someone was here, they would definitely recognize that this swordsman was none other than the Sword Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign, the Emperor of Swords. His sword was like a high and mighty emperor. When he brandished his sword, the world would bow down. The matches ended one after another. At this time, the rankings were more or less clear. At the very least, everyone had some idea of the top 10. Martial Stage 2, Lu Hua against Tang Xing, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. Lu Hua might have lost to Li Fuchen, but he had a breakthrough in strength. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Even Tang Xing wouldn't dare to underestimate him. Boom boom boom, the duo immediately clashed head-on. In terms of style, the duo were swordsmen that preferred to fight head-on, unlike Li Fuchen who had a variety of styles. 50 moves, 100 moves, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was stronger than everyone imagined. Many of them thought that even if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had a breakthrough, his strength would still be inferior to Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu. But after 100 moves, the duo were still evenly matched. It was hard to see who had the upper hand. It isn't a simple task to fuse the blazing fire sword intent and the Qi blood power. If the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor can walk further on this path, he might even be qualified to contest for first rank in the swordsman tournament. It was a pity that the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had just stepped through the doorstep. Even if Li Fuchen stimulated the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor to break through, he would only reach the second rank. There should still be a third and fourth rank. Li Fuchen reckoned that if the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could completely comprehend the second rank, he would be able to defeat Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu. If the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor could comprehend the third rank, he would be able to contest for first rank in the swordsman tournament. By then, even Li Fuchen might not be able to defeat the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor easily. After 150 moves, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor still lost. As compared to Tang Xing, he was still inferior. After all, he had just reached the second rank of the Scarlet Blood Sword intent. Martial Stage 5, Murong Yoyu against Li Fuchen. Heavyweight duels were happening one after another. After the treatment from the healing array, Murong Yoyu's injuries were almost recovered. Her mental injuries were basically fine too. The feeling of a mental injury was very subtle and wouldn't affect a fight, unless the opponent was proficient in mental attacks. Murong Yoyu probably isn't a match for Li Fuchen. That's right. Tang Xing's strength is only slightly superior to the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor by one level. He is roughly on par with Li Fuchen and might even be inferior. Murong Yoyu who lost to Tang Xing probably isn't a match for Li Fuchen. You can't put it that way. During the fight with Li Fuchen, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent had just broken through and wasn't proficient enough. During the fight with Tang Xing, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's Scarlet Blood Sword intent is obviously stronger and he can use it freely. The fight has already started. Who is stronger and who is weaker, we will know after watching. While everyone was in discussion, the fight on the martial stage had already entered a white-hot phase. Murong Yoyu's Water Drip Sword Dao was a rare offensive sword Dao among the soft water sword Daos. In terms of offense, it was even comparable with Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao. On the martial stage, the water droplets were like sharp arrows that were flying at Li Fuchen. Each water droplet contained powerful impact and sword force. Once the defense was penetrated, the consequences would be catastrophic. But no matter how powerful Murong Yoyu's Water Drip Sword Dao was, it was still unable to form an effective attack against Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword Art. Li Fuchen's sword simply turned and Murong Yoyu's attack was immediately diverted. The Void Sword Dao is too insane. How is he going to fight? There are special bone frames and Sword Daos have special Sword Daos. The Void Sword Dao is superior to the Star's Sword Dao. When everyone saw how Murong Yoyu's attack was easily diverted, they shook their heads. The Void Sword Dao contained the Void Marvel. Unless the attack power surpassed the Void Sword Dao's limit, it wouldn't even be able to touch the Void Sword Dao. PFFF. Murong Yoyu wasn't able to land an attack on Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen was able to land an attack on Murong Yoyu with ease. Li Fuchen executed the Blade of Void and left a sword wound on Murong Yoyu's body. Before the blood from the sword wound could even splash out, it was extinguished by the powerful Void Sword Force. Obliteration Ripple. Murong Yoyu's eyes flashed with radiance as she activated her kill move. In the void, there were circles of black ripples that spread out with Murong Yoyu at the center. When Li Fuchen's Void Sword prowess encountered the ripple, it immediately appeared to be sluggish. The ripple spread out extremely quickly and in just an instant, it arrived in front of Li Fuchen. As the ripple spread out, Murong Yoyu brandished her sword. When she brandished her sword, there was an icy cold, black, and translucent sword blade that thrust at Li Fuchen. When facing this translucent sword blade, Li Fuchen felt as though he was going to be hit. This is obviously the rhythm of condensing the water drip sword heart. Li Fuchen's heart was clear like a mirror. But this is still not enough. Li Fuchen's sword struck the translucent sword blade accurately and clashed with the tip of Murong Yoyu's sword. Roar! There was a burst of sword roar. Murong Yoyu's sword bent and there was a distortion in the spatial zone. She vomited blood and took a few steps back. It is almost clear. In this year's swordsman tournament, only 4 individuals can contest for first rank. They are the emotionless sword Emperor Ning Ke, heart sword sovereign Xiao Yuan, Li Jianxin, and Li Fuchen. That's right. Only these 4 are qualified to contest for first rank. The rest aren't good enough. Li Fuchen is still lacking. The Heart Sword Sovereign defeated Murong Yoyu in 3 swords. That might be the case, but Li Fuchen hasn't been defeated yet. There is more or less some hope. Everyone had high expectations of Li Fuchen. Of course, it wasn't that high either. It was mainly because the Heart Sword Sovereign displayed overwhelming strength. Let alone Li Fuchen, even the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin might not be a match. Chapter 781. How can he be so strong? The saber demon Miao Qingxin had a gloomy expression. The strength that Li Fuchen displayed was almost catching up to him. You aren't a match for him. The saber emperor Chu Kuang said indifferently. From Miao Qingxin, he already knew that Li Fuchen was the Miao clan's enemy. He wasn't trying to discourage Miao Qingxin, but with his discerning eyes, how could he not see that Li Fuchen didn't use his full strength from the start to the end? Miao Qingxin understood what Chu Kuang meant and his expression turned even gloomier. Don't worry, I will deal with him for you. Chu Kuang said. Then I shall trouble brother Chu. Miao Qingxin wasn't a person who cared about his reputation. Li Fuchen's strength had already exceeded his expectations. He wasn't confident he could win if it was a one-on-one. He would only be confident if the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang made a move. Is this his true strength? Murong Yoyu, who was sent flying, was convinced. She could contest against Tang Xing Star's Sword Dao, but she couldn't do anything against Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao. The Void Dao was known as the most omnipotent Dao and the Void Sword Dao was known as a jack-of-all-trades Sword Dao. Your strength isn't bad. Li Fuchen acknowledged Murong Yoyu's strength. Right now, his Sword Dao level wasn't the same as before. The 3 moves of the Void Heaven Sword Art were all close to extremity. In the past, only the 3rd move, Void Heaven Sword World, was close to Sword Dao extremity. Unknowingly, the swordsman tournament had entered the later stages. During this period of time, Murong Yoyu and the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor encountered each other. After the previous battles, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor had gradually stabilized the 2nd rank of the Scarlet Blood Sword Intent. His strength was so powerful that Murong Yoyu suffered a huge disadvantage and was nearly defeated by the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor. But ultimately, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was still defeated by Murong Yoyu. In everyone's opinion, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor's defeat was understandable. After all, the soft water sword Dao was the bane of the fire sword Dao. Secondly, Murong Yoyu's sword Dao level was slightly higher. After this battle, the rankings were clear. If there weren't any surprises, Murong Yoyu should be 6th, the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor Lu Hua should be 7th, Mountain River Sword Emperor Song Shanhe should be 8th, Yuan Haojie should be 9th, Wind Chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang should be 10th. As for the top 5, it was naturally the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart, Li, Jianxin, Tang Xing, and Li Fuchen. However, the top 5 rankings were still unknown for the time being, because the 5 of them had not met each other yet. Everyone guessed that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be ranked first, the Emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin would fight for 2nd place, while Li Fuchen and Tang Xing would fight for 4th place. Right now, Li Fuchen's chances of winning were much higher and it was very possible for him to get 4th place. Martial Stage 9, Li Fuchen against Tang Xing. It was time to verify everyone's guess as Li Fuchen and Tang Xing encountered each other. On the contest stage, Li Fuchen and Tang Xing stood 40 meters apart and their sword prowess clashed first. Li Fuchen's void sword prowess was stacked in layers. It was modest and contained murderous intent. Tang Xing's astral sword force was heavy and domineering. It was strong on the inside and hard on the outside. When the two special sword moves collided, it was like a comet crashing into the earth. The momentum produced was not inferior to a fight between two top swordsmen. The stars revolve. Tang Xing was the first to attack. He struck out with his sword and sword chi surged forward. It was as if a star was revolving unceasingly and was difficult to resist. On the contest stage, there were many fine cracks. It was a sign that the contest stage couldn't withstand the pressure from the astral sword force and was cracking. Of course, the contest stage was enveloped by an array. Once the fine cracks appeared, it would immediately close up and wouldn't be damaged. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The oncoming sword prowess and sword chi instantly changed direction and blasted at the barrier behind Li Fuchen. The barrier rippled like water and there were ripples in all directions. Bright like the sun star. The sword chi was glowing like the sun star. It was heavy and had a glorious intent. When facing Li Fuchen, Tang Xing immediately used his full strength. Different from the Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor and Murong Yoyu, Tang Xing's Star's Sword Dao had both offense and defense. In terms of offense, he wasn't inferior to Murong Yoyu and in terms of defense, he was far superior to Murong Yoyu. Li Fuchen was able to defeat Murong Yoyu who was on par with Li Fuchen, but Li Fuchen might not be able to defeat Tang Xing. This time, Li Fuchen had some difficulty to repel Tang Xing's sword prowess and sword chi. Falling stars cloud scatter. Tang Xing executed his moves with extreme speed. Before the previous sword prowess dispersed, the next sword would already follow up and didn't give Li Fuchen a chance to take a breather. This sword was like a falling star that dispersed the clouds. It was filled with an indescribable desolation. Just in time. Li Fuchen thrust his sword forward. During the thrust, the sword drew a small circle with a weak movement. When Tang Xing's sword move made contact with Li Fuchen's sword, it felt as though it was sucked in. Be it the sword prowess or sword chi, they were all sucked in. Tang Xing was so frightened that he quickly changed his move and soared into the sky. If one didn't cross moves with Li Fuchen, they wouldn't know the terror of the Void Sword Dao. If the Star's Sword Dao could be used for offense and defense, then the Void Sword Dao was the enhanced version of the Star's Sword Dao. In terms of frontal force, it was inferior to the Star's Sword Dao. Star's Aurora. While in the sky, Tang Xing executed the kill move of the Star's Sword Art. A glaring sword light drew across the void and thrust at Li Fuchen. In this sword move, Li Fuchen felt the intent to kill. He felt the true meaning of extreme prosperity and decline. Li Fuchen's eyes were reflecting the radiance of this sword move. All of a sudden, he froze in place. If someone was to observe Li Fuchen's eyes, they would notice that there were boundless sword light surging out from the depths of his eyes. Myriad swords birth, primary extreme return. In Li Fuchen's mind, a mnemonic chant emerged out of nowhere. After dozens of battles, Li Fuchen had absorbed dozens of sword Dao essences. These sword Dao essences might seem completely unrelated to Li Fuchen's sword Dao, but in fact, they were inextricably linked. One mustn't forget that Li Fuchen's sword Dao was the primary extreme sword Dao. The primary extreme sword Dao meant the source of the sword Dao and was inseparably linked to any other sword Dao. During the battle with Morong Yoyu, Li Fuchen already had a faint feeling that the sect origin swords was about to be born. After the battle with Tang Xing, the sect origin swords was finally born. This sword move was extremely natural. Rather than saying that it was created by Li Fuchen, it was better to say that Li Fuchen used Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao and a large amount of sword Dao essences to form this sword move. Its power made Li Fuchen feel like he couldn't control it. On the martial stage, Tang Xing's sword was only 1 inch away from Li Fuchen. Everyone was astonished and couldn't understand. After all, Li Fuchen still had the upper hand earlier. How did Tang Xing get so close in a blink of the eye and was about to be struck by the sword? Tang Xing was also astonished, but at this moment, he didn't think so much. His only thought was to defeat Li Fuchen. Defeat. The sword tip was almost touching Li Fuchen's skin. Right at this moment, a boundless sword force burst out from Li Fuchen's body and sent Tang Xing flying. He vomited a large mouthful of fresh blood while his face was deathly pale. How is this possible? Tang Xing was appalled. Just the sword force from within Li Fuchen's body was able to send him flying. How strong was Li Fuchen? Tang Xing didn't know that this sword force wasn't released by Li Fuchen, it was released automatically by the sect origin swords. Furthermore, the sect origin swords was still taking form and the sword force earlier was just a trace of power that was emitted. Birth of 10,000 swords, primary extreme return. Li Fuchen understood and the boundless sword light in his eyes dispersed as he regained his original spirit. This sect origin swords was considered a sword move with spirit. Even if Li Fuchen didn't activate it, as long as someone attacked Li Fuchen, it would also activate the sect origin swords. Of course, if Li Fuchen stopped it, he would be able to prevent the sect origin swords from activating, in case he accidentally killed someone. Apart from that, the sect origin swords could automatically absorb the sword Dao essence to strengthen itself. It also meant to say that even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally cultivate it, the sect origin swords would still get stronger and eventually reach the extremity of the sword Dao. Such a terrifying move. It might be the sect origin swords that he produced, but Li Fuchen was still amazed by this sword move. With this sword move, even if Li Fuchen temporarily lost consciousness, no one would be able to get close to him. Even Tang Xing was defeated. Apart from the top 4 of the swordsman tournament, the rest of the top 6 have already been determined. It wasn't surprising that Li Fuchen could defeat Tang Xing. After all, Tang Xing's strength was only slightly stronger than Morong Yoyu. What do you think Li Fuchen's ranking will be? At the start, no one thought highly of Li Fuchen, but now, everyone felt that Li Fuchen had a chance to contest with the people in front of him. I think he should be 4th. Those 3 are too powerful. After dozens of matches, they have crushed their opponents in every match. There is still hope for 3rd place. Apart from the Heart Sword Sovereign who is too powerful, the Emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Jianqin's strength aren't enough to defeat Li Fuchen. That's right. Not only is there hope for 3rd place, there is also hope for 2nd place. Many people thought highly of Li Fuchen. Martial Stage 4, Ning Ke against Morong Yoyu. Just as everyone was discussing, the referee's voice shocked everyone. The Emotionless Sword Emperor was finally going to make a move again. The Emotionless Sword Emperor's previous opponents were too weak and no one could see through the Emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. If Murong Yoyu was able to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to use 3 swords, she should be able to force out some of the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Below the martial stage, even the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Jianxin had lifted their heads. Emotionless Sword Emperor, 20 years have passed. I wonder what your strength level is now. The Heart Sword Sovereign paid great attention to the emotionless Sword Emperor. In his eyes, only the emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Ke, could be considered a worthy opponent. As for Li Jianxin, he didn't know Li Jianxin's strength yet and was considered half an opponent. 20 years ago, the Heart Sword Sovereign was once defeated by the emotionless Sword Emperor. He knew clearly that the emotionless Sword Emperor had terrifying Sword Dao talent and he wasn't certain he could win, even if he created the 6th move. I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Jianxin had indifferent eyes and no one could see anything from his eyes. Chapter 782. It is said that the emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless sword art only has 2 moves. One is emotionless and the other is thought break. During the previous swordsman tournament, apart from the Sword Emperor, Sword Sovereign, and Heart Sword Sovereign, no one else was able to withstand his emotionless sword move. Li Fuchen was rather interested in the emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless Sword Dao. The sect origin swords might have been born, but the more Sword Dao essence it absorbed, the stronger his sect origin swords would be. On the martial stage, Murong Yoyu used a defensive and counterattack strategy for the first time. She was surrounded by a layer of water light that was flowing with sword light and had reserved power. After everything was prepared, Murong Yoyu was preparing to attack. There was a blinding white light that assaulted and Murong Yoyu was defeated. The water light around her body was already penetrated and there was a blood arrow that flew out from her shoulder. She was pinned to the light barrier and only slid down after 1 breath. This isn't emotionless. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. The emotionless Sword Emperor didn't even need to use a move to deal with Murong Yoyu. It meant that a normal sword move was already comparable to the Heart Sword's 3rd move. What? He defeated Murong Yoyu in a single sword move. The audience was in an uproar. Earlier on, the Heart Sword Sovereign used 3 sword moves to defeat Murong Yoyu, but the emotionless Sword Emperor only needed 1 sword move. Too powerful. The emotionless Sword Emperor is stronger than the Heart Sword Sovereign. Previously, I thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign would be this year's number 1 in the swordsman tournament. You can't say it like that. If the Heart Sword Sovereign is willing, he can defeat Murong Yoyu in a single sword move. That is true. The emotionless Sword Emperor's cold and emotionless attack made everyone realize the terror of the emotionless Sword Emperor again. It was comparable to the Heart Sword Sovereign. No, not even the Heart Sword Sovereign was as terrifying as the 2 of them had different styles. Interesting. Beside the saber demon Miao Qingxin, the saber emperor Chu Kuang nodded. The emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was rather good and had already attracted his attention. However, if the emotionless Sword Emperor wanted to truly enter his sights, this strength was far from enough. If one did not reach their level, they would not know how terrifying the strength needed to enter this level. It would be difficult for those who were not at this level to receive even one of their moves. Miao Qingxin, the Blade Demon, was able to receive 5 of his moves because he did not go all out. Otherwise, he was confident that he could defeat Miao Qingxin with a normal strike. Of course, Miao Qingxin still had the strength. On the Great Emperor rankings, Miao Qingxin was ranked 34th. His actual ranking was probably top 15 or even higher. Ning Ke, 20 years ago, you lost to me in 10 moves. I wonder how many moves you can take from me now. The Sword Emperor's eyes drooped as he muttered to himself. This is the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Murong Yoyu smiled bitterly. Before the swordsman tournament, she was brimming with confidence and believed that her strength was enough to contest for the top 3. From the looks of it now, she was overconfident. Be it veteran swordsmen like the emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, or rising swordsmen like Li Jianqin and Li Fuchen, they all had sword Dao talents that were beyond her reach. If she wanted to contest with them, she wouldn't be able to do it even if she had a few dozen years. The emotionless sword Dao pursues pure speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. It doesn't mix anything else. Li Fuchen immediately saw through the essence of the emotionless sword Dao. The emotionless sword Dao wasn't called emotionless without a reason. Only those who were truly emotionless would be able to make their sword reach the extremity of speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. If there was a trace of emotion, the emotionless sword Dao would have a trace of flaw and obstruction. The emotionless sword Emperor wasn't truly emotionless yet, but he was close to it. There weren't many who could block such a sword that was close to emotionless. Martial Stage 3, Li Jianqin against Tang Xing, the swordsman tournament was already at the final phase. The elite swordsmen were all encountering each other. On the martial stage, Li Jianqin had indifferent eyes while Tang Xing had a serious expression that was filled with battle intent. One sword. Li Jianqin said. Arrogant. Tang Xing raised his brows and emitted a trace of anger. The emotionless sword Emperor was able to defeat Murong Yoyu in a single sword, but it didn't mean that Li Jianqin could defeat him in a single sword. Firstly, Li Jianqin wasn't the emotionless sword Emperor. Secondly, he wasn't Murong Yoyu either. One more sword, it is my loss. Be careful now. Li Jianqin's sword was a simple and unadorned longsword. When the long sword was unsheathed, the sword light flowed like water and gave off a natural feeling. Tang Xing might feel that Li Jianqin was very arrogant, but he didn't dare to be careless. The sword light circulated around his body and formed a star mirage. There wasn't any sword light or sword chi, but Li Jianqin made his move. This sword was extremely sharp and fast. It was even as fast as the emotionless sword Emperor's sword. When the sword was brandished, Tang Xing's star mirage was instantly penetrated and blood sprayed out. After executing the sword, Li Jianqin turned around and left the fearful Tang Xing behind. It was too fast. It was so fast that Tang Xing could only see an afterimage. His spiritual awareness could react, but his body couldn't. At the same time, this sword was too terrifying, therefore, the force was concentrated at one point. Tang Xing's star's sword Dao was like paper in front of Li Jianqin's sword and couldn't withstand a single blow. The heart sword sovereign frowned. Li Jianqin's sword contained a sword Dao feeling. It might be profound and mystical, but it wasn't at a level that he couldn't accept. But why was Li Jianqin's sword so fast and powerful? Could it be related to Li Jianqin's sword Dao? The emotionless sword Emperor was also in deep thoughts. Only Li Fuchen knew clearly that Li Jianqin's sword was able to reach such a level because Li Jianqin had condensed the sword heart. With the sword heart, Li Jianqin's sword Dao would be able to execute to the limits. Otherwise, most of the power and mysticism would be wasted. The spectators were all dumbfounded, feeling like they were fools. At the start, when the heart sword sovereign displayed astounding strength, they assumed that the heart sword sovereign would be the No. 1 of this year's swordsman tournament. Afterwards, they assumed that the emotionless sword Emperor would be number 1. Right now, they felt that the Li Jianqin was number 1. How were they going to predict it? Their faces had been slapped swollen. This is confusing. Yes, it is truly impossible to predict number 1. It is possible for anyone. It might even be Li Fuchen. In any case, I will not underestimate any of the 4. Everyone was in a heated discussion and had a higher opinion of Li Fuchen. Sword heart. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang's eyes burst out with radiance as he said each word clearly. Sword heart. Miao Qingxin was startled at first before he blurted out, "How is that possible?" From what he knew, the Dao heart was the final obstacle to entering the saint's realm. Once the Dao heart was condensed, one would basically enter the saint's realm. Li Jianqin was only at the peak level of 9th level law phase realm and wasn't even a half-saint. It was obvious that he was still far from becoming a saint. Why is it impossible? From what I know, the Sword Emperor condensed the Sword Heart. The number 1 Heaven Emperor on the Great Emperor rankings also condensed the Tao Heart. Don't use your eyes to look at them. Chu Kuang said indifferently. Could it be? Miao Qingxin looked at Chu Kuang. If Chu Kuang could see that Li Jianxin had condensed the Sword Heart, didn't it mean that Chu Kuang had also condensed the Tao Heart? Chapter 783. It's finally time for the pinnacle showdown. As Li Jianxin defeated Tang Xing, the 5th to 10th places were determined. They were Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor Lu Hua, Mountain River Sword Emperor Song Shanhe, Yuan Haojie, and Wind Chasing Sword Emperor Zhu Lang. The top 4 were naturally the Emotionless Sword Emperor, Heart Sword Sovereign, Li Jianxin, and Li Fuchen. There weren't many matches left. In the following matches, the 4 of them would meet one by one, starting the pinnacle showdown. After Li Jianxin defeated Tang Xing, the Emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign also defeated Tang Xing. The difference was that the Emotionless Sword Emperor only needed 1 sword while the Heart Sword Sovereign needed 3. This didn't mean that the Emotionless Sword Emperor was stronger than the Heart Sword Sovereign. It was just that every time the Heart Sword Sovereign attacked, he would start from the first move of the Heart Sword. He wouldn't jump to the 3rd or 4th move. Otherwise, even 2 Tang Xing wouldn't be able to withstand a single sword from the Heart Sword Sovereign. Martial Stage 7, Xiao Yuan against Li Fuchen. As the judge's voice rang out, the audience went into an uproar. Even the area below the stage was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone could not help but start discussing. The Heart Sword Sovereign was ranked number 4 on the Sword Emperor rankings. His strength and fame had always been on par with the Emotionless Sword Emperor and was right behind the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. In the Sword Tao world, it was hard to exclude the Happy Sword Sovereign when it came to formidable swordsmen. If the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were the symbols of the Sword Tao world, then the Emotionless Sword Emperor and Heart Sword Sovereign were the tall mountains of the Sword Tao world. They were similarly revered. Before the swordsman tournament, Li Fuchen was considered a nobody. At the start of the swordsman tournament, he wasn't that eye-catching. But as time elapsed, everyone overturned their understanding of Li Fuchen. Right now, many people couldn't understand how Li Fuchen reached this stage. One was a tall mountain in the Sword Tao world, while the other was a superstar in the Sword Tao world. The battle between the two could be said to be a collision of the Sword Tao world. Who do you think will have the last laugh between the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuchen? Is there a need to ask? It is definitely the Heart Sword Sovereign. As of now, the Heart Sword Sovereign has only used the 3rd move of the Heart Sword. There are still 3 more moves. With Li Fuchen's strength, it is already incredible for him to force out the 5th move. Once the 6th move is used, he will definitely lose. I also think that the Heart Sword Sovereign is stronger. The Heart Sword Principle is one of the strongest sword principles. That might be the case, but Li Fuchen still has a chance. Don't forget, until now, it is still unknown if Li Fuchen has used his full strength. So what if he hid his strength? Even if he hid 10 times his strength, it would still be difficult for him to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign. Most people were more optimistic about the Heart Sword Sovereign. There was no other way, as the Heart Sword Sovereign's reputation was something that Li Fuchen couldn't compare with. Hoo, a ripple appeared on the stage within the barrier, like a reflection in the water. This was a confrontation between the 2 swords. In fact, the 2 of them did not deliberately emit sword aura. This sword aura was purely emitted by mutual attraction. If one had to describe it, this could also be considered a type of Sword Tao resonance. Others might not be able to see it, but Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu, who had experienced the Sword Tao resonance, immediately knew it was the Sword Tao resonance. It might be a low-class Sword Tao resonance, but the 2 of them had yet to exchange moves. Once they did, it would be incredible. Interesting, he is actually able to produce a sword Dao resonance with the Heart Sword Sovereign, Xiao Yuan. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang smiled. If Li Fuchen was too weak, then it would be meaningless. Only by killing an elite swordsman would he feel a sense of accomplishment. They are finally going to exchange moves. Miao Xueqing had a face of anticipation. She knew that Li Fuchen was very strong, but she didn't know how strong Li Fuchen was. Yes, they are going to exchange moves. Chu Qingyan nodded. This might be the chance for her to see through Li Fuchen. On the martial stage, the duo's sword auras were like two needles against each other as they were in a microscopic confrontation. In the tiny space that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, countless sword chi were wreaking havoc and letting out subtle crackling sounds. You are very strong. The Heart Sword Sovereign admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Once on the stage and when he made contact with Li Fuchen's chi presence, he understood that Li Fuchen was a formidable foe. You aren't bad either. Li Fuchen said. Different from others, Li Fuchen's eyes had indifference, battle intent, and admiration. The only things that weren't there were apprehension and seriousness. Is that so? In your eyes, I am just not bad. The Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes turned sharp and a blazing sword light was like a thunderbolt that cleaved at Li Fuchen. Everyone thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword was the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. But it wasn't like that. Or rather, it wasn't completely correct. A Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword was indeed the strongest Heart Sword Sovereign. But a swordless Heart Sword Sovereign might not be weaker than a Heart Sword Sovereign with a sword. It just required a little more mental effort. This pure heart sword was infused with a large amount of the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart force. Right now, the eyes were the sword light. When the sword light was shot over, it felt like it could cleave and rip everything apart. The speed was too fast and it was even faster than when Li Fuchen was wielding a sword. It was impossible to defend. Just as the sword light was about to reach Li Fuchen, everyone felt like they could see Li Fuchen being sent flying. Heart Sword huh? Li Fuchen's mouth curled up into a smile. When the blazing sword light was 1 foot away from Li Fuchen, it was immediately extinguished. What? He didn't even draw his sword and broke the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword. Could Li Fuchen also know the heart sword? It shouldn't be possible. I don't see the shadow of the Heart Sword Dao on Li Fuchen. Everyone was shocked and a little surprised. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned as he didn't think that Li Fuchen knew the heart sword. But it wasn't important. The important thing was that Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword and was able to break the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword. It seemed like Li Fuchen's body contained a layer of horrific sword Dao power. No wonder it's the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen was satisfied. The power that extinguished the heart sword was the sect origin swords. Right now, Li Fuchen was basically familiar with the sect origin swords. Earlier on, it was just a small test and the effects were very powerful. Let alone the fact that the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart sword was only this powerful, even if it was several times stronger, it still wouldn't be able to defeat the sect origin swords. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to use the sect origin swords to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign. It would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. Furthermore, Li Fuchen wanted to experience the true mysticism of the Heart Sword Dao. It was meaningless to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign in a single blow. Clang! The Heart Sword Sovereign finally drew his sword and attacked at Li Fuchen with the heart move. The void was rippling like water. This wasn't the wave of the water Dao law, it was the wave of the sword Dao law. The Heart Sword Sovereign turned the sword Dao law into water. It was just like a ripple in a person's heart. If Li Fuchen was Murong Youyu or Tang Xing, it would be very hard to receive this move. It was a pity that it was Li Fuchen who received this move. When he thrust his sword, the void sword force broke the sword prowess and clashed with the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword. Swish! There were blazing sparks that burst into the sky. The Heart Sword Sovereign's body shook violently and he couldn't help but take a step back. This scene was witnessed by everyone and it instantly caused a heated discussion. This was the first time they saw the Heart Sword Sovereign taking a step back. Furthermore, the opponent wasn't the emotionless Sword Emperor or Li Jianxin, it was Li Fuchen. How was this possible? Could Li Fuchen's strength be superior to the Heart Sword Sovereign? The duel has just begun and the Heart Sword Sovereign has only used his first move. Why are you in such a hurry to judge? That is true, it is mainly because it is too shocking. Yes, this Li Fuchen has really underestimated him. It doesn't matter if he has used his full strength, just this sword move is enough to look down on the Sword Dao Circle. In the future, he will definitely become the benchmark of the Sword Dao Circle. After returning without any results, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes turned serious, but there was also a trace of excitement. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. It was very mystical and exciting. Heart Enchantment. The Heart Sword Sovereign executed his second sword move. When this sword move was executed, there were several overlapping ripples that were vibrating violently. Once a person was immersed in it, they would be unable to extricate themselves and would only perish. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and twisted. Clang clang, in an instant, it was unknown how many times the duo's swords clashed. It was so much so that everyone's vision was overlapping and hearing things. Clang! There was a string of sparks and the Heart Sword Sovereign took another step back. Li Fuchen said indifferently, "Use your third move. I would like to experience the feeling of sorrow." If Li Fuchen was so calm, everyone outside the stage wasn't calm anymore. The first move was repelled by Li Fuchen, now the second move was repelled by Li Fuchen again. The situation seemed to have deviated. "Let's see the third and fourth moves now," someone said. Without any sound, the Heart Sword Sovereign stopped retreating and said slowly, "As you wish. This shall be the third move, Heart Wound." The Heart Sword Sovereign's expression had a touch of sorrow and indifference as he attacked at Li Fuchen with his sword. It was just a normal sword move, but it caused a huge commotion. The sword force was like a whirlpool that was spinning violently as though it was going to devour the world. However, the Sword Dao Qi presence that was emitted was so weak and helpless. It was like a sorrowful woman that was mourning alone. In an instant, Li Fuchen was devoured by the whirlpool. "It is over." Murong Yoyu shook her head with a pale expression. She had been defeated by this move before and knew how terrifying this move was. It was fine if she didn't get sucked in, but once she got sucked in, her spirit would feel as though it was being minced. The sorrowful sword intent had seeped into the spirit fragments and couldn't be removed. Until now, her heart still had the sorrowful sword intent. Li Fuchen who was sucked into the whirlpool wasn't like Murong Yoyu who couldn't resist at all. In fact, Li Fuchen was intentionally sucked in. Otherwise, how was he going to experience the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword intent? Brandishing his sword, Li Fuchen dispersed the sword forces one after another. When the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword forces dispersed, Li Fuchen could feel the sorrowful Sword Dao presence. "I see." Li Fuchen's Sword Dao perception was extremely high and he immediately understood the quintessence of the Heart Wound sword move. Boom! After understanding the quintessence of the Heart Wound sword move, Li Fuchen cleaved open the whirlpool. "Use your fourth move." "Good. You are the first to force me to use my fourth move in this year's swordsman tournament." Seeing that Li Fuchen had neutralized his Heart Wound sword move, the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't mind. With Li Fuchen's strength, it was impossible to defeat him with the third move. Only the fourth move or the fifth move could do it. Chapter 784. Outside the martial stage, everyone was holding their breaths. The Heart Sword Sovereign was going to use the fourth move. During normal times, they wouldn't be able to see the fourth move. They would only be able to see it during Grand Sword Dao events like the Swordsman Tournament. Infatuation. When the sword was executed, the Heart Sword Sovereign's entire body was like a pool of stagnant water. Within the stagnant water, there was a Sword Dao presence that wouldn't regret even in death. When the sword was executed, Li Fuchen felt that everything on the martial stage was frozen. Even his thoughts were affected. The Heart Sword Dao is truly peculiar. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light as he executed a sword slash. Due to the peculiarity of the infatuation sword move, everyone saw a frozen scene. The entire martial stage felt as though it was frozen by an invisible force and was in dead silence. The only thing that wasn't frozen was Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's sword was like a flickering radiance that was rapidly advancing on the martial stage. The Void Sword Dao was the hardest to freeze. In order to freeze Li Fuchen's Void Sword Dao, the Sword Dao proficiency would have to be much higher than Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the Heart Sword Sovereign's Sword Dao proficiency wasn't superior to Li Fuchen, let alone much higher. Clang, 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 there was a burst of radiance around the Heart Sword Sovereign. Everyone couldn't see the clash between the duo. They could only see a bundle of obscure sword light and a bundle of bright sword light clashing rapidly. TSS. A portion of the Heart Sword Sovereign's collar slid off and the sword field that froze the martial stage instantly vanished. The Heart Sword Sovereign's face and body were splattered with traces of blood. In this clash, the Heart Sword Sovereign was at a complete disadvantage. It wasn't that the Heart Sword Sovereign wasn't strong enough. In fact, the Heart Sword Sovereign's fourth move was extremely terrifying. The sword field was like stagnant water and could freeze the void. If it was someone else, like Tang Xing or Murong Yoyu, they would probably be immobilized in front of the infatuation sword field. They would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. However, Li Fuchen was obviously stronger. His Void Sword Dao wasn't afraid of the sword move that froze the void and wasn't affected at all. We are finally going to see the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. I didn't expect Li Fuchen to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to this extent. Yes, but it ends here. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword doesn't have a huge increase in power from the first to the fourth move, only 1 or 2 times. However, when it comes to the fifth move, the power will explosively increase by more than 5 times. As for the legendary sixth move, it is said to be more than 10 times stronger than the fifth move. Everyone discussed animatedly, looking forward to it. The gap is too big. Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu felt a little bitter. Before the competition, they had thought that they could be on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign. Now, they knew that it was just their wishful thinking. At their level, their swordsmanship was already close to the pinnacle realm. However, even if they were close to the pinnacle realm, there would still be a difference between them. During this period, every bit of difference would be reflected in their combat prowess. This was also the reason why some people could suddenly become famous experts in the world. Once they had an epiphany in their swordsmanship, their combat prowess might increase by 10 or even 10 times. While lamenting, the two of them were also shocked by Li Fuchen's strength. Li Fuchen was the first person in the swordsman tournament to force the Heart Sword Sovereign to this extent. It's been 20 years since someone forced me to use my fifth move. The Heart Sword Monarch said calmly as the small wounds on his body closed. Do you think I'm forcing you? Li Fuchen laughed. The Heart Sword Sovereign was indeed very powerful, but in Li Fuchen's eyes, he was only considered an ordinary formidable foe. Li Fuchen's opponents had always been at the level of the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Unless the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move was infinitely close to the pinnacle realm, it was impossible for the Heart Sword Sovereign to contest with him. Of course, it was also a wonderful thing to be able to deeply feel the Heart Sword Dao's profundity. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have already defeated the Heart Sword Sovereign in a single sword. What do you mean? The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and felt that the atmosphere was rather subtle. Make your move. If I didn't guess it wrongly, your fifth move should be similar to the first move, Heartbeat. But it is even more intense. Based on the first four moves, Li Fuchen had basically deduced the profundity of the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. If he had enough time, he would be able to create it. After hearing the statement, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes contracted. Li Fuchen guessed it correctly. The fifth move was indeed the enhanced version of the first move. It was called Heartbeat. Heartbeat and Heartbeat, one was a ripple in the heart, while the other was a raging wave in the heart. At this moment, the Heart Sword Sovereign's impression of Li Fuchen had changed. Li Fuchen, who had been smiling, was now giving off an extremely terrifying and ruthless feeling. In front of Li Fuchen, the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't hide any secrets at all. Heartbeat. Without speaking any more nonsense, the Heart Sword Sovereign burst out with the Heart Sword's fifth move. Once this move was executed, there was a raging wave on the martial stage. The raging wave was obviously formed by Sword Dao law and didn't contain any trace of other laws. Rumble. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of the raging wave. That majestic and dangerous scene was reflected in their hearts when they closed their eyes. Some of the people who were closer had suddenly burst in retreat while their hearts were in extreme pain. This sword move had already reached the stage where it could injure invisibly. It was even more terrifying than the heart wound. Great move, Heartbeat. Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven Sword Art's first move, Void Reality. There was an invisible sword force that spread out and clashed with the Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat. Void Reality also had the effect of injuring invisibly. As Li Fuchen pushed the Void Heaven Sword Art to near extremity, the Void Reality was more than 10 times or dozens of times more profound than before. The Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat sword move, be it the sword force in the open or the sword force in the dark, they were all neutralized by the Void Reality. Rumble. The light barrier exploded and the sword force spread out. Those who were nearby were sent flying while vomiting blood. What? Even the light barrier exploded? Previously, during the battle between Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu, the Sword Dao resonance was triggered, causing the light barrier to shatter. Once the Sword Dao resonance was triggered, the power would be very close to extremity. It wasn't considered the duo's actual strength. The light barrier is still too weak for them. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint waved his hand and a new light barrier enveloped the martial stage. Even a low-level Sword Dao Saint wouldn't be able to break this light barrier within a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for it to last until the end of the tournament. The Heart Sword Sovereign's heartbeat was like a huge wave that wouldn't stop until the enemy was smashed into pieces. As for Li Fuchen's Void Reality, it was like a spring breeze. It might look like it didn't have any power, but its power was actually reserved. The Chi Force explosions were continuous. In an instant, the duo's swords clashed for hundreds or even thousands of times. It was impossible to count. Boom! There was another explosion and the Heart Sword Sovereign vomited a mouthful of blood. He was forced to retreat and nearly crashed into the light barrier at the edge of the martial stage. The Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. His Heart Sword's fifth move had lost. He was utterly convinced of his loss. Before the tournament, he didn't even think about it. During the Swordsman tournament 20 years ago, not even the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke was able to neutralize his Heart Sword's fifth move so cleanly. Ning Ke was only slightly superior to him. Furthermore, his Heart Sword's fifth move had improved a lot as compared to 20 years ago. Be it the profundity or power, it was several times stronger. I can only use the sixth move. The Heart Sword Sovereign regained his composure. It didn't matter if he lost the first 5 moves, he still had the sixth move. The sixth move was the essence of the first 5 moves. The power was more than 10 times stronger than the fifth move and it was also several times more profundity. This move was originally prepared for the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke, but he had no choice but to use it to deal with Li Fuchen. The fifth move isn't able to deal with Li Fuchen. It seems like the sixth move is the only choice. How is this Li Fuchen so powerful? It is truly unbelievable. In this world, there are too many mystical individuals. If Li Fuchen can appear today, tomorrow, there will be another Wang Fuchen. Who can say for sure? At this moment, be it the audience, the people below the martial stage, or some of the top-notch experts on the Great Emperor rankings, all of them were concentrating. The Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move wasn't a joke, and it might be able to inspire them. The sixth move should be related to the fourth move, right? Inside a top-class private room, the Sword Sovereign let out a faint smile while his eyes were like torches. His Sword Dao proficiency was extremely high, and just by observing the first 5 moves, he was able to deduce some clues about the sixth move. Ever since I created this sixth move, I have never executed it in front of anyone. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. The Heart Sword Sovereign's voice was filled with the intent of death, and it was breathtaking. Just make your move. If I die under your sword, it will be because I am not proficient enough. It has nothing to do with you. The swordsman tournament didn't allow intentional killing. In normal situations, even if one wanted to intentionally kill someone, it was impossible. The spectating Sword Dao saints wouldn't just stand by and watch. Of course, nothing was absolute. If even the Sword Dao saint couldn't make a move in time, then the death would be in vain. However, this wasn't something that Li Fuchen was worried about. In terms of overall strength, let alone the Heart Sword Sovereign, even a low-level Sword Dao Saint wouldn't be able to kill the Heart Sword Sovereign easily. Be careful, Heart Morn. The Heart Sword Sovereign's intent of death was getting denser. When he brandished his sword, the entire martial stage had turned into a gray color. The ground of the martial stage was visibly cracking and decaying. There were also subtle decaying sounds coming from the barrier. The Heart-Morn sword move obviously contained the true meaning of death. It was using the Sword Dao law to deduce the true meaning of death. Just this point alone was enough to shock everyone. Just like the fourth move, Heart Infatuation, the sixth move, Heart-Morn, also had the effect of freezing the void. When enveloped by the Heart-Morn sword field, apart from watching oneself slowly decaying and dying, there was nothing else one could do. After being affected by the Heart-Morn sword intent, the Heart Sword Sovereign's eyes were inhuman and terrifying. The devastating sword light was bone-chilling and empty. An interesting sword move. The opponent is going to be defeated. Inside the top-class private room, the Sword Sovereign's eyes flashed with light. Even he felt that this sword move was very stunning. He couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen was going to block it. After all, the Void Sword Dao might be powerful, but in the face of the true meaning of death, the void would perish one day and everything would wither. This sword move is rather decent. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with cold light as he executed the Void Heaven Sword World. The Sword World had always been the highest level of the Sword Dao, and there was no limit. Different individuals' sword worlds would have different power. If the sword world could reach extremity, it would be possible to create a true sword world. Li Fuchen's Void Heaven Sword World contained the Void Law and Sword Dao Law. It might seem impure, but because it contained the Void Law, it was easier to form a sword world. Furthermore, it could make the sword world stronger and more unbreakable. P.S. On the second day of the baby's hospitalization, the blood test came out. The previous day, the jaundice index wasn't 20 points, it was 25 points. It was said that the skin test wasn't accurate, only the blood test was accurate. One day later, it had dropped to 18.6 and is now 12. Super regretful. If I knew this would happen, I would have been hospitalized from the start. Chapter 785. When the sword was brandished, the void froze and time seemed to have slowed down by countless times. Crack crack crack, when the two sword moves that froze the void clashed, a pitch-black crack appeared. This is a spatial crack. Someone exclaimed. The Saint Spirit Continent's heaven and earth law was too stable and the void law was naturally extremely stable too. In order to create a spatial crack, only saints could do it. It was impossible for those below saints. But right now, the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuqian had actually done it. How did they do it? The Saber Demon, Miao Qingxin, was rather frightened. The Saber Emperor, Chu Kuang, said, "It is because their sword moves have the effect of freezing the void. Once they clashed, the effects of freezing the void would stack and crack." Chu Kuang might be nonchalant, but in his heart, he was very concerned. If the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuqian were to work together, his life would be in danger, even though the two of them wouldn't work together to deal with him. The spatial cracks would flash from time to time and the crackling sounds were very shocking. However, the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Fuqian couldn't be bothered anymore. Their sword moves clashed violently and wanted to completely suppress each other. He actually withstood it. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and felt that the situation was already out of his control. He was the only one who knew how powerful his Heart Morn was. He didn't think that Li Fuqian would be able to resist this move. "I have underestimated this move." Li Fuqian was rather surprised that he wasn't able to suppress the Heart Sword Sovereign immediately. His Void Heaven Sword World didn't emit a sword field, it was a sword world. Before he created the primary extreme sword art, the Void Heaven Sword World was his strongest trump card and nothing else could compare. The duo's sword moves were still clashing. The spatial cracks turned from the thickness of a metal wire to the thickness of a chopstick. Within the spatial cracks, horrific annihilation power burst out, causing the martial stage to flicker with radiance. Anyone below the saints who entered the range of the radiance would be instantly turned into ashes. Break! The Heart Sword Sovereign's longsword appeared mottled. He thrust at Li Fuqian ruthlessly. The Heart Sword Sovereign's longsword was only a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword after all. It was hard to withstand such a powerful sword move. "I would like to see how you are going to break it." Li Fuqian thrust his longsword forward as well. The difference was that his longsword didn't have any damage. The flowing sword light made the longsword extremely sharp. Clang! In an instant, the two swords collided, and a spatial crack appeared at the tip of their swords. Visible cracks appeared on the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword. This was the result of the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword move and the spatial cracks. On the contrary, the sword in Li Fuqian's hand didn't seem to have any abnormalities. Gotcha! A breath later, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword shattered. The Heart Sword Sovereign's expression turned stern. He raised his right index and middle finger and thrust forward. Countless sword shards were shot at Li Fuqian. The shards contained the horrific Heart Morning Sword intent and it was even stronger and more violent than before. The shattering of the longsword also contained the Heart Morning Sword intent. Good timing. With a twist of Li Fuqian's longsword, the shards of the longsword were turned into a silver paste. In front of the Void Heaven Sword World, it was impossible for his opponent's sword technique to break through his defense. Whoosh! The Heart Sword Sovereign retreated like a bird. Li Fuqian could feel that his opponent's battle intent had vanished. "You win." The Heart Sword Sovereign's voice was calm, but his heart was bitter. He didn't expect to lose to Li Fuqian before the duel with the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Quebec. No matter how unwilling he was, the truth was the truth. However, he wouldn't be resentful because he was convinced of his defeat. If a swordsman couldn't even face defeat, then in his opinion, the swordsman wasn't worthy to be a swordsman. "Thanks for letting me win." Li Fuqian withdrew his sword intent. The Heart Sword Sovereign was still very powerful. If he didn't use the primary extreme sword art, his sword art was only slightly superior. Furthermore, he learned plenty of things from the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao. These things would allow him to save a lot of hard work. Remember, don't lose. The Heart Sword Sovereign had his pride. Since Li Fuqian defeated him, he hoped that Li Fuchen would continue winning. This way, it would be normal for him to lose. I will. Li Fuchen nodded. Humph. Below the stage, Li Jianxin grunted. As the Heart Sword Sovereign got off the stage, the audience was already in a heated discussion. The Heart Sword Sovereign was defeated. Why do I feel like I am dreaming? It is too unreal. The Heart Sword Sovereign is ranked 4th on the Sword Emperor rankings. Right now, he is probably going to be ranked 5th. This Li Fuchen isn't a dark horse, he is simply a dark dragon that is dark to the very end. Li Fuchen is already so powerful. I wonder how strong Li Jianxin is. Could this year's swordsman tournament be replacing the old with the new? The defeat of the Heart Sword Sovereign was undoubtedly an earth-shattering matter to the crowd. At the same time, it also caused them to have doubts. Since the Heart Sword Sovereign was defeated, the emotionless Sword Emperor Ning Ke might also be defeated. In fact, even the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign might be defeated. It was just that the time was not right. The 9 martial stages were having matches at the same time. Soon enough, it was Li Jianxin's turn. However, Li Jianxin's opponent was just an ordinary swordsman and immediately conceded. Subsequently, the emotionless Sword Emperor's opponent conceded too. It was the next round of the tournament. Martial Stage 6, Xiao Yuan against Li Jianxin. The referee's voice had a trace of excitement. Apart from Sword Dao Saints, who wouldn't be excited to see such an exciting battle? On the martial stage, the battle was very intense. In just a short moment, the Heart Sword Sovereign had already executed the 4th move. But after 4 moves, he didn't have the upper hand. Li Jianxin's sword art was obviously weaker than him, but the sword intent was very powerful. It felt as though the sword in his hand wasn't a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword, but a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. The 5th move, the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword move, was like a raging wave that engulfed Li Jianxin. You are qualified to witness my Li clan's Skyline sword art. The Li clan was once a saint clan, and the Skyline sword art was an extremity sword art created by the Li clan's first sword monarch. There was only one word to describe this sword technique, and that was fast. It was so fast that no one could react. Li Jianxin leaped up and executed the Skyline sword art's first move, Heaven and Earth Roam. Swish! Streaks of white light crisscrossed on the martial stage. In an instant, it felt as though there were countless Li Jianxins on the stage. Each Li Jianxin was wielding a long sword and was using extreme speed to attack the Heart Sword Sovereign. The Heart Sword Sovereign was in a miserable state and was only executing the 5th move when he quickly executed the 6th move. The opponent's sword art was too fast. If the Heart Sword Sovereign didn't change his move, he would be instantly defeated. When the 6th move, Heart Morn, was executed, the void froze and Li Jianxin's sword art had slowed down. However, it was merely slow and wasn't able to freeze the opponent's sword art. After all, this was an extremity sword art, even if Li Jianxin had yet to cultivate this sword art to the extremity. 2nd move. Skylight Flying Sword. With the 1st move slowed down, Li Jianxin executed the 2nd move. When this move was executed, the martial stage burst with radiance. A waterfall-like sword light flew at the Heart Sword Sovereign. When taking a closer look, it wasn't a single sword light. It was clearly countless sword lights stacked together and was advancing with extreme speed. It was like a river of light that was shuttling through the universe. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Morn froze the waterfall of sword lights from the outside in. However, there were simply too many sword lights. After freezing layer after layer, a majority of the sword lights still flew over. When the Heart Sword Sovereign's sword clashed with one of them, sparks burst out and cracks appeared. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the Heart Sword Sovereign was sent flying. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to block so many sword lights. Chapter 786. Landing on the ground, the Heart Sword Monarch asked, "How many moves does your Skyline Sword Art have?" Li Jian said, "There are 9 moves in total." 9 moves? The Heart Sword Sovereign was astonished. As expected of the Sword Sovereign, the first 2 moves of the Skyline Sword Art were already so powerful. Just how powerful would the next 7 moves be? However, he was certain that Li Jianxin had not learned the Skywalker sword technique. The first and second moves were already so powerful. Once he learned the later moves, his sword arts would definitely reach the pinnacle realm. At that time, even the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign would not be a match for him. He just didn't know how many moves Li Jianxin had learned. Was it only 2, 3, or 4? The Heart Sword Sovereign was convinced after losing to Li Fuchen. He was also convinced after losing to Li Jianxin. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao rank was obviously higher than Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin's Skyline Sword Art came from the Sword Lord. Instead of saying that Li Jianxin was defeated by Li Jianxin, it was better to say that Li Jianxin was defeated by the Sword Lord's Sword Art. The Heart Sword Sovereign has no resentment for his loss. The Skyline Sword Art is one of the strongest sword arts in the Saint Spirit continent. Back then, the Sword Monarch used the Skyline Sword Art to make a name for himself in the universe. The Skyline Sword Art pursues all sword arts in the world. Speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. It is said that when the Sword Sovereign uses the Skyline Sword Art, his speed is even faster than the speed of light. No matter what star it is, it will be cut in half. It has been thousands of years since anyone from the Li clan has mastered the Skyline Sword technique. I didn't expect Li Jianxin to appear in this generation. Moreover, Li Jianxin is really amazing. He mastered 2 moves of the Skyline Sword technique at the Transcendence Realm. Everyone had heard of the Sword Sovereign Skyline Sword Art, and they were all discussing it. In the Supreme Private Room, the Tiger Fong Sword Saint said, "Is this the Heavenline Sword Art? You really live up to your reputation." The Skyline Sword technique was so powerful that even the Xianming Sword Saint's Xianming Sword technique couldn't compare to it. As for his ferocious Fanged Sword Tiger Art, it was nothing in front of the Skyline Sword technique. Perhaps only the President's 9 lunar swords could compare. The Xianming Sword Saint said, "The Guild Master has studied the Heavenline Sword technique and admitted that he is no match for it." What? Even the Guild leader admits defeat? The Tiger Fong Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint were moved. The Xianming Sword Saint said with longing, "The Sword Saint is a Lord of Heaven." President, you are still 1 level away from that. The Swordsman Guild's president was famous in the Deep Blue Plain, but he was just a P-class saint. Currently, no one knew if there were any Heaven Monarchs in the Deep Blue Plain. Even if there were high-level saints and P-class saints, no one could see them. Because all of them had gone to the depths of the universe to search for their own opportunities. No one knew if any of them had perished. That's true. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. A heavenly lord, as the name suggested, was comparable to the heavens. Since ancient times, which heavenly lord hadn't been a figure that shocked the universe? The sword art created by a heaven lord was naturally extraordinary and not something that a regular great lord could compare with. This Li Jianxin is a tricky character. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was a little afraid of Li Jianxin. Unless absolutely necessary, the sovereign wouldn't go against Li Jianxin. After all, who knew how many moves of the Skyline Sword Art Li Jianxin cultivated? Furthermore, this was the swordsman tournament and Li Jianxin had plenty of moves that couldn't be used. If there weren't any restrictions and Li Jianxin suddenly took out 1 or 2 extreme Dao artifacts, the sovereign wouldn't be able to use them even if he had a few lives. Skyline Sword Art The Sword Emperor's expression was extremely solemn. He didn't care about Li Jianxin's first and second moves of the Skyline Sword Art, but he wasn't confident he could neutralize the third and fourth moves. In short, when Li Jianxin's Skyline Sword Art appeared, everyone was astonished. Extremity sword art was also known as Extremity Dao sword art. In terms of grades, it was a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. Every heaven-class peak-tier martial art was extremely rare and even saints would have a hard time creating one. Regular saints would only be able to create powerful heaven-class high-tier martial arts, and they might not be as formidable as Li Fuchen and the other sword arts. They might even be inferior. Subsequently, Li Fuchen wasn't able to fight against the emotionless Sword Emperor, Ning Quebec. Instead, they each encountered a weaker opponent. Martial Stage 1, Li Fuchen against Li Jianxin. Swish. Swish. As the referee's voice echoed, the two figures landed on the martial stage at the same time. Boom. It felt like there was a black hole between the duo. Their sword prowess were drawn over and clashed together, letting out a tsunami sound. It was obvious that the sword Dao resonance between the duo was stronger than the sword Dao resonance between Li Fuchen and the Heart Sword Sovereign. However, the duo had yet to make a move. Whether the sword Dao resonance could be triggered would depend on the duo's sword Dao proficiency. Just like how Tang Xing and Murong Yoyu's sword Dao proficiency was similar, they were able to trigger an intense sword Dao resonance. The difference between Li Fuchen and the Heart Sword Sovereign was significant, therefore, when they fought later on, they weren't able to trigger the sword Dao resonance. Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin, they both have the surname Li. Could Li Fuchen be related to the Li clan? Perhaps, the Li clan was already extremely glorious countless years ago. They might have a bloodline that was passed down. I wonder who is stronger between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. Everyone suspected that Li Fuchen had the sword ruler's bloodline. After all, they both had the same surname of Li and had the same outstanding sword Dao talent. Such a situation was rare. On the martial stage, Li Jianxin stared at Li Fuchen and said, "Your sword art isn't bad." The Void Dao sword art was the most versatile sword art. Be it against a fast sword art or a powerful sword art, the Void Dao sword art wouldn't be unable to deal with it, unless there was an insurmountable difference in the sword Dao proficiency. Apart from that, the Void Dao sword art was also an extremely fast sword art. In the deep blue plane, there was a heaven-class peak-tier sword art that was even faster than the Li clan's Skyline sword art. That sword art was the Void Dao sword art. It isn't comparable to your Skyline sword art. Li Fuchen knew that his current primary extreme sword art wasn't comparable to the Skyline sword art. After all, the Skyline sword art was a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. Of course, it was only inferior to the Sword Lord's Skyline sword art and not Li Jianxin's Skyline sword art. Li Jianxin had a clear mind and naturally understood Li Fuchen's intention. He said indifferently, "It is indeed not comparable." Be it the Sword Lord's Skyline sword art or his Skyline sword art, Li Fuchen wasn't comparable. Li Jianxin wasn't arrogant, he was stating a fact. The reason why Li Jianxin was able to cultivate the Skyline sword art wasn't just because of his high perception, it was mainly because he had condensed the sword heart. Without the sword heart, he wouldn't be able to perfectly control the sword Dao law. Without perfect control of the sword Dao law, how was he going to comprehend the extremity sword art? The combination of the sword heart and the Skyline sword art was the source of Li Jianxin's confidence. He was confident that even if he encountered the legendary Sword Emperor or Sword Sovereign, he would be qualified to contest and was confident that he could win. I might not be comparable, but I still have to try. Let me witness the legendary Skyline sword art. Li Fuchen was eager to try. This was his first time facing a heaven-class peak-tier sword art. He was certain that this exchange would be more rewarding than all the previous exchanges. He might be able to create an extremity sword move within a short period of time. Once he could create an extremity sword move, he would be confident to contest even if he encountered a low-level saint. Then you have to be careful. Li Jianxin's body tensed up slightly. In the next moment, he vanished. In the world, there were only streaks of sword lights that weaved together. Skyline sword art's first move. Heaven and earth roam. It is even faster. Below the stage, the Heart Sword Sovereign had a grave expression. When facing this move, he was nearly defeated. Even the Heart Morn couldn't suppress this move. Back then, even if Li Jianxin didn't execute the Skyline Sword Art's second move, the Heart Sword Sovereign wasn't confident he could defeat Li Jianxin. Right now, Li Jianxin's sword move was obviously faster than when they fought, and it shocked the Heart Sword Sovereign. Chapter 787. When facing this extremely fast sword art, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and dislocated the void. The crisscrossed sword lights were shattered. Void Dao sword art had the power to activate the spatial zone with each sword move. In the face of spatial zone, it was useless no matter how fast one was. A random spatial zone would be enough for one to fly for half a day. Of course, Li Jianxin's Skyline sword art wasn't weak either. When the speed was at the extremity, it could actually break through the spatial zone. Back when the Sword Lord was roaming the universe, countless saints had died to this sword art. Clang! Clang clang, sparks burst out. The places where the sparks burst out wouldn't have any sword lights, because the sword lights were blossoming in other places. This was mainly because the duo's exchange speed was too fast. Before the sparks could burst out, the duo had already switched to another place to continue the exchange. SSS, this is too fast. I can't even see the trajectory of their exchange, I can only see the traces left behind. The Skyline sword art is indeed formidable. This sword art is simply too powerful. It is simply at the extremity of speed. Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art is also very incredible. It is actually able to keep up with the Skyline sword art's tempo. Only Void Dao sword arts can keep up with the Skyline sword art's tempo. After all, Void Dao sword arts are able to move the spatial zone and shrink the ground into inches. They are also able to move close yet worlds apart. It is just pure speed, it isn't possible to ignore spatial distance. Hearing everyone's discussions, the Heart Sword Sovereign felt bitter in his heart. After exchanging moves with Li Fuchen, he realized that Li Fuchen's Void Dao sword art had also gotten stronger. It meant that Li Fuchen didn't even use his full strength during the fight. How could the Heart Sword Sovereign know that Li Fuchen didn't just condense the sword heart, he also condensed the Void Dao heart? If Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven sword art at full strength, even if it was just a regular sword move, it would have the mystical power. The battle was still continuing. Li Jianxin's Heaven and Earth Realm might only be a single sword move, but as long as Li Jianxin didn't stop, he could continue to execute it until his qi was exhausted. As compared to the start, the sword lights were getting faster. The initial estimation was at least 1,000 times the speed of sound. What was the concept of 1,000 times the speed of sound? It meant that one could fly a few hundred miles in the blink of the eye, but the martial stage was only 1,000 meters in radius. 3,000 times the speed of sound. With Li Fuchen's incredible eyesight, he was able to discern the opponent's sword speed with just a single glance. The Skyline sword technique was indeed terrifying. Even though it had yet to reach the pinnacle realm, its first move was already able to reach 3,000 times the speed of sound. Once it reached the pinnacle realm, it was hard to imagine what would happen. With a slash of the long sword, a layer of sword light enveloped Li Fuchen. When Li Jianxin's sword light touched this layer of sword light, it felt as though it entered the water or entered a huge space. From the outside, the speed was more than 10 times slower. Clang! Immediately, Li Fuchen easily blocked Li Jianxin's sword. The powerful force made Li Jianxin's right arm gradually numb. It could be said that Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art had completely countered Li Jianxin's Heaven and Earth Realm. Li Jianxin's figure appeared and soared into the sky. The second move of the Skyline swordsmanship, Heavenly Light Flying Sword, descended from the sky. This move could be said to be extremely fast. The sword light stacked together, like a river of light, shuttling through the universe and bursting forth. Even the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heartmorn was helpless against this move. Good timing. When facing the Skyline Swordsmanship's second move, Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. This move's intent was too high. It was obvious that the Sword Sovereign had created this move based on some anomalies in the universe. Blade of Void. Li Fuchen cleaved at the sky. A transparent sword blade had completely frozen the void. It was different from the fight with Moromyoyu. This time, the Blade of Void didn't have a trace of Void Law or Sword Dao Law. It was perfectly fused into the blade, causing this sword to look like a true blade of space. The moment it appeared, the void naturally froze. Bang boom. It felt as though countless mirrors had exploded at the same time. The space between the duo was filled with cracks. If a regular low-tier demonic beast overlord accidentally entered this region, the demonic beast overlord would probably perish instantly. It didn't matter how strong their vitality was. Cracks had also appeared on the light barrier that enveloped the duo. This scene shocked the Tiger Fang Sword Saint. The duo's head-on clash had actually damaged the light barrier. This meant that even a low-level saint would be injured if they weren't careful when they were in the area where the duo fought. Did you see anything? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint asked the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint. The 100-Flower Sword Saint was rather uncertain. This Li Fuchen seems to have condensed the Sword Heart too. That's right. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint revealed a smile. He has indeed condensed the Sword Heart. Furthermore, the level of the Sword Heart is even higher than Li Jianxin. This is also the reason why we made an error in judgment. He really condensed the Sword Heart. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint felt it was too absurd. He could accept it if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign had condensed the Sword Heart. You mean Li Fuchen will win? The 100-Flower Sword Saint looked at the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint shook his head. I don't know either. Of course, if Li Jianxin didn't cultivate the Skyline Sword Art's third move, Li Fuchen has a 90% chance of winning. The Skyline Sword Art was too powerful. Among the Extremity Sword Arts, it was a top-class sword art. Even if Li Jianxin could only comprehend 1% of the Sword Dao intent, it was enough for him to dominate in the Law Phase realm. The concentrated spatial cracks appeared and vanished again. It was a horrifying scene that was hair-raising. PFFF. Fresh blood splattered. Li Jianxin was ultimately inferior to Li Fuchen and there was a blood arrow that sprayed from his shoulder. You are very good, but it is time to end this. Li Jianxin's eyes were very cold. He was actually injured and it was something he didn't expect. Oh. It seems like you have cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's third move. Li Fuchen was rather interested. The first two moves had already opened up a path to the extremity of the Sword Dao. The third move would definitely speed up the process. Once the third move is executed, you might die. I am not joking. Therefore, you better think of how to survive. Li Jianxin wasn't joking. He could control the first two moves perfectly, but he couldn't control the third move. Once the sword was executed, the outcome was already decided. In his opinion, this move was at least 10 times more terrifying than the Heart Sword Sovereign's Heartmorn. If it is as you say, I will pay attention. Li Fuchen didn't let his guard down. He might not fear the opponent's attack, but he didn't wish to get hit either. Be careful. Li Jianxin didn't waste any more words. He wielded his sword with both hands and there was a layer of wind surrounding him. It was a layer of illusory wind. It was unknown if it was an illusion, but they felt that this layer of wind didn't belong to this spatial zone. It was the wind from another spatial zone. This move is called Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. Li Jianxin's voice had also turned illusory and lingered in Li Fuchen's ears. Huff. Li Jianxin disappeared and a horrifying wave attacked Li Fuchen. 10,000 times the speed of sound. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was a saint's spiritual awareness. Unless Li Jianxin's sword art was already at extremity, it was hard to escape Li Fuchen's detection. 10,000 times the speed of sound was already very terrifying for Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's sword speed was only around 2,000 to 3,000 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, this sword wasn't just simply fast. Li Fuchen had a feeling that even the Void Heaven sword art wouldn't be able to weaken this sword's speed. This is sword Dao God speed. The Tiger Fang sword saint's eyes flickered with radiance. Sword Dao God speed was a kind of sword Dao state. Or in other words, it was a sword Dao state that was related to sword speed. After reaching this state, the sword speed itself was already a kind of law. Li Jianxin himself had reached the sword Dao God speed state, but he was still at the initial phase. As compared to the sword lord back then, he was still worlds apart. But right now, Li Jianxin's sword Dao God speed state was also worlds apart from the sword lord. To be serious, Li Jianxin had yet to reach the sword Dao God speed state. He merely used the sky wind God speed / to temporarily touch this state. If it was the past Li Fuchen, even if he could detect this sword in advance, his body wouldn't be able to react in time. But right now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao wasn't just extremely close to extremity, he had also condensed the sword heart and the void Dao heart. Before Li Jianxin's sword was executed, Li Fuchen was already prepared. Under the guidance of the Qi intent, he thrust his sword at the void. Resplendent sparks burst out without restraint. Crackle. The long sword in Li Fuchen's hand was forcefully severed by the invisible wave. He actually sealed this sword in advance. The Tiger Fang sword saint was moved. It was unbelievable to seal the sword Dao God speed. He couldn't understand how Li Fuchen did it. Prediction. The mystic deep sword saint's heart flashed with this term. The sword Dao God speed was indeed incredible, but to activate it, it required time. This time was the flaw, but there weren't many that could catch this flaw. Furthermore, even if the flaw was caught, it was useless. The sword Dao God speed wasn't something that could be blocked easily. Just like the mystic deep sword saint, the Tiger Fang sword saint shook his head. Li Fuchen was ultimately defeated. With the broken sword, Li Jianxin's sword didn't have any more obstructions. As long as he thrust his sword forward, he would be able to cleave Li Fuchen's body. The Tiger Fang sword saint leaned forward and prepared to rescue Li Fuchen. He was confident that he could rescue Li Fuchen after reaching the sword Dao God speed state. When the sword was broken, a wisp of wind assaulted Li Fuchen's face. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic, he only had confidence. I shall let all of you witness the true Void Heaven sword world. Li Fuchen yelled out in his heart. A terrifying sword Dao power that could freeze and contain the void burst out. With the obstruction of this sword Dao power, Li Jianxin's sword speed was getting slower and finally revealed a sword shadow. How is this possible? Li Jianxin's eyes widened. The sword Dao God speed couldn't be weakened. Unless Li Fuchen could create a real spatial zone, otherwise, this sword would advance at a fixed speed. But the scene before him made Li Jianxin doubt himself. Void Dao Heart. Chapter 788. After condensing the Void Dao Heart, one would be able to control the Void Law perfectly. When a person was able to control the Void Law and Sword Dao Law perfectly, the power would be terrifying. It would be able to freeze everything, and even the sword Dao God speed wouldn't be effective. Furthermore, Li Jianxin's sword Dao God speed wasn't the complete sword Dao God speed. He had only touched on this level. The sword revealed a phantom image, and Li Jianxin's body had also revealed a phantom image. Right now, Li Jianxin's sky wind God speed / was already broken. However, Li Jianxin didn't give up and tried his best to use the sky wind God speed / to cleave open the frozen void. Perhaps this move was too mystical. Li Jianxin's body vanished again and entered the sword Dao God speed state. Come out. Li Fuchen raised his right index and middle finger and thrust at the void. Streaks of sword light gathered at the tip of his finger like flowing water. At the same moment, there was a sword Dao power that could freeze the void and lock down the entire spatial zone. Clang! These two fingers were indestructible as they collided with the long sword. The fingertip was like a soldering iron. It first emitted a magma light before it emitted a corporeal and glaring radiance. There were pitch-black spatial cracks that extended out like countless black snakes. At Li Fuchen's cultivation realm, heaven-class mid-tier artifact swords didn't provide much enhancement to him. Within a short period of time, there was no difference if he had a sword or not. Furthermore, Li Fuchen's body was tougher and more indestructible than a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword. When the finger thrust, the power was even stronger than a heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword. It was also impossible to defend against. Crackle! Li Jianxin's sword broke. He was appalled. This sword was imbued with the Sky Wind Godspeed Slash's power, and it was actually broken by two fingers. What were Li Fuchen's fingers made of? After losing his sword, Li Jianxin's sword intent leaked out and he had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to block Li Fuchen's terrifying fingers. Li Fuchen didn't give chase. He had already witnessed the Skyline Sword Art's third move. If Li Jianxin didn't have a follow-up move, it would be very easy for Li Fuchen to defeat him. When Li Jianxin landed on the ground, he took a deep breath. He never thought that he would fall into such a situation. Ever since he mastered the Celestial Wind Godspeed Slash, he had only used it twice. Previously, he nearly killed a low-tier demonic beast overlord, but this time, he was defeated by Li Fuchen. He had to admit that Li Fuchen was the strongest foe in his life. It's terrifying. This Li Jianxin has actually mastered 3 moves of the Skyline Sword technique, especially the third move, Skywind Godspeed Slash. He can actually increase the speed of his sword to such an extent. Even if our strength increases by 100 or 1,000 times, we still won't be able to kill him in one move. But he is still inferior to Li Fuchen. I really don't know where this evildoer Li Fuchen came from. Sigh, I originally thought that the Heart Sword Sovereign was the strongest. But now, it seems that the Heart Sword Sovereign isn't the weakest. Indeed, the Heart Sword Sovereign couldn't even block Li Jianxin's second move. You can't say that. The reason why Li Jianxin is so strong is because of the Sword Sovereign Skyline Sword Art. Without the Skyline Sword Art, he is undoubtedly weaker than the Heart Sword Sovereign. In this world, there isn't anything that is absolutely fair. Li Jianxin has the support of his clan's resources, but the Heart Sword Sovereign might also have astonishing fated encounters. The battle between Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen had made everyone gasp in amazement. They were all in heated discussions as they were afraid that they might suffocate. Senior Qinyan, Li Fuchen is so powerful. Beside Chu Qinyan, Mao Xueqing's eyes were filled with radiance. Chu Qinyan nodded. Li Fuchen's strength was indeed much stronger than before. She thought that her improvement was already significant and could be described as rapid progress. However, Li Fuchen's improvement was even greater than hers. She really didn't know how Li Fuchen cultivated. No matter where he is, he will always be so dazzling. Some people are destined to reach the pinnacle. The Purple Bamboo Great Emperor smiled. The Iron Blood Great Emperor nodded and agreed with the Purple Bamboo Great Emperor. Interesting. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang narrowed his eyes. He realized that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. From Li Fuchen's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Li Fuchen. Of course, it didn't mean that it was impossible, but there were variables. I really wish to exchange moves with them. The Sword Sovereign's face flashed with a serious expression. Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen were already qualified to fight with him. In fact, at their level, their strength was almost the same under normal circumstances. They would be competing with their finishing moves and kill moves. Whoever's finishing move and kill move was stronger would be the one laughing at the end. Li Jianxin and Li Fuchen's kill moves had made the Sword Sovereign develop a trace of battle intent. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you are saying that he didn't just condense the Sword Heart, he also condensed the Void Dao Heart. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint widened their eyes. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded, you should know better than anyone else about the Sword Dao Godspeed state. A pure Void Dao sword art isn't able to suppress the Sword Dao Godspeed. Indeed. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint thought about it and felt that it was reasonable. This child's innate talent is close to the guild leader and the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. As long as he doesn't perish, there will be a place for him in the future universe. The 100-Flower Sword Saint praised. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint shook his head. I can't compare to him. At the very least, I didn't condense a sword heart at the aspect realm, let alone other Dao hearts. In the entire Swordsman Guild, probably only the President and the Sword Emperor could condense the Sword Heart at the Law Phase realm. It was still unknown if the Sword Sovereign had condensed the Sword Heart. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, although you didn't condense the Sword Heart at the Transcendence realm, your improvement speed isn't any slower than the President. Otherwise, the President wouldn't be at ease handing the Swordsman Guild to you. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled bitterly and no longer tried to explain. On the martial arts stage, Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin stood 100 meters apart. Unlike Li Fuchen's indifference, Li Jianxin didn't have the calmness from before. It was replaced with sharpness and sharpness. Use your fourth move. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Jianxin raised his eyebrows. Was he trying to provoke him? If he really mastered the fourth move, no one below the Saint Monarch realm would be a match for him. Even in the third move, Li Fuchen was only slightly superior and the difference wasn't huge. Li Jianxin did not say anything. His vitality magnetic field changed slightly. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He noticed that Li Jianxin's body was brewing an extremely astounding power. Gradually, the people outside the martial arts stage also felt Li Jianxin's abnormality. Could he have mastered the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move? That is impossible. The third move is already so incredible, wouldn't the fourth move be able to instantly kill anyone below the Saint Monarch realm? Why is it impossible? Can't you see that Li Jianxin's chi field is changing? It contains the aura of destruction. Li Fuchen is in danger now. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the martial arts stage as they were afraid to miss out on any details. Crackle. Li Jianxin's body appeared with red electric currents. These electric currents weren't Thunder Dao laws, they were vital electric currents that contained horrific sword intent. Is there really a fourth move? Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. Crackle. A red electric light instantly brushed past Li Fuchen's body and appeared behind him. Li Jianxin's figure appeared there. PFFF. Li Jianxin vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed. He ultimately wasn't able to execute the fourth move and was only able to comprehend a trace of the fourth move's sword intent. Otherwise, Li Fuchen would have lost or died. Incredible indeed. Chapter 789. What a pity. I told you that Li Jianxin couldn't have mastered the fourth move of the Skyline Sword technique. If he succeeded, the one lying on the ground now wouldn't be Li Jianxin, but Li Fuchen. Everyone felt that it was a pity that they could not see the fourth move. It was a pity for Li Jianxin. This match ended with Li Jianxin's defeat. Everyone knew that the swordsman tournament was coming to an end. Next, it would be up to the emotionless Sword Emperor or Li Fuchen to see who would have the last laugh. Of course, the emotionless Sword Emperor had to defeat the Heart Sword Sovereign and Li Jianxin. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight with Li Fuchen. Second arena, Ning Ke vs Xiao Yuan. As both of them were veteran elite swordsmen, the battle between the two of them was unimaginably intense. Moreover, everyone could see that the Heart Sword Sovereign's condition seemed to have improved significantly during the battle between the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Dao. The Heart Sword Dao emphasized the most on one's condition. When one's condition was high, one's battle prowess would naturally increase as well. Emotionless Sword Emperor, you and I have fought several times, but I have never won against you. This time, I will reverse my fate. The Heart Sword Sovereign's battle intent soared into the sky, but his heart was clear. Every move of the emotionless Sword Sovereign couldn't escape his eyes. Don't you understand? There is a qualitative gap between us. The emotionless Sword Emperor brandished out blinding white light one after another, forcing the Heart Sword Sovereign to be unable to retaliate. Heart palpitations. The Heart Sword Sovereign burst forth with his ultimate move. Raging waves of sword chi surged towards the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor leaped backward and brandished his long sword. Countless white lights shot out and shattered the Heart Sword Sovereign's heart palpitations cleanly. It was like the spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Heart Sorrow. The Heart Sword Sovereign quickly followed up with his killer move. His Sword Dao Law transformed into the true essence of death and enveloped the emotionless Sword Sovereign. The sword is heartless. The emotionless Sword Emperor's long sword spun around, and the cold white sword radiance illuminated the stage. The Heart Morning's true essence of death immediately dissolved when it came into contact with the white sword radiance. It was completely useless. That sword domain that froze the void couldn't stop the sword radiance from expanding, and it was constantly being pushed back. The sword is already emotionless, so it has no fear. Why would it be afraid of death? A truly emotionless sword can kill gods and Buddhas. Li Fuchen saw the true essence of the emotionless Sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Dao sacrificed one's emotions in exchange for fearlessness. It was easy to imagine how terrifying a person would be when they had no fear. Puff! Spurting a mouthful of blood, the Heart Sword Sovereign was sent flying. This time, he lost again. He had never won against the emotionless Sword Emperor. The emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao didn't have any weakness. He suspected that even the Sword Sovereign might not be able to defeat the current emotionless Sword Emperor. Heart Sword Sovereign's defeat is not unjust. Li Fuchen let out a sigh. The emotionless Sword Principle was definitely a terrifying Sword Principle, much more terrifying than he had imagined. After coming into contact with a large number of Sword Daos, Li Fuchen already had an intuitive feeling. The emotionless Sword Dao and the ordinary Sword Dao were definitely on the same level. Li Fuchen had crowned these Sword Daos as top-rate Sword Daos. The Heart Sword Sovereign's Heart Sword Dao was also very strong, but it was still a little weaker than the emotionless Sword Dao and the ordinary Sword Dao. It could be considered a quasi-superb Sword Dao. As for Tang Xing's stellar Sword Dao, it could only be considered a first-rate Sword Dao. Murong Yoyu's water-drip Sword Dao was a second-rate Sword Dao. Above the superb Sword Principle was the Supreme Sword Principle. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme Sword Dao was the Supreme Sword Dao. Of course, the strength of the Sword Dao wasn't directly related to the swordsman's strength. If a swordsman delved deeply into a second-rate Sword Dao, he might be able to defeat someone with a first-rate Sword Dao. Only when the Sword Dao was raised to the extremity, the strength of the Sword Dao would affect the swordsman's strength. After all, if one's extremity wasn't comparable to others, it meant that one's ultimate potential would be inferior too. However, those that could create incredible Sword Daos would normally be extremely powerful and wouldn't be overly weak and mediocre. The Heart Sword Sovereign still isn't able to defeat the emotionless Sword Emperor. The rise of the emotionless Sword Emperor isn't inferior to the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Before the previous Swordsman tournament, he didn't even enter the Sword Emperor rankings, he didn't even enter the Great Emperor rankings. He is just like Li Fuchen before the Swordsman tournament, a nobody. It seems like the Heart Sword Sovereign can only be ranked 4th, Li Jianxin will either be second or third. That's right, let's see if the emotionless Sword Emperor can defeat the Sword Dao monster, Li Fuchen. Everyone had already crowned Li Fuchen as the Sword Dao monster. Right now, it wasn't Li Fuchen challenging others, it was others challenging Li Fuchen. It was unknown how long had passed. Martial Stage 6, Ning Ke against Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin's injuries had already recovered. When facing the emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Jianxin, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately executed the Skyline Sword Art. The Skyline Sword Art was the fastest sword technique at the pinnacle. Unfortunately, the emotionless Sword Dao pursued speed and accuracy. In terms of sword speed, only the emotionless Sword Emperor could compete with Li Jianxin, even Li Fuchen was inferior. Of course, if Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art, he would still be able to compete in sword speed. The primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, was also unbelievably fast. It was comparable to the Skyline Sword Art's third move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. The primary extreme sword art's intention was the source of the Sword Dao. It was the pinnacle in all aspects. Apart from that, the Void Heaven Sword Art might not be comparable to the Skyline Sword Art in terms of pure speed, but in terms of effects, it wasn't inferior to Li Jianxin's Skyline Sword Art. No matter how fast Li Jianxin flew, the Void Heaven Sword Art could shorten the spatial zone and arrive at the same destination as Li Jianxin. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to defeat Li Jianxin with the Void Heaven Sword Art. The clash of fast swords made this match even more intense and thrilling than the match between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. On the martial stage, there were only blinding white lights and astounding sword lights that were clashing. Too fast, it is even faster than the match between Li Fuchen and Li Jianxin. I thought the Skyline Sword Art would be the fastest sword art. I didn't expect the emotionless Sword Emperor's emotionless sword art to be so fast. Apart from that, the emotionless sword art is more accurate and ruthless. Don't be in a hurry. Apart from the second move of the Skyline Sword Art, each move is faster than the previous. It isn't the time to judge who is faster. As everyone was discussing, Li Jianxin executed the second move. The second move was slightly slower than the first move. It was because of the overlapping sword lights that affected the speed. As compared to the first move, the second move was almost impossible to resist. On the martial stage, a river of light was flowing towards the emotionless Sword Emperor. When facing this move, the emotionless Sword Emperor executed the move that he used to neutralize the Heart Sword Sovereign's fifth move. He leaped back and brandished his sword. Countless sword lights shot out, but this time, the sword lights didn't scatter and gather together. It looked like a river of light too. Boom! When the two rivers of light clashed together, an intense radiance filled up the entire wind cloud martial stage. It was even leaking out of the stage. When the radiance dimmed a little, Li Jianxin's figure vanished. The third move, Sky Wind Godspeed Slash, was instantly executed. There was an abnormally sharp wave that assaulted the emotionless Sword Emperor. Since the start of the tournament, this was the first time the emotionless Sword Emperor let out a yell. His entire body turned blurry and the sword in his hand was so fast that it felt as though time and space were flowing in reverse. In the next moment, a spatial crack that was 2 fingers thick burst out. The emotionless Sword Emperor's sword blocked the sudden sword. Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash was blocked. Everyone looked as though they had seen a ghost. Earlier on, Li Fuchen wasn't even able to completely block Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed Slash. Once the sword made contact, it was immediately broken. His emotionless Sword Dao is already extremely close to extremity. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint praised. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. In order to block the Skyline Sword Art's third move, they had to be like Li Fuchen, condensing the Sword Heart and the Void Dao Heart. Otherwise, they had to be like the emotionless Sword Emperor and push their sword Dao to an extremely close level to extremity. The two swords clashed against each other. Both sides were unable to move, because the speed of their swords was too fast. When they clashed, it created a terrifying stickiness in the void. At this time, the one who couldn't hold on first would be the one who would be utterly defeated. The spatial crack was like black lightning that burst out between the duo. There was a shocking energy that was constantly collapsing and was going to explode at any moment. Crack. All of a sudden, there was an invisible crack on the surface of Li Jianxin's sword. It was a crack that only Li Jianxin could sense. Li Jianxin is defeated. Li Fuchen had also seen the crack. One mustn't forget that he had a saint's spiritual awareness, and his soul spirit was even stronger than a saint's. Crack, 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 more cracks appeared. Immediately after, Li Jianxin's sword shattered into thousands of pieces and shot back into Li Jianxin's body. Thousands of tiny blood arrows sprayed out from Li Jianxin's body. Li Jianxin was sent flying and vomited a blood arrow. This time, Li Jianxin didn't forcefully execute the fourth move. Furthermore, with his current condition, he wasn't able to execute the fourth move. Once he executed it, he would probably suffer severe injuries. Who says veteran swordsmen aren't good? The emotionless Sword Emperor has directly neutralized Li Jianxin's third move. The emotionless Sword Dao isn't that gorgeous, but it is definitely the most terrifying Sword Dao. Everyone in the audience seats was shocked by the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength. Even the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was looking at the emotionless Sword Emperor with caution. Emotionless Sword Emperor, I am waiting to fight with you. The Sword Sovereign emitted the sword prowess of the 10,000 sword greeting and was like a ruler of the sword. Chapter 790. Heart Sword Sovereign 4th, Li Jianxin 3rd. Finally, the first and second will be decided. I feel so excited, my body can't help but tremble. Who isn't? This is a battle at the pinnacle of the way of the sword. It's comparable to the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign. In my opinion, this battle might not be inferior to the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Sword Emperor. There were only a few matches left and everyone was looking forward to the match between the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Fuchen. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, who do you think will win? In the Tiger Fang Sword Saint's opinion, the emotionless Sword Emperor had a higher chance of winning. After all, the emotionless Sword Emperor was able to neutralize the Skyline Sword Art's third move, while Li Fuchen was only suppressing the Skyline Sword Art's third move. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint said, on the surface, the emotionless Sword Emperor is naturally superior. However, sometimes, superficial things are the easiest to deceive. What do you mean? The 100-Flower Sword Saint was curious. Do you remember Li Fuchen's expression when Li Jianxin executed his fourth move? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint asked. Hearing this, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint recalled. Suddenly, the two of them revealed shocked expressions. As saints, having photographic memory was just child's play for them. They were able to rearrange things that they had seen before. Right now, the duo's mind was already replaying Li Fuchen's expression back then. Apart from confidence and a trace of surprise, Li Fuchen's face didn't have a trace of fear. It also meant that even if Li Jianxin executed the fourth move of the Skyline Sword style, Li Fuchen still had the ability to resist. No way. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint did not believe it. It also means that Li Fuchen is still concealing a portion of his strength. The 100-Flower Sword Saint gave the answer. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint nodded. Most likely. Right now, we will see how much strength Li Fuchen is concealing and how much strength the emotionless Sword Emperor is using to deal with Li Jianxin. Therefore, it is hard to judge the outcome now. As the matches ended, the referee still didn't report the match between Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor. Finally, when there was only one match left, the referee's voice rang out. Ning Ke against Li Fuchen. At this moment, the 9 arenas had already merged into one, and each side was 3,000 meters long. It's about to start. Everyone held their breaths. 2 figures landed on the stage at the same time. Your sword is very fast. Li Fuchen spoke. Did you try your best earlier? The emotionless Sword Emperor asked. Li Fuchen laughed, aren't you the same? That's good. The emotionless Sword Emperor nodded. If Li Fuchen had already tried his best, then this battle would be without any suspense. A battle without suspense was meaningless to him. What? Neither of them tried their best. Although their voices weren't loud, everyone heard them clearly, and they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Li Jianqin and the Heart Sword Sovereign were both formidable, especially Li Jianqin. With the Skyline Sword Art, he was definitely at the pinnacle of the Law Phase realm. Back then, everyone believed that he was qualified to contest with the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign. Right now, Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor were telling them that they didn't use their full strength in the previous fight. How could they not be dumbfounded? It is understandable for the emotionless Sword Emperor to conceal his strength, but I can't see through Li Fuchen's strength. The emotionless Sword Emperor had broken Li Jianqin's third move, so he might have a backup plan. Li Fuchen barely broke the third move and couldn't even injure Li Jianqin. On the martial stage, there was not even a trace of wind, the air had directly frozen. There might not be any sword Dao resonance between the duo, but the pressure from the Qi field was even more terrifying than the sword Dao resonance. Then let's fight. Li Fuchen said. Of course. The emotionless Sword Emperor's eyes were indifferent and emotionless. Clang! Without any warning, sparks burst out in the air between the duo. Clang 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 clang, the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was extremely fast, accurate, and ruthless. Each move didn't need to be complicated, but it was unblockable. In the world of sword arts, there was nothing that couldn't be overcome, only speed was unbreakable. The emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was vividly displayed and it was superior to Li Jianqin's sword art. As for Li Fuchen's Void Heaven sword art, it utilized the spatial distance to the extreme. No matter how fast the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword was, there would always be a slight gap between him and Li Fuchen. It didn't matter how far the emotionless Sword Emperor and Li Fuchen were, Li Fuchen's sword would always be able to close in at the appropriate moment. This was an evenly matched battle. Between the duo, they were only fighting for that trace of upper hand and initiative. However, this trace of upper hand and initiative had been lingering between the duo and didn't favor either of them. After images flashed, and the two people who had been fighting in the air suddenly collided. Sparks flew wildly, connecting together. This meant that the two of them had exchanged many blows in a short period of time, and had changed many angles. This is close combat. Someone had goosebumps. Close combat was the most dangerous because it was too close. Be it Li Fuchen or the emotionless Sword Emperor, their sword speed could easily reach a few thousand times the speed of sound. With such fast speed, a few hundred meters was nothing and a few dozen meters was negligible. What about a distance of less than 1 meter? It was simply dancing on the edge of a blade. But it was precisely because it was too dangerous that everyone felt their blood boiling. They looked at the duo with deep reverence. Fast, it was truly too fast. When fighting with a distance of a few dozen or a few hundred meters, the duo would still judge the situation and make arrangements. But when the distance was less than 1 meter, the duo didn't care about anything else. Their only thought was to swing their swords with all their might. Crackle. The duo's swords broke at the same time. In the next moment, the duo took out a new Heaven-class mid-tier artifact sword from their storage bags at the same speed and slashed at each other. Clang! The duo's swords clashed and their bodies were almost leaning against each other as they had a frenzied contest of strength. At the same moment, the duo's eyes looked into each other's eyes without any surprise. Li Fuchen's eyes were blazing and calm. The emotionless Sword Emperor's eyes were indifferent and emotionless, but they were filled with sincerity towards the Sword Dao. The duo didn't see any trace of apprehension or flicker in each other's eyes. This is truly satisfying. Li Fuchen grinned. In terms of Sword Dao, the emotionless Sword Emperor was definitely a formidable foe. He felt his blood burning, but his heart was extremely calm and was almost cold-blooded. The duo didn't just blindly fight in close combat. Whenever the shockwave separated them, the duo wouldn't waste any opportunity and would slash from a distance. The duo's fundamental strength is comparable. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint commented. The 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded. Before this, no matter who faced Li Fuchen or the emotionless Sword Emperor, they would be at a disadvantage. Only these two are evenly matched. But I can see that their Sword Dao foundation isn't on par. To be serious, the emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao foundation is slightly stronger, but Li Fuchen's combat awareness is too powerful. His sword art might look unconstrained and unrestrained, but it gives off a tight and seamless feeling. If the opponent isn't the emotionless Sword Emperor but someone else who is on par with the emotionless Sword Emperor, they would already be at a disadvantage. That's right. The emotionless Sword Dao doesn't have any emotions in its sword art. It is because there aren't any emotions, therefore, it can always fight in the most correct way. The mystic Deep Sword Saint revealed a surprised expression. He might be talking about the emotionless Sword Emperor, but he was actually praising Li Fuchen. The mystic Deep Sword Saint had never seen anyone in the Law Phase realm who could display combat awareness to Li Fuchen's level. Such a person was simply born for combat. The emotionless Sword Emperor had obviously realized that Li Fuchen was different from all the other swordsmen he had encountered. It was impossible to defeat such a swordsman in close combat. Only by using finishing moves and kill moves could the emotionless Sword Emperor be defeated. Countless white lights shot out and each of them were extremely fast. They were like the sunlight but were much colder than the sunlight and could freeze the heart. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen brandished his sword and countered with countless transparent blades. Right at this moment, the emotionless Sword Emperor's body turned blurry and an extremely cold sword light burst out. Due to the extreme speed of the sword light, the spectators felt as though time and space were flowing in reverse and the spatial zone was collapsing. It was this sword move that allowed the emotionless Sword Emperor to defeat Li Jianxin. Right now, this sword move was used on Li Fuchen. At this moment, no one had time to think. Of course, there were still people who could think. Like a saint. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint's eyes were burning. He wanted to see how Li Fuchen was going to block this sword move. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was naturally able to observe this sword move. But this sword move was indeed too fast and was even slightly faster than Li Jianxin's Sky Wind Godspeed slash. Li Fuchen executed the Void Heaven Sword World and brandished his sword. The sword field that froze the void was collapsing and this was the first time Li Fuchen was at a disadvantage. Immediately after, the two swords clashed together. There was a burst of horrific power as Li Fuchen slid away. Such a crafty kid. The 100-Flower Sword Saint's eyes lit up. Li Fuchen obviously knew that his sword wasn't able to block the emotionless Sword Emperor. Therefore, when he brandished his sword to probe, he left some leeway. Otherwise, in the face of the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword move, his sword would be broken and he would be defeated. In this aspect, Li Jianxin was far inferior to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had always been able to advance and retreat freely in battles. Even when facing opponents that were stronger than him, he would be able to remain undefeated for a short period of time. After losing the initiative, it isn't that easy to escape. The mystic Deep Sword Saint knew deeply about the terror of the emotionless Sword Dao. As expected, after the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword had the upper hand, the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword had caught up and had already caught up to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen still wanted to use that move to deal with the emotionless Sword Emperor, he would definitely be defeated. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't going to force it. His strongest sword art was the primary extreme sword art. During the process of retreating, the boundless sword prowess burst out. It made the emotionless sword emperor feel as though he was in a boundless ocean or in the starry sky. There was a limit to one's strength. When facing the heaven and earth, even the most fearless person would feel insignificant. Danger. The emotionless sword emperor's entire body was warning as he brandished his sword in a frenzy. Despite the case, his body still burst out with blood. The sword sea horizon couldn't find the other shore and could only sink. Chapter 791. Everyone might have realized that Li Fuchen had stronger sword moves, but when Li Fuchen executed the primary extreme sword art's first move, Sword Sea Horizon, everyone was still shocked. Even someone as strong as the emotionless Sword Emperor was injured by this move. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they be severely injured or even killed instantly? Li Fuchen, who released this sword, didn't pursue and stood quietly in place. The boundless sword sea was already extremely close to the extremity of the way of the sword. Coupled with the heart of the sword, it was even more powerful than an attack that was infinitely close to the extremity. As for his Void Heaven sword technique, it was only close to the pinnacle level. Moreover, the Void Dao heart and the sword heart were separate. In terms of profundity and potential, it was far inferior to the primary extreme sword technique. Of course, the emotionless Sword Emperor's Sword Dao realm was extremely high and seemed to be infinitely close to the extremity of the Sword Dao. However, he didn't condense the Sword Heart, and that was his greatest weakness. In short, Li Fuchen didn't just have the advantage of the Sword Heart, his Sword Dao proficiency was only slightly inferior to the emotionless Sword Emperor. This move's intent is too profound. The mystic deep Sword Saint's eyes flickered with radiance. Li Fuchen's sword art might not be at extremity and was far inferior to his mystic deep sword art, but he could feel that Li Fuchen's move contained a sword Dao that was beyond the emotionless sword Dao. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint nodded too. They could feel a boundless chi presence from Li Fuchen's move. I see. 1,000 meters away, the emotionless Sword Emperor lowered his head and looked at the bloodstains on his body. He originally thought that Li Fuchen should have a stronger Void Dao sword move. From the looks of it now, Li Fuchen's strongest sword art wasn't even a Void Dao sword art, but an even stronger sword art. It also meant that Li Fuchen hadn't used his most proficient sword art. My strongest sword technique is the primary extreme sword technique. That move just now was the first move of the primary extreme sword technique, Boundless Sword Sea. Li Fuchen introduced. Primary extreme sword art. From Li Fuchen's tone, the emotionless Sword Emperor could feel the ambition to swallow the universe. Primary extreme meant the source. If there was a day when Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art reached the extremity, it would definitely be the strongest sword art in the boundless universe. Of course, it was unknown whether the primary extreme sword technique had such terrifying potential. Boundless Sword Sea. Li Jianxin's expression changed. He assumed that as long as he cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move, he would be able to suppress anyone below the Saints. From the looks of it now, he had overestimated himself and the Skyline Sword Art. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was obviously comparable to his Skyline Sword Art's fourth move. Unless the fourth move was an extremity sword move, otherwise, he would only be on par with Li Fuchen. Emotionless Sword Emperor, take out your trump card. Otherwise, you won't be my match. Li Fuchen said. Alright, Dream Bubble Shadow. The emotionless Sword Emperor soared into the sky and slashed out with his sword. As this sword slashed out, countless air bubbles appeared in the void. In each air bubble, there was an emotionless Sword Emperor. Moreover, these air bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing, giving off a feeling of emotionless life and death. Seeing this scene, those who were familiar with the emotionless Sword Emperor were very surprised. They had never thought that the emotionless Sword Emperor would create such a magnificent sword move. Seeing this move, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. What others saw was beauty, but what he saw was the truth behind it. Turning complexity into simplicity and turning simplicity into complexity, these two paths didn't have any superiority or inferiority. If a person's sword art was very complicated and gorgeous, if there was a day that the person could create a concise sword art, then the person's sword Dao would definitely have a great improvement. Similarly, if a person's sword art was very concise, if there was a day that the person could create a magnificent sword art, then the person's sword Dao would definitely have a great improvement. Once the dream bubble shadow was executed, Li Fuchen felt that the sword Dao law in the world had evolved the life and death Dao presence. This was the same path as the Heart Sword Sovereign's sixth move, Heart Mourn, which used the sword Dao law to evolve the true meaning of death. But it was obvious that the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword art was more profound and thorough. Li Fuchen didn't use the Sect Origin Swords. What a joke! The Sect Origin Swords was a sword move that was extremely close to the extremity of sword Dao. When complemented with the sword Heart, it might not be inferior to a true extremity sword art. Therefore, when facing the emotionless Sword Emperor's true kill move, Li Fuchen still executed the Sword Sea Horizon. This time, the Sword Sea Horizon was even more boundless and there weren't any signs of holding back. Bang boom! The bubbles burst one by one. Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was like a vast starry sky and an endless ocean. There was no end or boundary. No matter how terrifying the emotionless Sword Emperor's dream bubble shadow was, it was unable to approach Li Fuchen and could only sink into the Sword Sea. PFFF. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, the emotionless Sword Emperor was sent flying again while his body was bursting with blood. At this moment, he was rather shocked. It was obvious that Li Fuchen had held back earlier because he was waiting for the emotionless Sword Emperor to execute his true kill move. It was a pity that the emotionless Sword Emperor's dream bubble shadow was still not a match for the Sword Sea Horizon. I can see that you haven't studied this move for a long time. There are some flaws. Li Fuchen frowned. This move seemed to be strong in appearance but weak in reality. Of course, it was only strong in appearance but weak in reality to Li Fuchen. To others, this move could only be described as horrific. How can life and death be so easily comprehended? This next move was originally used to deal with the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor. But in my opinion, you aren't inferior to the Sword Sovereign and Sword Emperor. It isn't a waste to use it on you. The emotionless Sword Emperor regained his calm expression. In fact, the dream bubble shadow wasn't considered his true kill move. But if the dream bubble shadow was perfected, it would become his true kill move. This move is called Emotion Oblivion. After speaking, the emotionless Sword Emperor's body emitted an empty chi presence. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. In his perception, the emotionless Sword Emperor had nearly vanished and it felt as though he was going to escape into the void and into nothingness. Sword Sea Horizon. Instinctively, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. But this time, the emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't immersed in the Sword Sea anymore. The Sword Sea had lost most of its restraints on him. Emotion Oblivion had already forgotten about emotions and this world. Therefore, it was normal that he wasn't restrained. There was a faintly discernible wave that assaulted while Li Fuchen countered with his sword. On the martial stage, Li Fuchen could only see Li Fuchen constantly executing kill moves. Everyone could feel the boundless sword prowess through the barrier. But the emotionless Sword Emperor seemed to have vanished. The boundless sword prowess would occasionally reveal a trace of his body. During the rest of the time, no one could see his existence. After a few dozen breaths, Li Fuchen was finally familiar with Emotion Oblivion. The emotionless Sword Emperor had finally found the only entrance to the Sword Sea Horizon. Only by passing through this entrance would he have the chance to injure Li Fuchen. Boom! The duo's swords finally clashed together. At the instant when the swords clashed, there was a sword chi that was like a breeze that brushed past Li Fuchen's body. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as though his entire body was going to vanish and be forgotten by the world. Of course, Li Fuchen's boundless sword force had also been transmitted into the emotionless Sword Emperor's body through the emotionless Sword Emperor's sword. There was a loud sound and the barrier was broken. Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor were both sent flying. The difference was that Li Fuchen instantly recovered when he was flying and forcefully landed. The emotionless Sword Emperor's body sprayed out a huge amount of blood and was sent flying off the martial stage. Chapter 792. Unmoved was a move that wasn't inferior to Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon. In fact, in terms of Sword Dao level, this move was far superior to the Sword Sea Horizon. It was a pity that Li Fuchen was able to withstand Unmoved's attack, but the emotionless Sword Emperor couldn't withstand the Sword Sea Horizon's attack. Let alone the fact that the emotionless Sword Emperor wasn't a body refinement emperor, even if he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. A regular body refinement emperor's defense was negligible against such an attack. Li Fuchen has such tough defense. The emotionless Sword Emperor's attack actually couldn't injure him. He is at least a completion level law phase realm body refinement emperor. That's right. Both of their attacks might have weakened by half, but even if there was only 15% left, it wouldn't be that easy to withstand. The emotionless Sword Emperor is an example. The emotionless Sword Emperor's defeat isn't unjust. Even if the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign were here, they wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen. Everyone was shocked. Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength was already so horrific and his body refinement strength was also at an extremely high level. How was the emotionless Sword Emperor going to fight Li Fuchen? Even if the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength was one level higher than Li Fuchen, it was still difficult to defeat Li Fuchen. If I don't eliminate this child today, it will be difficult to eliminate him in the future. Inside the top-class private room that was gathered with the Gao clansmen, the Broken Flow Saint frowned. He didn't know if it was a wise decision to deal with Li Fuchen. With his strength, he was naturally able to kill Li Fuchen, but if he couldn't, there would be endless troubles. Dual cultivation of sword and body refinement. Inside a second-class private room, the Devil Sovereign had a grave expression. On the extreme Dao Mountain, he had exchanged moves with Li Fuchen. But back then, Li Fuchen didn't use his Sword Dao strength and used his body refinement strength instead. Therefore, the Devil Sovereign knew better than anyone that Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was much stronger than everyone imagined. During that battle, Li Fuchen was only one level lower than the Devil Sovereign. If Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength and body refinement strength were comparable, the Devil Sovereign wouldn't have such thoughts. But Li Fuchen's Sword Dao strength was obviously superior to his body refinement strength. Even though the Devil Sovereign had a breakthrough on the extreme Dao Mountain, he didn't have any confidence to defeat Li Fuchen. The Sword Dao isn't alone. The Sword Emperor will probably feel the pressure too. The Sword Emperor grinned as his battle intent surged. In the past, only he was on the same level as the Sword Emperor. But seriously speaking, he was still much weaker than the Sword Emperor. Moreover, he never knew if the Sword Emperor had given his all. Now, two existences that were not inferior to him had appeared all of a sudden. This made him excited. They might not be able to threaten the Sword Arch now, but as time passed, everything would be uncertain. Standing on the martial stage, Li Fuchen had a flash of admiration on his face. This move of the emotionless Sword Emperor was even stronger than his sect origin swords. If the other party had the Sword Heart, he wouldn't be a match even if he executed the sect origin swords. Unfortunately, his opponent did not have Sword Heart. There was a huge difference between having a Sword Heart and not having one. After all, without the Sword Heart, one wouldn't be able to perfectly control the Sword Dao laws. With the Sword Heart, one would be able to perfectly control the Sword Dao laws. As for why he didn't execute the sect origin swords and defeat his opponent cleanly, Li Fuchen had his own considerations. There were too many spectators in the swordsman tournament and there might be formidable enemies. If he revealed all his trump cards, it would only be disadvantageous to him, even if he had the hand of God. Of course, if the Sword Sea Horizon wasn't enough to defeat the emotionless Sword Emperor, Li Fuchen would still execute the sect origin swords. He was determined to obtain the first rank of the swordsman tournament. This year's swordsman tournament is rather unexpected. Tiger Fang Sword Saint, go and announce the results. The mystic deep Sword Saint smiled. All right. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint flashed and instantly teleported out of the supreme private room. In the sky, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint stood in the air. This year's swordsman tournament has ended successfully. Those that are qualified to enter the sword world are, Li Fuchen, Ning Ke, Li Jianxin, Xiao Yuan, Tang Xing, Morong Youyu, Lu Hua, Song Shanhe, Yuan Haojie, and Zhu Lang. Apart from being able to enter the sword world, the top 10 of the swordsman tournament would also receive a huge amount of contribution points as rewards. The first rank would receive 5 million contribution points, the second rank would receive 2 million contribution points, the third rank would receive 1 million contribution points, the 4th to 10th rank would receive 500,000 contribution points. As for the 11th to 20th rank, they might not be able to enter the sword world, but they would still receive 500,000 contribution points. They would also be able to receive pointers from Sword Dao Saints. The pointers from Sword Dao Saints might not be comparable to entering the sword world, but it was definitely hundreds or even thousands of times better than those that couldn't enter the sword world. It is finally over. This year's swordsman tournament is truly full of twists and turns. Isn't that so? This Li Fuchen obviously has the shadow of the Sword Emperor and Li Jianxin has the shadow of the Sword Sovereign. It is a pity that the emotionless Sword Emperor and the Heart Sword Sovereign are missing. In my opinion, the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength is probably not inferior to the Sword Sovereign. Right now, only the Sword Emperor can rule the Sword Dao world. The others aren't very stable. That's right. Apart from the Sword Emperor, be it the Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, or Li Fuchen, they aren't enough to convince the masses. Of course, Li Fuchen is definitely the most qualified to challenge the Sword Emperor. Everyone was rather respectful towards the Sword Emperor. In the previous swordsman tournament, the Sword Emperor obtained first rank with absolute strength. Even the Sword Sovereign wasn't a threat to him. With the end of the swordsman tournament, everyone started to disperse. Li Fuchen and the others followed the Tiger Fang Sword Saint to the Swordsman Guild headquarters. In a garden in the Swordsman Guild headquarters, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint didn't immediately activate the Sword World. He was waiting for the Sword Emperor and the Sword Sovereign to arrive. Shangguan Jiuli pays his respects to the Sword Saint. A short moment later, a youth arrived. The youth was wearing a golden crown and had a stalwart body. He might not have an obvious chi presence, but when he walked, he gave off a kingly presence. Everyone here was an outstanding figure in the Sword Dao world, and how could they not see that the kingly presence wasn't a pressure from authority, it was the characteristics of his Sword Dao. This youth was obviously the second ranker of the Sword Emperor rankings and the seventh ranker of the Great Emperor rankings, the Sword Sovereign, Shangguan Jiuli. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint smiled and said, "Shangguan Jiuli, if you don't comprehend the Sword Dao properly during this trip to the Sword World, you will probably be surpassed." Shangguan Jiuli let out a faint smile and said confidently, "I have watched the swordsman tournament and it is indeed rather exciting. But the path of Sword Dao is never-ending. A moment of brilliance doesn't mean anything. In the future, I will be waiting for them." Without absolute confidence, he wouldn't be able to become the sovereign of swords. Li Fuchen and the others were indeed formidable, but it wasn't that easy to stand firm in the Sword Dao world. A few dozen years ago, the first and second rankers on the Sword Emperor rankings weren't him and the Sword Emperor. But ultimately, only he and the Sword Emperor were remembered. It was enough to explain a lot of things. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint nodded and looked at the entrance of the garden. There was a skinny black-clothed youth with a straight back walking over. The black-clothed youth had indifferent eyes and an icy cold expression. This indifference was different from the emotionless Sword Emperor's indifference and emotionless. It was also different from Li Jianxin's indifference and arrogance. It was a kind of transcendent indifference and icy cold. This person should be the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. Li Fuqian looked at the black-clothed youth. Chapter 793. The Sword Emperor Mo Hen was ranked third on the Great Emperor rankings and first on the Sword Emperor rankings. It was said that he was the only person who could fight with the first-ranked, Heaven Emperor, and retreat in one piece. His strength was already comparable with low-tier demonic beast overlords a few dozen years ago. Right now, he probably had the strength to kill regular low-tier demonic beast overlords. Among everyone present, apart from the Sword Sovereign and a few others who had seen the Sword Emperor before, it was the first time for everyone else to see the Sword Emperor in person. In the past, they had only heard of the Sword Emperor's name and seen images of the Sword Emperor. This person is the Sword Emperor. Tang Xing, Morong Yoyu, and the others felt immense pressure. If the Sword Sovereign gave them the feeling of an Emperor of Swords, then the Sword Emperor gave them the feeling of a God of Swords. Of course, this God of Swords referred to the Law Phase realm and didn't include the Soul Merge realm. I didn't think that the Sword Emperor has already cultivated the union of man and sword to such a degree. With Li Fuqian's discerning eyes, it wasn't hard to see that the Sword Emperor was walking on the union of man and sword. The union of man and sword was also called the Solipsism Sword Dao. The Solipsism Sword Dao was an extreme Sword Dao. Those who cultivated this Sword Dao had already treated themselves as the sword. The man and the sword were already inseparable. Greetings to the Sword Saint. In front of the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, the Sword Emperor Mo Hen didn't dare to be impudent and bowed. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint nodded. Since everyone is here, I shall open the sword world. I hope that all of you will have some gains in the sword world. While speaking, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint flipped his hand and a sword-shaped token appeared in his hand. Swish! The sword-shaped token fused into the void and immediately after, a sword-shaped door of light appeared. Everyone enter. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint yelled out. In response, everyone rushed into the sword world. The sword world was the sacred ground of the Swordsman Guild. It was rumored that it was created by the first president of the Swordsman Guild, the Unbounded Old Man. The most primitive sword world didn't have any other effects apart from the clear Sword Dao laws. However, perhaps because it contained the limitless Sword Dao of the Limitless Old Man, the Sword Realm had absorbed a large amount of sword intents over the countless years. After these sword intents took root in the Sword Realm, they began to absorb the same type of sword intents in the world. As time passed, various Sword Daos were formed in the Sword Realm, such as the Sharp Metal Sword Dao, the Greenwood Sword Dao, the Soft Water Sword Dao, the Flame Sword Dao, the Thick Earth Sword Dao, the Stars Sword Dao, the Sovereign Sword Dao, the Heart Sword Dao, the Heartless Sword Dao, the Solipsism Sword Dao. No matter how rare the Sword Dao was, it could be found in the sword world. Of course, the rarer a Sword Dao was, the harder it was to grow. After all, for a Sword Dao in the Sword Realm to grow, it needed to absorb sword intent. However, there were only a few cultivators of a rare Sword Dao for countless years, so how could there be so many sword intents to absorb? Among them, the strongest and rarest was the Limitless Sword Dao of the Limitless Sword. The Limitless Sword Dao was publicly recognized as a supreme Sword Dao. Back when the Limitless Old Man was still alive, no one was a match for him in the deep blue plane. Even in the universe, the Limitless Old Man had made a name for himself and was one of the absolute experts in the universe. When the later generations entered the Sword Realm, they basically had the same goal. Firstly, they wanted to use the Sword Realm to comprehend the Sword Dao law. Secondly, they wanted to find the same type of Sword Dao to strengthen their own Sword Dao. Thirdly, They wanted to find the limitless Sword Tao and personally feel how powerful the Supreme Sword Tao was. In a dusky spatial zone, Li Fuchen and the others instantly descended. This is the Sword Realm. Such a clear Sword Tao law. This was the first time Murong Yoyu came to the Sword Realm and she was very shocked. If the Sword Tao law in the outside world was hidden in the void and was covered with a layer of veil that was hard to remove, then the Sword Tao law in the Sword Realm was exposed and could be easily captured. Comprehending the Sword Tao law here was simply like a fish in the water. Sometimes, it might not be a good thing to have the Sword Tao law being too clear. The Heart Sword Sovereign casually said. Why? Yuan Haojie didn't understand. The Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanha explained, if the Sword Tao law is too clear, you will be able to improve very quickly at the start. But as time passes, you will be confused. Don't ask me why, because I don't know either. I am here purely to find the same type of Sword Tao to strengthen my own Sword Tao. Li Fuchen said, it is very simple. Things that are too easy to obtain will not be comprehended deeply enough and will not be imprinted in the depths of the heart. Or in other words, it will not be able to be completely fused into one's Sword Tao. It is just like picking up an artifact on the road. That is because you are lucky and it doesn't mean that you are capable. It is impossible for you to pick up artifacts every day. Comprehending the Sword Tao law in the outside world might be very difficult, but the process is actually a part of our Sword Tao. But in the Sword Realm, this process is missing. The golden amulet might have allowed Li Fuchen to succeed in every endeavor, but Li Fuchen didn't completely rely on the golden amulet. Right now, even if he lost the golden amulet, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of Sword Tao and wouldn't be inferior to those absolute experts in the universe. The golden amulet had paved a bright path for him, but if he couldn't do it himself, everything would be useless. Hearing the statement, the Sword Sovereign, the emotionless Sword Emperor, and the Heart Sword Sovereign looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. It was no wonder Li Fuchen was able to obtain the #1 rank of this year's swordsman tournament. His extraordinary comprehension ability was indeed something that regular people couldn't compare with. Doesn't this mean that entering the Sword Realm isn't as good as we imagine? Tang Xing raised a doubt. The Sword Sovereign laughed and said, that might not be the case. As long as your Sword Tao is powerful enough and your temperament is strong enough, you can comprehend the Sword Tao law for a long time in the Sword Realm. Let's say that you are a bottle of ink and the Sword Realm's Sword Tao law is clear water. As long as there is enough ink, it can contain more clear water and maintain the color of the ink. The Sword Realm will only open once every 20 years and it will only open for 1 month. If you are powerful enough, it will be fine even if you comprehend the Sword Tao law every day for 1 month. Of course, if you aren't powerful enough, you might enter a perplexed state after comprehending for 3 to 5 days. If you continue to comprehend, the gains will not make up for the losses. I see. Murong Yoyu understood now. There was indeed nothing perfect in this world. Of course, despite the case, the Sword Realm was only beneficial to them. Swish. In the dusky Sword Realm, there would be occasional flashes of light. These flashes of light contained astounding sword intent. TSS. A golden stream of light passed through everyone. That slicing sensation was enough to numb everyone's body. This is the sharp metal Sword Tao. Yuan Haojie was shocked. He had a feeling that if he clashed with the golden stream of light earlier, he would definitely be sliced into 2. After entering the Sword Realm, everyone quickly split up. I wonder how much the Sword Realm's law can improve my Sword Tao. Li Fuchen randomly found a place to sit down and started to comprehend the Sword Tao law in the Sword Realm. The Sword Tao law in the Sword Realm was too clear. After a slight comprehension, Li Fuchen felt that his Sword Tao law comprehension was increasing rapidly. Once the Sword Tao law comprehension increased, the power of his sword art would also increase. Be it the Meteor Sword Art, Void Heaven Sword Art, or Primary Extreme Sword Art, it was the same. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. Chapter 794. Each stream of light contained a type of sword Dao. From the Qi presence, there were plenty of first-rate sword Daos among them. These sword Dao streams of light were like a group of children asking for candy as they revolved around Li Fuchen. There would be a few streams of light that wanted to get close to Li Fuchen, but once they made contact with Li Fuchen's sword light, they would be repelled. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and let out a faint smile. With a wave of his hand, the sword Dao streams of light surged over and fused into Li Fuchen's body. In an instant, Li Fuchen's mind was filled with countless sword Dao essences. These sword Dao essences were like a flood that wanted to crush Li Fuchen's sword Dao. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao was like a black hole that devoured all the sword Dao essences. At this moment, if someone was here, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. There might be countless sword Dao streams of light in the sword world, but no one was able to absorb so many at once. Normally, they would only absorb the same type of sword Dao streams of light, unlike Li Fuchen who didn't reject anything and didn't care what type of sword Dao it was. Swish swish swish, Li Fuchen was absorbing the essences of these sword Dao streams of light. After absorbing all the essences, the sword Dao streams of light rushed out of Li Fuchen's body and flew in all directions before vanishing without a trace. Sword Sea Horizon. The primary extreme sword Dao had absorbed too much sword Dao essence. In Li Fuchen's eyes, there were countless sword lights flashing. It felt as though there were countless sword arts being performed. Ultimately, the countless sword arts turned into a boundless sword sea. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and executed a slash. A silver sword sea surged out. If the emotionless sword emperor was here, he would be able to see that Li Fuchen's sword sea horizon was already extremely close to extremity. Sect origin swords. After the sword sea horizon was the sect origin swords. It was a pity that the countless sword Dao essences weren't enough for the sect origin swords to break through to extremity. It was only comparable to the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved sword move. However, this was already very exaggerated. When a sword art was extremely close to extremity, every improvement was extremely precious. When many saints were at the law phase realm, their martial art proficiency was only close to extremity. It was unknown how far they were from being extremely close to extremity. It seems like there is hope. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He felt that within this month, his sect origin swords would most likely reach extremity. Once his sect origin swords reached the extremity, he would be able to put up a fight if he encountered a low-level saint. He might even be able to defeat the opponent. After all, even if it was a saint, there were very few that could raise their martial art realm to the extremity. Those that could raise their martial art realm to the extremity were all famous existences, like the mystic Deep Sword Sovereign. There's no rush. Comprehending more Sword Dao laws is the right path. The Sword Dao laws were one's foundation. It was related to one's future potential. The level of one's sword art was secondary. Even though Li Fuchen didn't intentionally search for Sword Dao lights, when he comprehended the Sword Dao law, the Sword Dao anomaly still attracted a large number of Sword Dao lights. Most of them were second or third-rate Sword Daos, there weren't many first-rate Sword Daos. Time elapsed and when half a month had passed, Li Fuchen finally felt that his Sword Dao level was a little unstable. It couldn't be said that his Sword Dao wasn't powerful enough or his mental state wasn't strong enough. It was because he comprehended the Sword Dao laws too quickly. The Sword Dao laws that he comprehended in a single day were probably more than what others comprehended in a few months. As compared to half a month ago, the Sword Dao laws that I have comprehended are at least several times stronger. The amount of Sword Dao laws that a swordsman had comprehended would determine the upper limit of his growth. It was just like a scholar. If he didn't have enough knowledge, even if he had a flash of inspiration and was able to write a great essay or poem, it was destined that he wouldn't be able to last long and wouldn't be able to become a true master. Similarly, if a swordsman didn't have enough sword Dao laws, he might be able to create one or two incredible sword moves, but he wouldn't be able to go far on the sword Dao. Apart from the increase in his foundation, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength was also changing every day. Right now, the sword Sea Horizon was already at the level of the unmoved sword move. As for the sect origin swords, it had already surpassed the unmoved sword move. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had finally broken through from the middle state of the 42nd rank to the late state of the 42nd rank. It meant that Li Fuchen's sword Dao cultivation technique was getting closer to extremity. A breakthrough in a cultivation technique wasn't just an increase in strength, it was also related to the martial artist's future cultivation speed and the success rate of breaking through realms. This was also the main reason why so many people had heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques, but only 1 in 10,000 could break through to become a saint. In order to break through to extremity with the sect origin swords, absorbing more sword Dao essences is just secondary. Absorbing the essence of super first-rate sword Daos is of utmost importance. For half a month, Li Fuchen was only able to attract first-rate sword Daos and couldn't even see a shadow of super first-rate sword Daos. With a flash, Li Fuchen flew into the sky and started to search for super first-rate sword Daos. In a certain place in the sword world, the Mountain River Sword Emperor, Song Shanhe, was very excited. He actually encountered a super first-rate sword Dao light here. According to his speculations, this sword Dao light should be the Tai Chi sword Dao. The so-called Tai Chi sword Dao could also be called the Yin-Yang sword Dao. It contained the Yin-Yang Dao laws and was an extremely powerful sword Dao that had both offense and defense. The Saint Spirit continent once had a Tai Chi sword saint. His strength was formidable and was renowned in the entire Deep Blue Plain. His Tai Chi sword art was a combination of hardness and softness, complementing each other with yin and yang. Even if the opponent was one level stronger than the Tai Chi sword saint, it would be hard to defeat the Tai Chi sword saint. If the opponent's strength was on par with the Tai Chi sword saint, the opponent would definitely be defeated if the battle dragged on. The Mountain River sword Dao burst out as Song Shanhe wanted to attract the Tai Chi sword Dao over. His Mountain River sword Dao might be a water and earth sword Dao, and it didn't seem to be related to the Tai Chi sword Dao, but in fact, a higher tier sword Dao was beneficial to any sword Dao. If his Mountain River sword Dao could absorb a trace of the Tai Chi sword Dao's essence, it might be able to break through the shackles and reach a higher tier. Bang! The Tai Chi sword Dao was indeed attracted over, but it sent Song Shanhe flying. In the blink of the eye, Song Shanhe vanished into the depths of the dusky sword world. Sigh. Song Shanhe sighed and didn't give chase. In the sword world, the only way to capture sword Dao was to use one's own sword Dao to attract it. It was obvious that his sword Dao wasn't very attractive to the Tai Chi sword Dao. I reckon that there aren't many people that can attract the Tai Chi sword Dao. Song Shanhe shook his head and continued to search for other sword Daos. Tai Chi sword Dao. From far away, Li Fuchen could sense a stream of light flying over. This stream of light contained a sword intent that was a combination of hardness and softness. It was continuous and felt as though it would never weaken. Li Fuchen's body released the chi presence of the primary extreme sword Dao and reached out to grab the Tai Chi sword Dao. Chapter 795. The essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao was unimaginable for Li Fuchen. Everything had yin and yang sides, and so did the sword Dao. The yin-yang rule was like the space-time rule. It penetrated all matter and non-matter and was almost everywhere. After absorbing the essence of the Tai Chi sword Dao, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao felt as though it had a soul and was organically integrated. If the primary extreme sword principle of the past was said to be ferocious and ruthless, then the current primary extreme sword principle was much gentler and more natural. The Taiji sword principle is indeed a superb sword principle. Two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, revolved, and Li Fuchen praised in his heart. It was hard to say which was the strongest among the top-tier sword daos. However, if one were to ask which top-tier sword dao was the most comprehensive and the most difficult to deal with, at least 9 out of 10 people would say that it was the Tai Chi sword dao. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword dao might be a supreme sword dao, but its foundation was too shallow. Let alone reaching extremity, even if it reached extremity, there was still a long way to go. Therefore, absorbing the essence of the Tai Chi sword dao was extremely beneficial to the primary extreme sword dao. After a long while, the two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, dispersed. The Taiji sword principle turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Boundless sword sea. When Li Fuchen executed a sword slash, the silver sword sea filled the void of the sword world. One could vaguely see that this sword sea had the change of light and darkness. It made the originally vast and profound sword sea even more majestic and mystical. Let alone others, even Li Fuchen believed that once he entered the sword sea, he would sink for a long period of time. So powerful. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with light. The current sword sea horizon, be it in terms of prowess or profundity, was much stronger than the emotionless sword emperor's unmoved. It was even stronger than the sect origin 10,000 swords. You don't know about myriad swords returning to origin? Li Fuchen's heart was filled with anticipation as he brandished his sword. It was hard to describe the chi presence of Li Fuchen's next sword move. It was as if 10,000 swordsmen were waving their swords at the same time. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if millions of rays of sunlight had descended from the sky. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if countless rivers had merged into the sea. When the sword was unleashed, it was like the beginning of chaos, the first ray of light between heaven and earth. When the sword was unleashed, it gathered thousands of changes into one sword, transforming thousands of swords into one sword. Whoosh! A pitch-black crack appeared in the sword realm. The crack expanded rapidly like a huge black snake, extending into the depths of the sword realm. If someone were to witness this scene, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. In the sword world, even a low-level sword Dao saint wouldn't have an easy task to cleave open a spatial rift. Li Fuchen was able to do it as a law-phase realm swordsman, and it was definitely beyond logic. Extreme state. Even though Li Fuchen had a guess in his heart, but when the sect origin swords truly reached the extremity, he was still indescribably shocked. Absorbing the sword Dao quintessence to increase the sword art rank was ultimately too fast. It wasn't as good as cultivating slowly. But extremity was still extremity. When Li Fuchen brandished the sword, he already had a good understanding of the sword move. The profundities were all reflected in the depths of Li Fuchen's spirit and were imprinted on the sword heart. Li Fuchen had a feeling that in the face of this sword, even a low-level sword Dao saint would have to dodge. There are still 10 days left. During these 10 days, I must consolidate and improve the sect origin swords. Li Fuchen could see that the sect origin swords had the innate potential to reach extremity. As for the sword sea horizon, it was still lacking in maturity. Otherwise, after absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the sword sea horizon should also reach extremity. After one day, Li Fuchen had completely consolidated the sect origin swords. Not only that, after absorbing the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the primary extreme sword art wasn't the only one that improved, the void heaven sword art and other sword arts were also improved. For example, the void heaven sword art was already extremely close to extremity. The meteor sword art was even more horrifying as it had already surpassed the void heaven sword art and reached the level of the unmoved sword move. It also meant to say that apart from the primary extreme sword art, the meteor sword art was Li Fuchen's strongest sword art. It wasn't hard to understand. The void heaven sword art was the sword art of the joint heaven sword's owner and had the mark of the joint heaven sword art. The meteor sword art was a sword art that truly belonged to Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen relied on himself to cultivate slowly, the meteor sword art would need a very long time to surpass the void heaven sword art. But after absorbing a large amount of sword Dao quintessence and the Tai Chi sword Dao quintessence, the meteor sword art was like a parched land that glowed with astounding vitality. After consolidating his sword art rank, Li Fuchen continued to search for sword Dao lights. A single super first-rate sword Dao light was able to allow him to improve rapidly. Even if a second super first-rate sword Dao light wasn't comparable to the Tai Chi sword Dao, it shouldn't be too far off. Blaze. In the depths of the dusky sword world, a dazzling radiance suddenly burst out. Li Fuchen almost thought that it was a super first-rate sword Dao. But after sensing it carefully, Li Fuchen let out a sigh. This was a first-rate sword Dao, the Sun Sword Dao. It contained the Sun Dao laws. The Sun Sword Dao was very similar to the Stars Sword Dao, but it was more tyrannical and blazing. Correspondingly, it was much weaker in terms of defense than the Stars Sword Dao. Reaching out, Li Fuchen grabbed the Sun Sword Dao stream of light. In the next moment, a large amount of the Sun Sword Dao essence surged into his mind. For the next 3 days, Li Fuchen would occasionally see a first-rate sword Dao light. It was a pity that he didn't see a single super first-rate sword Dao light. When there were only 3 days left before the 1-month period was up, Li Fuchen finally saw the second super first-rate sword Dao light. This was a sword Dao light that was filled with endless destruction. Those with weaker willpower wouldn't even be able to muster the courage to approach it, let alone absorb it. Destruction Sword Dao, Super First-Rate Sword Dao. This kind of sword Dao was purely created for destruction. It could destroy time and space, destroy all living things, destroy everything until everything was turned into nothingness. Li Fuchen wasn't the only one who was eyeing the destruction sword Dao, the sword sovereign, Shangguan Jiuli was also eyeing it. The sword sovereign's sword Dao was the sovereign sword Dao and the sovereign sword Dao was supreme. It required all other sword Daos to submit to it. In a certain sense, the sovereign sword Dao didn't have a limit. Those who didn't conform to the sovereign sword Dao might not even be comparable to a third-rate sword Dao. Those who were born with the potential would be able to push the sovereign sword Dao to the super first-rate level. According to the records, there was once a person in the universe who pushed the sovereign sword Dao to the supreme sword Dao level. Once his sword was brandished, all swords would submit. Apart from the supreme sword Dao, all other sword Daos would tremble in front of him and wouldn't be able to resist. It was a pity that the sword sovereign sword Dao wasn't able to make the destruction sword Dao light submit automatically. Both parties were in a deadlock until Li Fuchen arrived. Without any intention to be polite, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao burst out and attracted the destruction sword Dao over. The sword sovereign raised his brows. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuchen's sword Dao was more attractive to the destruction sword Dao. You want to pluck the tiger's tooth? You still have to ask for my permission. The sword sovereign attacked at Li Fuchen. When this sword move was executed, there was a tyrannical and supreme sword intent that extended out. When the destruction sword Dao light sensed the sword intent, it automatically severed the connection with Li Fuchen and flew far away in a flash. It was interesting that the destruction sword Dao light didn't choose to leave and quietly watched. It seemed like it was going to follow whoever was stronger. Li Fuchen sneered and counterattacked with the meteor fall. Rumble. There was a burst of dazzling radiance and the dusky sword world's void had circles of irregular ripples. The sword sovereign originally thought that even if Li Fuchen could resist this sword, Li Fuchen would take a few steps back. But when the sword arts clashed, the sword sovereign knew he was wrong. A horrific force assaulted and the sword sovereign burst in retreat. He lifted his eyes and looked at Li Fuchen. Chapter 796. Xiao. The destruction sword Dao was very practical. Seeing that the sword sovereign was at a disadvantage, it immediately entered Li Fuchen's body. I've underestimated him. It's only been half a month, yet he's already improved so much. This was the Sword Sovereign's third time entering the Sword World. When he entered the Sword World for the first time, his improvement was also great, but it wasn't as great as Li Fuchen. Jian Huang steadied himself and didn't attack again. With his pride, he wouldn't attack again if he didn't get the upper hand with his first attack. After all, they weren't on the martial stage. When the Destruction Sword Dao light entered Li Fuchen's body, plenty of Destruction Sword Dao essence appeared in Li Fuchen's mind. Destruction was a supreme power. It similarly penetrated the material and the non-material, and it was omnipresent. If one were to ask which sword principle was the most powerful among all the sword principles, it would undoubtedly be the Destruction Sword principle. After the essence was absorbed, the Destruction Sword Dao light seemed to have completed its mission. It flew out from Li Fuchen's body and vanished into the distance. You're not bad. Among the Transcendence Realm swordsmen, you're the third person who can block my sword. The Sword Sovereign stared at Li Fuchen with burning eyes. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen said, "You aren't bad either. You actually barely blocked my meteor fall." His meteor falls might had already surpassed the emotionless Sword Emperor's unmoved sword move. Coupled with the Sword Heart, even 3 emotionless Sword Emperors wouldn't be able to block it. It was very obvious that the Sword Sovereign's strength was above the emotionless Sword Emperor's. Previously, everyone had underestimated the Sword Sovereign and thought that the emotionless Sword Emperor's strength wasn't inferior to the Sword Sovereign's. Now that they thought about it, it was only natural. While the emotionless Sword Emperor was improving, how could the Sword Sovereign be stagnant? It was already very difficult for the gap between the two of them to not widen. I've been underestimated. Let's fight again after we leave the Sword World. Previously, the Sword Sovereign might have treated Li Fuchen and the emotionless Sword Emperor as opponents on the same level as him, but even if they were on the same level, there was still a huge gap. But now, Li Fuchen's strength had obviously increased by several times. Even the Sword Sovereign wasn't confident he could win. All right. Li Fuchen nodded. He knew that the Sword Sovereign didn't use his full strength earlier, but he didn't either. Putting aside the primary extreme sword art, he only executed the meteor fall casually. After the Sword Sovereign left, Li Fuchen started to carefully sense the changes in his Sword Dao after fusing the Destruction Sword Dao essence. As an existence that was not inferior to the Tai Chi Sword Principle, the Destruction Sword Principle contained extreme destructive techniques. Li Fuchen could feel that after absorbing the Destruction Sword Dao essence, the primary extreme Sword Dao gradually had a supreme Qi presence. Previously, the primary extreme Sword Dao might be called a Supreme Sword Dao, but it was actually Li Fuchen's ambition. The might of the myriad ancestral swords has doubled. That's not an exaggeration. On the other hand, the boundless sword sea has finally reached its limit. Li Fuchen's face was filled with delight. If he had not entered the sword world, it would have been impossible for him to push the primary extreme sword art to the extreme realm without more than 10 years of hard work. If it was someone else, even if they had 100 or 1,000 years, they might not be able to cultivate a martial art to the extreme realm. I just don't know when the primary extreme sword art will reach the paramount realm. After absorbing the Tai Chi Sword Dao essence and the Destruction Sword Dao essence, Li Fuchen's primary extreme Sword Dao had already reached the peak state of the 42nd rank. It was just one step away from the 43rd rank. Once he took this step, the primary extreme sword art would reach the extremity realm. It was a known fact that even among Unity Realm saints, there weren't many who possessed extremity cultivation techniques. Generally speaking, those who possessed extremity martial arts were already well-known figures among the saints. Those who possessed extremity cultivation techniques were all outstanding existences among the saints. Time elapsed quickly and there was only one last day left before the 1-month period was up. The Sword Sovereign was rather helpless. During this 1 month, he discovered a total of 2 top-rate Sword Dao lights. It was a pity that the first top-rate Sword Dao light was the Creation Sword Dao light. If there wasn't any fated encounter, the creation sword Dao wouldn't even be attracted. The second top-rate sword Dao light was the destruction sword Dao light, but it was snatched away by Li Fuchen. In the end, the sword sovereign was only able to absorb 3 first-rate sword Dao lights and a large number of second and third-rate sword Dao lights. Of course, he naturally encountered more than 3 first-class sword principle flowing lights along the way. However, with the bearing capacity of his sword principle, he could only bear 3 first-class sword principle flowing lights or 1 superclass sword principle flowing light. Exceeding that would damage his sword principle. Not everyone was like Li Fuchen who could absorb limitless sword Dao lights. Li Fuchen was able to absorb limitless sword Dao lights because the primary extreme sword Dao was profound and had the shadow of the supreme sword Dao. Secondly, Li Fuchen's spirit soul and true spirit had already reached the saint's level. Especially his spirit soul, it was already superior to saints. There is still one more day. I wonder if I can witness the glory of the limitless sword Dao. At the final juncture, Li Fuchen no longer persisted in searching for the top-rate sword Dao lights. Instead, he developed an intense curiosity towards the limitless sword Dao. His primary extreme sword Dao might have the shadow of the supreme sword Dao, but it wasn't a supreme sword Dao yet. The unbounded old man's limitless sword Dao was a true supreme sword Dao. In the depths of the sword world, the sword emperor Mo Hen was seated cross-legged. On his body, there was an indistinct black and white sword shadow. After a long time, he opened his eyes and his eyes were filled with the terrifying intent of life and death. He was rather lucky. During his previous 2 trips to the sword world, he wasn't able to capture a top-rate sword Dao light. This time, he was able to capture a life and death sword Dao light. After comprehending the quintessence of the life and death sword Dao, his solipsism sword Dao had great progress. I have already obtained the top-rate sword Dao light. Limitless sword Dao, where are you? The sword emperor stood up while a horrific sword intent rushed into the sky. He felt as though he had turned into an ancient and unparalleled divine sword that stood in the void of the sword world. Buzz. As though responding to the sword emperor's call, there were traces of illusory but boundless sword intent that spread out from the depths of the sword world. Limitless sword Dao. The sword emperor's eyes lit up as his solipsism sword Dao burst out in a frenzy. At the same time, at another location in the sword world, a person was also calling out for the limitless sword Dao. This person was none other than Li Fuchen. His body was overflowing with sword intent. The primary extreme sword Dao made his entire body feel like a black hole. Inside the black hole, there were sword lights that were circulating endlessly. Buzz. A boundless and very secretive sword intent permeated the void and responded to Li Fuchen. Following the clues, Li Fuchen's sword intent followed the mysterious sword intent and traced back to the source. Finally, he saw the limitless sword Dao in the depths of the void. The limitless sword Dao was like an egg that was quietly suspending in an unknown spatial zone. Sensing Li Fuchen's sword intent's prying, the egg was like a heart that throbbed. Rumble. In a trance, Li Fuchen felt the world turning into nothingness and everything returning to primal chaos. Is this the true essence of the limitless sword Dao? When Li Fuchen came back to his senses, he realized that a few hours had passed and he didn't feel anything. If the limitless sword Dao was an enemy, Li Fuchen felt that he would have died 1,000 or 10,000 times. After 1 month, the sword world produced a repulsive force that expelled everyone out of the sword world. Li Fuchen knew that this repulsive force was actually the power of the limitless sword Dao. Chapter 797. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, everyone emerged from the sword-shaped door of light. The Tiger Fong Sword Saint was already waiting there. How is it? All of you must have a great harvest, right? Only you can enter the sword world once every 20 years. Once at the Soul Merge realm, you can only enter once every 100 years. Furthermore, you can only enter for 7 days each time. The sword world was extremely beneficial to Sword Dao saints. After all, it was created by the unbounded old man. It is great, but the time is too short. Yuan Haojie wasn't satisfied. In the sword world, half of his time was used to comprehend Sword Dao law and the other half was used to search for Sword Dao lights. He nearly caught a first-rate Sword Dao light, but the month was just up and he was expelled. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint laughed and didn't respond to Yuan Haojie. He said to everyone, "All of you are the best sword emperors in my swordsman guild. Prepare yourselves. In half a year, the great emperor rankings will be updated. At that time, release your chi presence and try your best to enter the top of the rankings. Remember, don't think it is a good thing to be nameless. If you are able to enter the Great Emperor rankings, you will be blessed with Saint Spirit Chi." The Great Emperor rankings was a very mysterious artifact. Just like the swordsman tournament, it would be updated once every 20 years. However, if you didn't release your chi presence, the Great Emperor rankings would ignore your existence and wouldn't include you in the rankings. As a result, there were plenty of people who were stronger than the people on the Great Emperor rankings. However, in the Tiger Fang Sword Saint's opinion, apart from some people who had certain reasons, those who didn't wish to enter the Great Emperor rankings were fools. The Saint Spirit continent was a high-class continent, and with the Saint Spirit continent's chi presence, everything would be much smoother in the future. Yes. Everyone nodded. They naturally knew the benefits of the Great Emperor rankings. They also wanted to see what rank they would be able to obtain after the Great Emperor rankings were updated. I wonder what is the Great Emperor rankings like? Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Saint Spirit Continent's Great Emperor rankings was also called the Great Emperor rankings. It was an artifact that gathered the Saint Spirit Continent's chi presence. On the Great Emperor rankings, the higher the rank, the stronger the chi presence. It was said that anyone who was ranked number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years would be promoted to a saint without any hidden dangers. Right now, Heaven the Arch, who was number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings, had been at the top for 80 years. He still needed another 20 years to reach 100 years. Of course, it was too difficult to be the number 1 ranker on the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years. In fact, the difference between the top rankers wasn't huge. As long as you improved a little slower, you might be surpassed. For the Heaven the Arch to be ranked first on the Great Emperor rankings for 80 years, his strength was truly terrifying. Even the Sword Emperor had to retreat unscathed from the Heaven the Arch. It was nearly impossible for the Heaven the Arch to pose a threat to the Heaven the Arch. Everyone was certain that the Heaven the Arch would be able to stay at the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings for 100 years and no one would be able to seize his position. Half a year. It's enough. Li Jianqin believed that he had made great progress in the sword realm. He had already comprehended the 4th move of the Skyline sword technique after absorbing a top-notch Sword Dao flowing light. In the next 6 months, what he needed to do was to improve further. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint left quickly. As a Sword Dao Saint, it was impossible for him to chat with Li Fuchen and the others. Even if Li Fuchen and the others had superior innate potential, as long as they didn't become saints, they wouldn't be able to converse with saints. Once the Tiger Fang Sword Saint left, the Sword Sovereign Shangguan Jiuli said to Li Fuchen, "Let's fight." After suffering a loss in the sword world, he wouldn't let it go just like that. His sovereign Sword Dao didn't allow him to have any hesitation. All right. Li Fuchen also wanted to experience the Sovereign Sword Dao. After all, the Sovereign Sword Dao was a top-notch Sword Dao and had the potential to become a Supreme Sword Dao. The two of them are going to fight? The Heart Sword Sovereign was rather surprised. How could he not see that the two of them seemed to have crossed paths in the sword world? The headquarters garden was huge and there was a Class 9 array set up. The two of them picked a spacious area and prepared for the fight. The rest of the people were watching from the side, including the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. 10,000 Sword Reverence. The Sword Sovereign immediately executed his finishing move. He knew clearly that normal moves wouldn't be able to pose a threat to Li Fuchen. Only finishing moves and kill moves would have a trace of a chance. In the air, thousands of sword lights burst out as though they were worshipping. This 10,000 sword reverence was similar to Li Fuchen's sect origin swords, but there was a huge difference in essence. Once this move was executed, apart from the Sword Emperor and a few others, the rest of the people's swords let out a rapid sword hum and were about to be unsheathed at any moment. Such a terrifying sword. Murong Yoyu held on to her sword hilt and was shocked. Break. If it was before entering the sword world, Li Fuchen would probably need to use the sect origin swords to break the heart sword reverence. But after entering the sword world, his sword Dao strength had increased by more than 10 times or dozens of times. It was as though he had been reborn and was just one step away from progressing into a saint. When the flowing merciless edge was executed, the sky was filled with sword threads. Bang bang. The sword sovereign's 10,000 sword reverence had been cleanly broken. His strength has increased by too many times. After seeing this sword, the heart sword sovereign let out a sigh and was convinced. How could he not see that the flowing merciless edge was just a normal move of Li Fuchen and it wasn't even considered a finishing move? But it was able to break the sword sovereign's 10,000 sword reverence with ease. This strength was much stronger than Li Fuchen during the swordsman tournament. If the heart sword sovereign's sword Dao improvement speed was slow, then Li Fuchen's sword Dao improvement speed was simply flying. Let alone catching up, it was already praiseworthy to not be left behind. Emperor's sword descent. After the finishing move was the kill move. The sword sovereign brandished his sword and a sword shadow descended from the void. It felt like the ruler of heaven and earth. It carried a shocking sword Dao law and slashed at Li Fuchen. They might not be facing this sword directly, but Tang Xing, Murong Yoyu, and the others were forced to retreat. It seemed like they couldn't withstand the sword prowess pressure, especially the wind-chasing sword Emperor Zhu Lang. His legs went soft and he nearly knelt on the ground. His face was flushed and his mind was in shock. Just in time. Li Fuchen twisted his sword and it felt like the void was being twisted. Clang 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 clang, in the next moment, the duo's sword moves clashed. There was a burst of sparks as the sword sovereign's sword shadow collapsed. Li Fuchen's sword continued straight at the sword sovereign's face. World submission. The sword sovereign burst out with a yell and a sword intent that could suppress heaven and earth rushed into the sky. The sword intent was extremely tyrannical. In the face of this sword, even the heaven Dao seemed to have to submit. He has already reached such a level. The emotionless sword Emperor Ning Ke squinted his eyes. The sword sovereign Shengguan Jiuli's strength was definitely superior to him. Let alone world submission, just the Emperor's sword descent was already something he couldn't block. What a great world submission! It is a pity that it is useless against me. Li Fuchen executed meteor fall and penetrated the sword sovereign's sword prowess and shoulder. The sword speed was so fast that only a few people could see it clearly. Even the emotionless sword emperor could only see a faint light. Furthermore, it was because the spectators could see everything clearly. If he was fighting with Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to see any traces of this sword. Am I defeated? The sword sovereign still couldn't believe that he was defeated so cleanly and there wasn't any hope for a comeback. The sword sovereign lifted his head and looked at Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen had a calm expression as he sheathed his sword. His chi presence didn't have any fluctuations. I didn't think that there would be a day where I, the sword sovereign, would be defeated by a nameless individual. But I am convinced of my defeat. You have won. The sword sovereign might feel bitter in his heart, but he didn't lose his fighting spirit. The sovereign sword Dao was indomitable. The stronger the opponent, the more it would incite his fighting spirit. There would be a day when his sovereign sword Dao would rule the entire universe and make all the worlds tremble. Thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen shifted his eyes from the sword sovereign to the sword emperor Mo Hen. Aren't you going to try? Since Li Fuchen had witnessed the Sword Sovereign's sovereign Sword Dao, it would be a pity if he didn't witness the Sword Emperor's solipsism Sword Dao. What? He still wants to challenge the Sword Emperor? Murong Yoyu was shocked. Chapter 798. Alright. Sword Emperor Mo Hen nodded. Originally, he didn't intend to fight with Li Fuchen, but since Li Fuchen challenged him, he naturally wouldn't refuse. As a Sword Emperor, how could he avoid a battle? This guy. The Sword Sovereign took a deep look at Li Fuchen. How could he not see that Li Fuchen didn't challenge the Sword Emperor to defeat him? Li Fuchen wanted to witness the Sword Emperor's solipsism Sword Dao. It also meant that Li Fuchen didn't treat him and the Sword Emperor as true opponents. This was the reason why the Sword Emperor was shocked. However, the Sword Emperor is not me. Even I have not seen the Sword Emperor's true strength. Jian Huang thought to himself. His sovereign Sword Dao succeeded because of the Sword Emperor, but it also failed because of the Sword Emperor. The reason why Qingyi was called the Sword Emperor was because with the Sword Emperor in front of him, he was able to maintain his high fighting spirit. He was able to overcome all obstacles and improve rapidly. Without the Sword Emperor, he might not be able to improve so quickly. And it was also because of the Sword Emperor that the sovereign Sword Dao had its own uniqueness. Only by ascending to the peak could the sovereign Sword Dao unleash its true power. It was just like how an ordinary person would never be able to understand the Emperor's state of mind. It was already an anomaly for Li Fuchen to defeat the Sword Sovereign. Defeating the emotionless Sword Emperor and defeating the Sword Sovereign had two different meanings. Defeating the emotionless Sword Emperor meant that Li Fuchen had the strength of an absolute Sword Emperor. But defeating the Sword Sovereign meant that Li Fuchen had replaced the Sword Sovereign's position and became the new symbol of the Sword Dao Circle. Right now, Li Fuchen still wanted to challenge the Sword Emperor and it stunned everyone. Of course, Song Shanhe, Lu Hua, and the others didn't think that Li Fuchen could defeat the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was ranked third on the Great Emperor rankings and was the only one that could escape unscathed from the Heaven Emperor. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it would be hard for him to defeat the Sword Emperor and the possibility of a draw was slim. On the empty ground, the Sword Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was calm. On the opposite side, Li Fuchen also had an indifferent look. There was no sense of hostility between the two of them, but in the eyes of the crowd, they only felt that the air was filled with a suffocating pressure. They are the same kind of people. The Heart Sword Sovereign was enlightened. There were too many similarities in their temperaments. They were both unfathomable and calm. It was as if nothing in the world could cause them to lose their composure. Ding! Without any warning, the two of them collided. It was so sudden that even the Sword Emperor's pupils constricted. The Sword Emperor didn't draw his sword. He raised his index and middle fingers and burst out with a sword light. It was like an invisible sword that clashed with Li Fuchen's sword. Is this the solipsism sword principle? Li Fuchen was rather surprised that a single blade didn't sever the opponent's chi sword. His opponent's sword of true chi was much stronger than he had imagined. It was 10 times harder than a mid-tier heaven-grade sword. Clang 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 clang, sparks flew in all directions. The exchange between the two was simple and unadorned, but every move and every style was shockingly powerful, and their strength was concentrated to the extreme. The solipsism Sword Dao emphasized on the unity of man and sword. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. The Sword Emperor had undoubtedly displayed the solipsism Sword Dao to the extreme. It was clearly just a sword of chi, but in the hands of the Sword Emperor, this sword of chi had already been bestowed with the true meaning of being indestructible. Break! Turning the sword into a thread, Li Fuchen used a single sword to sever the Sword Emperor's sword of true chi. The sword thread was originally a Sword Dao method with extremely powerful slicing power. It could even restrain body refinement martial artists. The Sword Emperor's sword of true qi was only able to resist Li Fuchen's normal attack. It was impossible to defend against the flowing merciless edge. Clang! There was a flash as the Sword Emperor drew his sword. It was a silver-black sword, and once the sword was unsheathed, there was a shocking sword radiance that instantly severed the incoming sword thread. After a few dozen moves, Li Fuchen had already experienced the true meaning of the solipsism sword Dao. The solipsism sword Dao was a reserved sword intent that wouldn't leak out at all. It was because the sword intent was extremely reserved that the executed moves would have astounding power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Dao obviously contained the sword thread state, but it wasn't limited to the sword thread state. Li Fuchen was the one fighting with the Sword Emperor. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to block the Sword Emperor's sword, not even the Sword Sovereign. It was a pity that Li Fuchen's sword Dao level was already different from before. During the swordsman tournament, Li Fuchen's sword Dao strength might not be comparable to the Sword Emperor. But after exiting the sword world, his sword Dao level had reached an appalling level. His primary extreme sword art had even reached extremity, and it was a level that many saints couldn't reach. Sword Emperor, receive my sword move. Li Fuchen blasted the blade of void at the Sword Emperor. Soul Supreme. When facing Li Fuchen's void heaven sword art, the Sword Emperor executed his kill move. Boom! In the sky above the garden, there was a ripple that extended into the depths of the void. The Sword Emperor wasn't the Sword Sovereign. He didn't just have a higher sword Dao level, he had also condensed the sword heart. If the Sword Emperor didn't condense the sword heart, a casual sword move from Li Fuchen would be able to defeat the Sword Emperor. The duo didn't know that this battle had awakened a cardinal artifact that was in the depths of the void. This cardinal artifact was a heavenly book, and it was filled with densely packed words. At the top were the 3 golden words, Great Emperor Rankings. Following that were the names of the Heaven Emperor, Sword Emperor, and others. After taking a closer look, there were exactly 10,000 names. However, the further down the list, the smaller the names. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. The chi presence from the duo's battle seemed to have surpassed a limit and awakened the Great Emperor Rankings half a year in advance. The Great Emperor Rankings emitted a dazzling golden radiance, and the rankings started to change. Everyone hurry up and look, the Great Emperor Rankings is awakening. Something isn't right. According to the time, there should be another half a year before it awakens. Could there be an unforeseen event? The Great Emperor Rankings appeared from the depths of the void. Everyone who was at the law phase realm could look up and see it. The amazing thing was that no matter how far away they were, everyone would be able to see it clearly as though it was right above their heads. Everyone in the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden had also seen the Great Emperor Rankings. The Heart Sword Sovereign frowned and looked at the battle between Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor. He then looked at the Great Emperor Rankings and was in deep thoughts while feeling a trace of shock. He guessed that the Great Emperor Rankings should have been awakened by Li Fuchen and the Sword Emperor. If the Great Emperor Rankings could be awakened, it meant that the duo's battle had reached a terrifying level in the law phase realm. There wasn't a need to remind them. All the law phase realm emperors that saw the Great Emperor Rankings had released their chi presences and hoped to enter the rankings. Those that were already on the rankings hoped that they could rank higher. Swish swish swish, the Great Emperor Rankings would have countless changes with every breath. At this moment, there were too many people that released their chi presences. Among them, the ones that rose the fastest were Li Jianxin, Tang Xing, Morong Youyu, Yuan Haojie, and the others. Especially Li Jianxin, he had climbed from 10,000th rank to 10th rank. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to continue to climb. The emotionless Sword Emperor had also entered the top 10 for the first time. The Heart Sword Sovereign was slightly inferior and was 13th. The Sword Sovereign had advanced by 1 rank and went from 7th rank to 6th rank. Chapter 799. Boom! The battle between the duo had caused the spatial zone to shatter and there were pitch-black cracks that were spreading out. It was fortunate that the Swordsman Guild headquarters had a Class 9 array, otherwise, the entire garden would have collapsed and turned into dust. The Sword Emperor is indeed formidable. There was a huge difference with or without the Sword Heart. The Sword Emperor was equivalent to the combination of Li Jianqin and the Sword Sovereign. No, it should be said that the Sword Emperor was stronger than the combination of Li Jianqin and the Sword Sovereign. Be it the Sword Heart or the Sword Dao, the Sword Emperor was superior to Li Jianqin and the Sword Sovereign. Without Li Fuqian, no swordsman in the Saint Spirit continent would be able to threaten the Sword Emperor. Void Heaven Sword World. Only I rule the world. The void was like a giant piece of crystal. With a single point as the center, cracks were spreading out in all directions. Li Fuqian and the Sword Emperor were forcefully clashing against the cracks in the void. At this moment, no one below the saints would be able to interfere. Even the Sword Sovereign would be severely injured if he interfered. At the edge of the empty space, everyone was already stunned. Be it the Sword Emperor or Li Fuqian, their strength was already beyond their imagination. They couldn't understand how a law-phase realm could be so powerful. There is always a higher mountain and a higher sky. You cannot compare. Song Shanhe lamented. There was a gap between individuals and such a gap couldn't be made up with time and hard work. Li Jianqin clenched his fist tightly. He originally thought that after cultivating the Skyline Sword Art's fourth move, he wouldn't be inferior to Li Fuqian. But from the looks of it, the gap didn't shrink and had increased instead. The legend of the Sword Emperor wouldn't be broken just like this, right? Yuan Haojie held his breath and didn't even blink his eyes. Meteor fall. The Sword Emperor was much stronger than Li Fuqian imagined. Li Fuqian's Void Heaven Sword Art was much stronger than the emotionless Sword Emperor's unmoved sword move, but it couldn't do anything to the Sword Emperor. Without a choice, Li Fuqian executed Meteor Fall. It was also Meteor Fall, but this time, it was like a meteor that flashed by. By the time everyone reacted, it was already over. But the Sword Emperor was still the Sword Emperor. At the crucial moment, he was still able to block Meteor Fall. This extremely fast sword move was probably only blocked by the Sword Emperor's solipsism Sword Dao. The union of man and sword wasn't just for show. Only I am unstoppable. After sealing Li Fuqian's Meteor Fall, the Sword Emperor vanished and was replaced by a crisscrossing sword chi. Clang clang clang, Li Fuqian's figure flickered and his sword was like a shooting star, blocking the sword chi. Upon closer inspection, there was clearly the shadow of the Sword Emperor within. Who is this Li Fuqian? His ranking is rising so quickly. It's really fast. He's already in the top 10. On the Great Emperor rankings, a golden light rushed into the sky. One could see that the golden light was wrapped with the name Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian and the Sword Emperor might have awakened the Great Emperor rankings, but their chi presences were intertwined and the Great Emperor rankings didn't react immediately. As such, Li Jianqin became the first person to ascend the rankings. As time elapsed, the Great Emperor Board finally captured Li Fuqian's chi presence completely and absorbed it into its body. 10th, 9th, 8th, after entering the top 10, Li Fuqian's ranking was still rising. As for the Sword Emperor's ranking, he had dropped from 3rd rank to 2nd rank, pushing down the primitive sovereign who was originally 2nd rank on the Great Emperor rankings. 5th rank, 4th rank. Finally, Li Fuqian was ranked 4th after the primitive sovereign. Behind him was the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. Inside an inn in Wind Cloud City, the Saber Emperor Chu Kuang sneered and did his best to release his chi presence. In the next moment, Chu Kuang's name pushed Li Fuqian down on the Great Emperor rankings. But before Chu Kuang could rejoice, Li Fuqian's name was ranked in front of him again. This time, Li Fuqian didn't just surpass him, even the primitive sovereign was surpassed. Li Fuchen was ranked 3rd and was just behind the Heaven Emperor and the Sword Emperor. Bang! The wine cup in Chu Kuang's hand was crushed while his face turned ashen. Even though the Great Emperor rankings didn't solely reflect combat strength and there were plenty of factors that would affect combat strength, Chu Kuang was still very displeased that Li Fuchen was ranked ahead of him. During the swordsman tournament, he promised Miao Qingxin that he would help him eliminate Li Fuchen. Interesting. In a city that was extremely far away from Wind Cloud City, the primitive sovereign lifted his head and looked at the Great Emperor rankings. He had occupied 2nd rank for 80 years. It could be said that he had occupied 2nd rank for as long as the Heaven Emperor occupied 1st rank. This was the first time he was pushed down from 2nd rank. If it wasn't enough, he was pushed down to 3rd rank again. The smile on the primitive sovereign's face vanished and a boundless chaotic chi presence rushed into the sky. The primitive sovereign originally thought that if he completely released his chi presence, he would be able to return to 2nd rank. But the following scene made the primitive sovereign silent. Let alone 2nd rank, he couldn't even reach 3rd rank. These 3 words, Li Fuchen, were like a huge barrier that firmly sealed off his path. Forget it, 2nd and 4th rank aren't that different anyway. The primitive sovereign laughed and didn't mind. There might be a difference in chi presence between 2nd and 4th rank, but it wasn't huge. Apart from that, 2nd rank's combat strength might not be stronger than 4th rank. There were plenty of times when strength didn't mean victory. There were some things that couldn't be reflected by chi presence. This is too exaggerated. This Li Fuchen is actually ranked 3rd and has pushed down the primitive sovereign. Who exactly is this person? Everyone wasn't surprised that the Sword Emperor was ranked 2nd. After all, the Sword Emperor was originally ranked 3rd and his reputation wasn't inferior to the primitive sovereign. In fact, he was slightly superior. Furthermore, the Sword Emperor had exchanged moves with the Heaven Emperor and was able to escape unscathed. According to what everyone knew, the primitive sovereign didn't exchange moves with the Heaven Emperor. But no one knew what kind of person Li Fuchen was. They didn't know if Li Fuchen was tall or short, fat or skinny. It's elderly, somewhere on the Saint Spirit continent, Yan Qingwu and the Vacant Mountain Emperor looked up at the sky. The Vacant Mountain Emperor was rather surprised. Even though he knew that Li Fuchen would still be a dazzling existence on the Saint Spirit continent, he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to reach the pinnacle so quickly. Earlier on, the Vacant Mountain Emperor had also released his chi presence, but he wasn't able to enter the rankings. It was imaginable how difficult it was to enter the rankings. If I didn't guess wrongly, the Great Emperor rankings should be awakened by him. Yan Qingwu's intuition had always been very strong. The Thunder Beast nodded. Li Fuchen's strength was already deeply rooted in everyone's heart. Without concealing anything, Yan Qingwu released her chi presence and fused it into the Great Emperor rankings. Her ranking was rather high and she was currently ranked 30th. A few dozen years ago, she had already entered the rankings and her ranking wasn't low. After a few dozen years, it might seem like she had wasted a lot of time, but she had condensed her Saint Spirit. Therefore, after coming to the Saint Spirit continent, her strength had been progressing at a rapid pace and was improving every day. Look, he is ranked 2nd. The Thunder Beast extended his beast claw and had a face of worship. Yan Qingwu and the Vacant Mountain Emperor looked over. On the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen's name had rushed to the 2nd rank. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, apart from the primary extreme sword art and his body refinement strength, Li Fuchen had already used all his strength and finally obtained a trace of advantage. This had ignited his fighting spirit. He wanted to know if he could defeat the Sword Emperor at the same level. Like a meteor, Li Fuchen's sword was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that the Sword Emperor was starting to be unable to resist. The solipsism sword Dao contained the union of man and sword, while Li Fuchen's meteor sword art also contained the union of man and sword. Logically, the solipsism sword Dao should be superior to the meteor sword art, but it depended on who was executing the meteor sword art. Li Fuchen's sword was getting faster and more imposing at the same time. With the sword sovereign and the other's eyesight, how could they not see that Li Fuchen's meteor sword art was undergoing a transformation? This transformation was extremely terrifying. The Sword Emperor who was fighting with Li Fuchen had the deepest feeling towards the transformation of Li Fuchen's sword art. Li Fuchen's sword art was still like a cocoon, and this cocoon was cracking. Is it going to reach extremity? Li Fuchen's eyes were very bright. His meteor sword art had some similarities with the Sword Emperor's solipsism sword Dao. After verifying each other, the meteor sword art finally transformed. What was after the meteor? In the next moment, Li Fuchen knew. It was splendor and glory. This moment of splendor was something that nothing could stop, although it was at the cost of death. Boom! The splendor sword light pierced through the sky and the Sword Emperor was sent flying. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's ranking on the Great Emperor rankings had surpassed the Heaven Emperor and was now ranked first. The changes on the Great Emperor rankings had stupefied countless people. The Heaven Emperor was pulled down from his throne. Everyone didn't dare to believe their eyes. The Heaven Emperor who was ranked first for 80 years was already an invincible existence in the law phase realm in everyone's heart. But today, the legend was shattered. Even the Sword Emperor was defeated. The Sword Sovereign took a deep look at Li Fuchen and was shocked. In the center of the empty ground, Li Fuchen closed his eyes after sending the Sword Emperor flying. It seemed like he was comprehending something. The Meteor Sword Dao is ultimately a second-rate Sword Dao. The Splendor Sword Dao that was born from it should be considered a top-rate Sword Dao. The meteor contained the splendor intent. It might not be as flamboyant as the sun and not as gorgeous as the flames, but the splendor intent that was burst out from the meteor was purer than the sun and flames. This was also the main reason why Li Fuchen was able to push the meteor sword art to extremity. Chapter 800. A meteor only had a momentary brilliance. Although the brilliance of the sun was long and lasting, it would eventually be extinguished. Only the brilliance itself had no limits, no beginning and no end. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen's entire body was covered with glorious sword intent. At this moment, Li Fuchen was just like the sun, emitting a vast and glorious chi presence that no one could look directly at. This is the glorious Sword Dao. The emotionless Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. He had seen the glorious Sword Dao in the Sword World. In order to create a top-notch Sword Dao, the concept had to be deep enough. The concept of the glorious Sword Dao was naturally deep, and it took the brilliance of the world. But he found it strange that Li Fuchen's Sword Sea Horizon was obviously a stronger Sword Dao. Why wasn't he executing it now? Number 1 on the Sword Emperor rankings, number 1 on the Great Emperor rankings. No one below the Saints is a match for him. The Scarlet Fire Sword Emperor was convinced. The Wind-Chasing Sword Emperor nodded. It is said that the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign are monstrous enough, but this Li Fuchen is even more monstrous. He went from being unknown to suddenly ascend to the pinnacle. For the past few thousand years, the Saint Spirit continent has never had such a person. Number 1 of the Swordsman tournament, defeating the Sword Sovereign, the Sword Emperor, and ascending to number 1 of the Great Emperor rankings. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen was definitely creating a legend step by step. You win. From today onwards, the title of Sword Emperor belongs to you. Sword Emperor Mo Hen was very straightforward. Li Fuchen shook his head, no need. He didn't care about titles at all. It didn't matter if he was strong or not. In the Emperor Sky continent, the title of Sword Emperor was given by others. He didn't mind if others acknowledged him. Of course, he wouldn't reject it either. After all, in his opinion, there was no difference between a title and a title. The mystic Deep Sword Saint and the other two who had been watching the battle nodded. The 100-flower sword saint said, I didn't think that even we would almost misjudge him. This person's talent in the way of the sword is definitely the best I've seen in my life. He's not any weaker than the guild master. The swordsman guild leader was one of the top prodigies in the deep blue plane and wasn't inferior to the guild leader. It also meant that he might be superior to the guild leader. The 100-flower sword saint's evaluation was rather high, and it was imaginable how much of an impact Li Fuchen gave the trio. Of course, sword Dao talent was sword Dao talent, and future achievements were future achievements. After becoming a saint, the most important thing wasn't talent but opportunities. If one's fortuitous encounters were heaven-defying, it would be difficult for one not to become an overlord of the universe. If one's fortuitous encounters weren't deep enough, no matter how talented one was, it would still be extremely difficult for one to become an overlord of the universe. Mystic Deep Sword Sovereign said, no matter what the future opportunities are for this child, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become a high-level saint. I feel that it is time to rope him in. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint said, then how should we rope him in? Make him an elder of the Swordsman Guild. What we said doesn't count. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint was a little hesitant. The Swordsman Guild elder is usually a sword Dao saint. The elder that they were talking about wasn't the branch elder, but the headquarters elder. The so-called headquarters didn't just refer to the Swordsman Guild headquarters on the Saint Spirit continent, it was the headquarters of the entire Deep Blue Plane. Currently, there were only 4 headquarters elders on the Saint Spirit continent. Apart from the 3 of them, there was one more who was in seclusion. Mystic Deep Sword Lord said, with his strength, he is actually not much weaker than low-level sword Dao saints. When he becomes a saint, I'm afraid most low-level sword Dao saints won't be a match for him. The 100-flower sword saint said, the headquarters elder isn't someone we can appoint, we can only nominate. The headquarters elder didn't necessarily have to be a sword Dao saint. There were some outstanding sword Dao great emperors that could take up the position, but the prerequisite was to be nominated and pass the selection. Before this, the trio had discussed and nominated the Sword Emperor Mo Hen to be the headquarters elder. But since Li Fuchen was here, the Sword Emperor Mo Hen would have to be pushed back. After all, only one person could become the headquarters elder at a time, and it was impossible for 2 to appear. It was meaningless to nominate the Sword Emperor Mo Hen. The Mystic Deep Sword Lord laughed, with Li Fuchen's strength, who do you think is a match for him below the saints? The Deep Blue Plane had a total of 9 high-class continents, and each high-class continent had a swordsman guild. But a continent would normally only nominate one person. It was meaningless to nominate 2 people. It also meant that if Li Fuchen wanted to become the headquarters elder, he would have to defeat at most 8 people. That is true. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-flower Sword Saint laughed. With Li Fuchen's strength, as long as he was nominated, he would most likely become the headquarters elder. They couldn't imagine that other high-class continents would have sword Dao great emperors that were a match for Li Fuchen. Time elapsed, and after half a day, the rankings of the great emperor rankings were basically confirmed. First rank was Li Fuchen, second rank was the Heaven Emperor, third rank was the Sword Emperor, fourth rank was the Primitive Sovereign, fifth rank was the Saber Emperor, 7th rank was the Sword Sovereign, 8th rank was the Li Jianqin, 10th rank was the Emotionless Sword Emperor, and 18th rank was the Heart Sword Sovereign. Li Jianqin's strength wasn't originally as strong as the Emotionless Sword Emperor, but in the sword world, he cultivated the Skyline Sword Art's 4th move. With the Sword Heart, it wasn't surprising that his strength was superior to the Emotionless Sword Emperor. Of course, the rankings still weren't final. The Great Emperor rankings would appear for 7 days, and the rankings would only be confirmed after 7 days. But even though the rankings weren't confirmed yet, Li Fuchen's name had already become a legend. For 80 years, Li Fuchen was the first person to pull down the Heaven Emperor. It was hard not to have a deep impression of him. Right now, everyone wanted to know who exactly was Li Fuchen. After obtaining the first rank of the Swordsman Tournament, Li Fuchen had an additional 5 million guild points. He was now a grade 7 swordsman in the Swordsman Guild. With his current guild points, he was just less than 4 million guild points to become a grade 8 swordsman. Li Fuchen, we are preparing to nominate you as the headquarters elder. But before that, you have to become a grade 8 swordsman first, otherwise, it will be against the rules. On the next day, the Tiger Fang Sword Saint came to inform Li Fuchen. Headquarters elder. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint explained, after becoming a headquarters elder, you will be one of us and will receive the same treatment as us. Also, you might have the chance to leave the deep blue plane and head to the universe to contest for opportunities. When is the headquarters elder selection? Even if it wasn't for himself, Li Fuchen wanted to become the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder for his friends and family. 2 years later. The headquarters elder selection would be held once every 50 years and it just so happened to be the 48th year. Alright, 2 years later, I will become a headquarters elder. Li Fuchen's tone didn't have any emotions and it felt as though he was stating a fact. You are courageous, but we think highly of you. The Tiger Fang Sword Saint left with a smile. After 7 days, the Great Emperor rankings were settled. The first rank was still Li Fuchen, second rank Heaven Emperor, third rank Sword Emperor, fourth rank Primitive Sovereign, fifth rank Saber Emperor, seventh rank Sword Sovereign, eighth rank Li Jianxin, and 10th rank Emotionless Sword Emperor. Apart from the Sword Emperor and Sword Sovereign, the rest of the rankings had changed. In addition, this year's Great Emperor rankings were made up of swordsmen. Among the top 10, 5 of them were swordsmen. Everyone couldn't help but sigh at the power of swordsmen. Since ancient times, swordsmen had always been the mainstream. Among 100 martial artists, at least 30% of them were sword practitioners. However, it was also the hardest for swordsmen to produce experts. This year was definitely an anomaly. If there were no accidents, in the future, these 5 swordsmen would definitely become the pillars of the Sword Dao world and make the Sword Dao world even more glorious. It wasn't easy to earn nearly 4 million contribution points. In order for Li Fuchen to become a grade 8 swordsman as soon as possible, the mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others had already gone easy on Li Fuchen and intentionally issued missions with high contribution points. Of course, these missions were extremely difficult and some missions even required Li Fuchen to interact with low-tier demonic beast overlords. Apart from Li Fuchen and a few others, the rest of the people wouldn't be able to complete the missions. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen was heading towards the mission location. Sky Tyrant Saber. A saber light that was like a pitch-black lightning descended from the sky and attacked Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen looked up and saw a youth with disdainful eyes rushing into the sky under the sunlight. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang, ranked 5th on the Great Emperor rankings. Even though Li Fuchen was currently ranked 1st on the Great Emperor rankings, Chu Kuang wasn't convinced. After 20 years, he didn't think he was weaker than the Heaven Emperor or Li Fuchen. Saber Emperor, prepare to die. Li Fuchen wasn't interested in the Saber Emperor's Sky Saber Dao at all. Seeing that the Saber Emperor was attacking him for no reason, Li Fuchen's body flashed with murderous intent as he executed Meteor Fall at Saber Emperor Chu Kuang. In the past, the Meteor Sword art only had one sword move and it was called Meteor Fall. Right now, the Meteor Sword art had become the Radiant Sword art and Meteor Fall had become the first move of the Radiant Sword art. The sword light burst into the sky like a meteor that rushed at Saber Emperor Chu Kuang from Li Fuchen's position. What? Chu Kuang was shocked. During the swordsman tournament, he had seen Li Fuchen execute the Meteor Fall, but the Meteor Fall back then was definitely different from the one he was seeing now. At that time, the meteor was like a shooting star in the night sky. Although it was dazzling, it was too far away. The meteor in front of them was so dazzling that no one could look at it directly. Puff! Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the sword ray penetrated Chu Kuang's body. At this moment, a token on Chu Kuang's waist shone brightly, and a stalwart figure appeared, blocking the sword light. Little friend, give me some face. The stalwart figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and his eyes gleamed with a saber light. "Greetings, Sky Blade Sage." Li Fuchen converged his killing intent. The sky-gazing sword sage was one of the few sword Dao sages in the deep blue dimension. His abilities were not inferior to the mystic deep sword sage. Since the sky-gazing saber saint appeared, Li Fuchen naturally had to give him face. At the current stage, Li Fuchen couldn't afford to offend the sky-gazing saber saint. Glancing at Li Fuchen with a sinister look, Chu Kuang turned and left. The battle with Saber Emperor Chu Kuang was just a small interlude. For the following days, Li Fuchen was either completing missions or cultivating diligently. During this period of time, he had even fetched Wuxia and Wuxia to Wind Cloud City. 7 million. 8 million. 9 million. 9 million. There was still half a year before the 2 years were up. Li Fuchen's guild points were now at 9.8 million. He was just 200,000 points away from becoming a grade 8 swordsman. On this day, in a wilderness that was 1,000,000 miles away from Wind Cloud City, the vacant mountain emperor's figure was faintly discernible as he flew towards Wind Cloud City at extreme speed. Chapter 801. Do you know Li Fuchen? Once at Wind Cloud City, the vacant mountain emperor started to inquire about Li Fuchen's information. The swordsman tournament was held once every 20 years and everyone knew that Li Fuchen had ascended to the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings over a year ago. Therefore, the vacant mountain emperor guessed that Li Fuchen must have participated in the swordsman tournament, and the swordsman tournament had always been held in the main city, Wind Cloud City. You are talking about the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings, Li Fuchen. He frequently appears at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. One of them pointed at the Swordsman Guild headquarters. Many thanks. The vacant mountain emperor cupped his fist and rushed towards the Swordsman Guild headquarters. I finally don't have to do missions anymore. After handing in the last mission, Li Fuchen's guild points had finally reached more than 10 million. Without the Grade 8 swordsman test, Li Fuchen immediately became a Grade 8 swordsman. What a joke, the first rank of the Great Emperor rankings and Sword Emperor rankings still needed to take the test. Li Fuchen, someone is looking for you outside. A Grade 6 swordsman came over to inform Li Fuchen. Looking for me? Li Fuchen walked out. Elderly, after seeing Li Fuchen, the vacant mountain emperor was delighted. Mountain Emperor, why are you here? Where is Yan Qinggu? Li Fuchen quickly asked. The vacant mountain emperor said bitterly, Elderly, something happened to Yan Qinggu and the Thunder Beast. That's why I came all the way here to look for you. Over a year ago, 2 humans and 1 beast guessed that Li Fuchen should be in Wind Cloud City. Therefore, they rushed towards Wind Cloud City. Along the way, the Thunder Beast's chi presence was somehow exposed and attracted the experts from the Greedy Beast Guild. It was fortunate that Yan Qingwu was ranked 30th on the Great Emperor rankings and was extremely powerful. She defeated those people with ease. Immediately after, a low-level saint from the Greedy Beast Guild arrived. He didn't just capture the Thunder Beast, he even brought Yan Qingwu back to the Greedy Beast Guild. It was fortunate that the vacant mountain emperor had a Void Cardinal artifact. After activating the Void Cardinal artifact, he was able to escape successfully. Greedy Beast Guild. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The Greedy Beast sect was one of the top 5 saint sects in the Saint Spirit continent. This sect was known for their tamed beasts, and the Thunder Beast was a saint beast. Once it was exposed, it would naturally attract the greed of the Greedy Beast sect. Fortunately, the Greedy Beast sect only had 3 saints. 1 was a mid-level saint and 2 were low-level saints. It was rumored that the Greedy Beast Guild's mid-level saint, who was also the Greedy Beast Guild patriarch, wasn't in the Greedy Beast Guild for most of the time. There were only 2 low-level saints overseeing the Greedy Beast Guild. Otherwise, with individual strength, even 10 Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything. Let's go to the Greedy Beast School. There was still half a year before the elder selection. This period of time was enough for Li Fuchen to rescue Yan Qingwu. With just the two of us. The vacant mountain emperor hesitated. In his opinion, Li Fuchen's status in the Swordsman Guild was definitely extraordinary. It shouldn't be a problem to invite a Sword Dao saint from the Swordsman Guild. Li Fuchen nodded. For this matter, don't let outsiders help first. He didn't know if the Greedy Beast sect would give face to the Swordsman Guild. If they didn't, wouldn't they be alerting the enemy? The Beast Greed sect was located near the advanced city, Blue Knight City. As an advanced city, Blue Knight City had a teleportation array that led directly to the 9 main cities. Arriving at the Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza, the two paid some upper spirit stones and instantly arrived at Blue Knight City. Mountain Emperor, wait for me at Blue Knight City. The vacant Mountain Emperor's strength was too low and he would only be a burden. Alright, elderly must be careful. The vacant Mountain Emperor knew his limits and nodded. After leaving Blue Knight City, Li Fuchen headed straight for the Greedy Beast School. The Greedy Beast School was a saint sect and had Class 9 mid-tier array for protection. In normal situations, even a mid-level saint wouldn't be able to forcefully barge into the Greedy Beast School. Those with weaker strength might be trapped by the Greedy Beast School's array. Li Fuchen wasn't sure if he could enter the Greedy Beast School silently, but he had to try his best. The Greedy Beast School was situated in the center of the Greedy Beast Mountain Range. Outside the Greedy Beast Mountain Range, Li Fuchen stopped. In front of him was an invisible barrier. Without a doubt, this barrier was the Greedy Beast School's array. I wonder if I can successfully enter. Li Fuchen had already used his spirit soul talent to conceal his chi presence. At the same time, he executed the invisibility incantation to conceal his figure. Right now, his proficiency in the incantation Dao had already surpassed the incantation Martial Emperor, but he didn't have the chance to execute it. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to rely on the invisibility incantation to barge into the Class 9 mid-tier array, it was simply a pipe dream. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen still had the Purple Spirit Soul and the Void Dao Heart. The Purple Spirit Soul power allowed him to see the flaws of the Class 9 mid-tier array, while the Void Dao Heart allowed him to sense the flaws in the void. When he was just one step away from the Greedy Beast School's array, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power. In the next moment, the formless and invisible array power revealed many colors in Li Fuchen's eyes. Class 9 mid-tier array. The array power has permeated deep into the void, therefore, it isn't enough to simply find the flaws of the array as there is a risk of being discovered. I need to find the flaws of the array and the void at the same time and enter from the place where the two overlapped. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed. Be it the array's flaws or the void's flaws, they were clearly visible in his eyes. However, there was almost no overlap between the two. Be it the array's flaws or the void's flaws, their positions weren't fixed and would change in an instant. In such a situation, even if they overlapped, it would only be for an instant and there wasn't enough time to take action. Li Fuchen was waiting for a surefire opportunity. 15 minutes later, a rather large array's flaw and a void's flaw overlapped. This is the time. Li Fuchen held his breath and passed through in a flash. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen entered the Greedy Beast Mountain Range. Success! Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. A Class 9 mid-tier array was an array that could trap a mid-level saint. Even a high-level saint might not be able to enter silently. Once Li Fuchen entered the Greedy Beast Mountain Range, he immediately sensed Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast's chi presences. Following the chi presences, Li Fuchen first arrived at the region where Yan Qingwu resided. This was a group of luxurious palaces and Yan Qingwu was residing in one of the luxurious palaces. Inside the palace, Yan Qingwu let out a sigh. It had been close to a year since she was captured and the vacant Mountain Emperor should have already found Li Fuchen. But so what if he found Li Fuchen? She understood the greedy beast sect very well. It was one of the top 5 saint sects on the Saint Spirit continent. After she was captured, it was almost impossible for her to leave. The greedy beast sect patriarch, Greedy Wolf Saint's strength was comparable with the Swordsman Guild's mystic Deep Sword Saint. Even the Swordsman Guild had to show some respect and wouldn't allow the greedy beast sect to release her for no reason. It was fortunate that the Crimson Python Saint immediately went into seclusion after capturing her. Otherwise, it was unknown what kind of coercion she would have to face. Qingwu. A voice suddenly echoed in Yan Qingwu's ears. Li Fuchen. Yan Qingwu had a bewildered expression. Not far away, a figure gradually materialized. Qingwu, you have suffered. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. It was obvious that Yan Qingwu didn't encounter any coercion and was merely under house arrest. How did you come in? Yan Qingwu frowned and had a worried expression. This was the Greedy Beast Guild. Even the slightest disturbance would alert the Crimson Python Saint. I came in just like that. Li Fuchen grabbed Yan Qingwu's hand. In the next moment, Yan Qingwu felt her chi presence and figure disappearing. Come, let's go rescue the Thunder Beast. Li Fuchen brought Yan Qingwu and rushed towards the Thunder Beast's region. A moment later, a female attendant entered the luxurious palace. She felt it was strange that she couldn't find Yan Qingwu, but she didn't report it immediately. She didn't think that Yan Qingwu could leave the Greedy Beast Guild silently, as it was impossible. In just a short moment, the duo arrived at an extremely massive canyon. This canyon was called the 100 Beasts Canyon, and it was where the Greedy Beast Guild reared their demonic beasts. In a small canyon that branched off from the 100 Beasts Canyon, the Thunder Beast was imprisoned inside. He might have good food and drinks every day, but he was very depressed. He was a sacred beast and advocated freedom. When had he ever been imprisoned? Lord Sacred Beast, your food is here. 2 members of the Greedy Beast Guild brought the food in and spoke with a respectful tone. They didn't dare to offend the Thunder Beast. As a low-tier sacred beast, the Thunder Beast was extremely useful to the Greedy Beast Guild. As long as there were enough resources, the Thunder Beast would definitely become a low-tier demonic beast overlord in the future. There was a great chance for it to become a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. The Thunder Beast grunted and ignored the duo. After the duo left, the Thunder Beast started to eat and drink to his heart's content. He mustn't mistreat himself. It seems like you are living rather well. A voice echoed in the Thunder Beast's ears. The Thunder Beast lifted its head with pleasant surprise. In front of it, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu's figures turned solid. Are you willing to leave with us? Li Fuchen smiled and asked. Of course. The Thunder Beast didn't hesitate. Then let's go. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed the Thunder Beast. In the depths of the 100 Beasts Canyon, a giant wolf with boundless chi presence suddenly lifted its head. Apart from the 3 human saints, the Greedy Beast Guild also had a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. This mid-tier demonic beast overlord was tamed by the Greedy Wolf Saint a few hundred years ago. He had been overseeing the Greedy Beast Guild and his strength was even stronger than the Crimson Python Saint. As a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, the giant wolf could vaguely sense the stranger's chi presence. Howl! The giant wolf let out a roar and stood up abruptly. It was even taller than the 100 Beasts Canyon. I have been discovered. Li Fuchen was shocked as he brought Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast to fly towards the outskirts of the Greedy Beast mountain range. In the depths of the Greedy Beast Guild, the Crimson Python Saint was awakened by the giant wolf's roar. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, the Crimson Python Saint's expression turned gloomy. After sensing with his spiritual awareness, Yan Qingwu was already nowhere to be found. After controlling the array, the Crimson Python Saint finally sensed the chi presence of Li Fuchen and the others. Where are you going? Just as Li Fuchen was about to reach the outskirts of the Greedy Beast mountain range, a powerful array power enveloped over. Break! Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. Boom! The array power was penetrated, and in the next moment, 2 humans and 1 beast arrived outside of the array. Damn it! The Crimson Python Saint didn't expect for Li Fuchen to break the array. With a flash, he chased after Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed was extremely fast. Even though he was carrying a human and a beast, his speed was still faster than any Law Phase Realm Emperor. It was a pity that the Crimson Python Saint wasn't slow either and was catching up quickly. Chapter 802. The two of you, head to Blue Night City and teleport to Wind Cloud City with the vacant Mountain Emperor. Li Fuchen knew that he wouldn't be able to shake off the Crimson Python Saint if he brought along a human and a beast. But you? Yan Qingwu hesitated. The one chasing them was a low-tier saint, and a low-tier saint's strength was countless times stronger than a low-tier demonic beast overlord. The top few rankers on the Great Emperor rankings had the strength to contest with low-tier demonic beast overlords and even defeat them. However, no one had ever been able to contest with a low-tier saint. Li Fuchen said, "Trust me." He wasn't confident that he could defeat Sage Crimson Python, but he was confident that he could escape unscathed. All right. Yan Qingwu nodded. In fact, it didn't matter if she trusted Li Fuchen or not. Rushing to Blue Night City first was the wisest choice. If she stayed, she would only be a burden. Seeing Yan Qingwu and the Thunder Beast leaving, the Crimson Python Saint didn't give chase. It wouldn't be too late to give chase after he was done with Li Fuchen. You have guts. The Crimson Python Saint stared at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. He could see that Li Fuchen was just a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Even if Li Fuchen was able to break the Greedy Beast Guild's array, he must have used some special methods. Sage Crimson Serpent, you're a sage, yet you kidnapped my friend for no reason. Aren't you being too overbearing? Li Fuchen said. Sage Crimson Serpent snorted coldly. Since you know that I'm a sage, how would you dare to disobey me? Surrender now while you still have a chance. Don't force me to make a move. He could see that Li Fuchen had a close relationship with Yan Qingwu. If he killed Li Fuchen, he would probably never be able to capture Yan Qingwu's heart in this lifetime. Of course, the prerequisite was for Li Fuchen to surrender. If Li Fuchen didn't comply, then Li Fuchen shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Surrender? Li Fuchen shook his head. I wish to experience the Crimson Python Saint's incredible move. A battle with a saint was a terrifying matter to others, but to Li Fuchen, it was something that he had been looking forward to. He wanted to know how his strength was compared to a low-level great monarch. Haha, have a taste of my skills. Courting death. The Crimson Python Saint laughed with extreme anger and slammed his palm at Li Fuchen. This palm strike felt like it was shaking the entire heaven and earth. A scarlet python chi force engulfed at Li Fuchen. The earth cracked and collapsed, and the void cracked open. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning burst out from the cracks in the space. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt as if he had arrived at the end of the world. This is the strength of a low-level saint. Li Fuchen could see that the Crimson Python Saint's martial art had yet to reach extremity, but his chi was too powerful. It was more than 100 times stronger than a Law Phase Realm Emperor's chi, and it was simply a qualitative transformation. When facing this move, Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He pushed his sword energy to the limits and executed the glorious sword art's first move, Meteor Fall. The dazzling sword light seemed as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart as it clashed with the Crimson Python energy. Crackle. The space between the two of them was riddled with holes. The spatial cracks were like dragons dancing in the air, spreading out like pitch-black lightning, exuding a destructive aura. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet python energy and the brilliant sword light dissipated at the same time. Extreme State Sword Art. The Crimson Python Saint's eyes contracted and was in disbelief. He, a saint, wasn't able to comprehend an extreme state martial art, but Li Fuqian did. How was this possible? If I don't kill this child, once he progresses to a saint, there will be no way for me to survive. The Crimson Python Saint's heart was filled with murderous intent. He burst out with all his chi and slammed hundreds of palm strikes at Li Fuqian. Break! Li Fuqian brandished his sword and split the sword light. Countless glorious sword lights welcomed the Crimson Python Saint. After reaching the paramount realm, the meteor fall technique had undergone a complete transformation. Its strength could be concentrated on a single strike, and it could also be split apart, just like a meteor shower in the sky. Furthermore, the strength of each strike did not decrease much under the augmentation of the Sword Dao laws. Boom boom boom, the chi forces exploded continuously. The Crimson Python Saint was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. Damn it! The Crimson Python Saint had an ashen expression. It was fortunate that there wasn't anyone here to spectate, otherwise, he would be disgraced. Flames swallow 10,000 miles. The Crimson Python Saint rushed into the sky and blasted with both palms at Li Fuqian. Immediately after, a towering scarlet python formed from flames opened its mouth and tried to devour Li Fuqian. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuqian countered with his sword and the sword wave was boundless. After a few blinks of the eye, the towering scarlet python was scattered by the sword wave. Without the protection of the towering scarlet python, the Crimson Python Saint was trapped in the boundless sword wave. Impossible! The Crimson Python Saint brandished his palm to cleave apart the sword waves, but there were too many sword waves and they were endless. No matter how powerful the Crimson Python Saint was, he wasn't able to tear apart the boundless sword waves. Sect Origin Swords. After the Sword See Horizon trapped the Crimson Python Saint, Li Fuqian burst out with his true kill move. When the sword was brandished, 10,000 swords returned to one. A dazzling sword light penetrated the Crimson Python Saint's body. Ah! The Crimson Python Saint let out a miserable scream. His body looked like it was splitting apart and countless fine pillars of light burst out from his body. Go! Li Fuqian sensed danger and instantly left. Immediately after, there was a wolf howl. An illusory wolf head descended and gnawed a giant hole in the ground. It was obvious that the mid-tier demonic beast overlord had made a move. It was fortunate that the demonic beast overlord's main body hadn't arrived yet. The injuries on the Crimson Python Saint's body healed and his chi presence was dispirited. He roared, "You actually dare to injure me? I want you dead." As a saint, his body's bloodline was powerful. As long as his bloodline didn't scatter, it was impossible to kill him. However, Li Fuqian's sword attack had already inflicted severe injuries on him. Without at least half a year, he wouldn't be able to recover. Crimson Python Saint, you aren't a match for him. Stall him first and wait for me to arrive before making a move. The giant wolf's voice echoed in the Crimson Python Saint's ears. The Crimson Python Saint nodded and executed his fire shift technique to chase after Li Fuqian. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, Li Fuqian's strength was indeed superior to him. How was Li Fuqian a Law Phase Realm Emperor? He was simply an elite among low-level saints. Behind, the giant wolf that was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord had also caught up quickly. It might not be a overlord beast, but it was still a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Its strength was comparable to an elite among low-level saints and wasn't something a regular low-level saint like the Crimson Python Saint could compare with. With my current strength, I am still inferior to a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. I cannot fight to the death. Li Fuqian wasn't a fool. If he were to fight with the giant wolf, it would be courting death. His strength might be stronger than low-level demonic beast overlords, but to be honest, killing a low-level demonic beast overlord might not be easier than killing a low-level saint. The vitality of demonic beasts was too powerful. A low-level demonic beast overlord's vitality was several times stronger than a low-level saint, let alone a mid-tier demonic beast overlord. Chapter 803. The giant wolf's attack was very shocking. Every time it opened its mouth, there would be a giant wolf head biting at Li Fuchen. Crackle. A gap was bitten open in the void. It wasn't hard to imagine that once bitten, even a low-level saint would be severely injured. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen possessed the Void Dao heart and didn't have much difficulty dodging the giant wolf's attacks. The Blue Night City was getting closer. As long as Li Fuchen escaped into the Blue Night City, he would be able to use the teleportation array to head to Wind Cloud City. Due to the severe injuries, the Crimson Python Saint's speed was greatly reduced and the distance between them was gradually pulled apart. It was the giant wolf that caught up and was about to catch up to Li Fuchen. Remnant Blood Split Soul Claw. The giant wolf brandished its front claw and covered Li Fuchen with a blood-stained claw mark. Li Fuchen's scalp turned numb. This claw mark was very mystical and seemed to have locked onto his bloodline chi presence. No matter how he dodged, the claw mark would always be aimed at him. The giant wolf chuckled. This remnant blood split soul claw was his innate ability and it was fused with his bloodline power. Once activated, it wouldn't stop until death. Sect Origin Swords. Li Fuchen turned the 10,000 swords into a single sword and clashed with the blood-stained claw mark. Bang! Li Fuchen felt his chi and blood surging as he was pushed back and his speed was more than 2 times faster. Crafty human. The giant wolf had a gloomy expression and was extremely shocked at the same time. Li Fuchen actually resisted his claw mark. Such strength was simply unbelievable. Unknowingly, the Blue Night City appeared in the vision of the trio. The giant wolf roared and its body suddenly expanded by several times. It then slammed its claw at Li Fuchen again. It didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block this claw. It was true that Li Fuchen couldn't block it, but it was also impossible for the giant wolf to make him lose his combat strength in a single claw. After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was only a few dozen miles away from the Blue Night City. Blue Night City Lord, give me some face and seal the array. No one is allowed to enter. The giant wolf's voice was transmitted into the Blue Night City Lord residence. The Blue Night City Lord was also a saint. He released his spiritual awareness and saw the situation outside the city. If he didn't have to provoke the Greedy Beast sect, he naturally wouldn't want to. After all, the Greedy Beast sect's patriarch, the Greedy Wolf Great Sage, was very ferocious and could be considered a pinnacle expert below the high-stage saints. However, it didn't mean that he would listen to the Greedy Beast sect. In just a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen skimmed into the city. Lord of Blue Night City, you, the giant wolf was furious. This Blue Night City Lord actually didn't give him face. The Blue Night City Lord said faintly, I'm not the only one who has the final say in this Blue Night City. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of Blue Night City, you can do whatever you want. He immediately saw the Grade 8 swordsman crest on Li Fuchen's chest. In order to curry favor with the Greedy Beast Guild, Li Fuchen was offending the Swordsman Guild. It wasn't a good deal, furthermore, he wouldn't be getting any benefits. The giant wolf bore a grudge against the Blue Night City Lord, but the most important thing right now was to capture Li Fuchen. His body shook and turned into a middle-aged man with gloomy eyes. He then skimmed into the Blue Night City. Yan Qingwu, the vacant mountain emperor and the thunder beast were waiting at the teleportation plaza. They planned to wait for Li Fuchen for 15 minutes. If Li Fuchen didn't arrive after 15 minutes, they would teleport to Wind Cloud City. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen arrived after waiting for a short moment. Let's go. Li Fuchen waved his hand and sent them into one of the teleportation arrays. Buzz. The teleportation light lit up and the trio vanished without a trace. This is the teleportation array to Wind Cloud City. The giant wolf that turned into the gloomy man didn't hesitate and activated the teleportation array too. The Wind Cloud City's teleportation plaza was located outside the city, and there would be teleportation lights that would light up at all times. A teleportation light descended and Li Fuchen and the others appeared. Swish! Li Fuchen flew towards Wind Cloud City with 2 humans and 1 beast. Kid, where do you think you are going? The gloomy man followed closely behind and clawed at Li Fuchen. As a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, the gloomy man's claw was extremely horrifying. Along the way, plenty of unlucky individuals were instantly turned into blood mist. Isn't that Li Fuchen? Who is pursuing him? It is a demonic beast overlord, I recognize him. He is the Greedy Beast Guild's mid-tier demonic beast overlord, Grey Wolf Overlord. Everyone was shocked and quickly gave way. Kid, prepare to die. The Grey Wolf Overlord's bloodline power was ignited and a wolf head that was 10 times more condensed than before bit at Li Fuchen. Not good. If Li Fuchen was alone, he was 30% confident he could dodge. But with 2 humans and 1 beast, he wasn't confident at all. Turning around, Li Fuchen was preparing to forcefully intercept this move. Grey Wolf Overlord, who gave you the guts to pursue my Swordsman Guild swordsman? An extremely cold voice suddenly echoed. In the next moment, the void froze and everyone was like an insect in amber. They didn't move at all, including the Grey Wolf Overlord. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, this child barged into my Greedy Beast Guild and abducted our important members and demonic beasts. If you give face to my Greedy Beast Guild, don't obstruct me. Otherwise, when the Greed Wolf Saint returns, he will not let this matter rest. The Grey Wolf Overlord's body was frozen, but he could still speak. Humph, do you think I am afraid of the Greed Wolf Saint? The Mystic Deep Sword Saint appeared on the city wall and looked down. The Grey Wolf Overlord said, you are equally famous as my Greed Wolf Saint, I am naturally not afraid. But why do you have to turn our clans against each other because of a junior? As compared to the Swordsman Guild, the Greedy Beast Guild was naturally inferior. However, the Swordsman Guild had a huge business and there were 9 Swordsman Guild headquarters in each of the 9 high-class continents. The Saint Spirit Continent Swordsman Guild was only 1 level stronger than the Greedy Beast Guild and there wasn't a huge difference. I don't believe that your Greedy Beast Guild dares to turn against my Swordsman Guild. Get lost, otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint had an indifferent expression and instantly withdrew the Mystic Deep Sword field. You. The Grey Wolf Overlord was infuriated. For a junior, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint didn't even give face to the Greed Wolf Saint. Let's go. The Grey Wolf Overlord turned around and said to the Crimson Python Saint in a gloomy voice. Even if the Grey Wolf Overlord had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. However, this matter wouldn't end like this. The Swordsman Guild might be able to protect Li Fuchen now, but they wouldn't be able to protect Li Fuchen forever. After the Grey Wolf Overlord left, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint looked at Li Fuchen with an amused expression. How did you offend the Greedy Beast Guild? But it doesn't matter. Once you become my Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, the Greedy Beast Guild wouldn't dare to do anything to you even if they had 10 guts. The headquarters elder was a true member of the Swordsman Guild. If Li Fuchen dared to kill the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, it would be the same as declaring war with the Swordsman Guild. Let alone a small Greedy Beast Guild, even 10 Greedy Beast Guilds would be annihilated. Many thanks for the Sword Saint's help. Li Fuchen might not have seen the Mystic Deep Sword Saint in person, but he had seen an image of him. As compared to the Tiger Fang Sword Saint, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint had a higher status. He was a high-class elder of the Swordsman Guild and his status was only inferior to the Guild Master, Vice Guild Master, and some core members. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint waved his hand and said, for this period of time, you better stay in Wind Cloud City. Chapter 804. You said you're a disciple of the Holy Saber sect. This was a small patch of fiery red maple leaf forest. The maple leaf forest was located in Li Fuchen's manor. Right now, in a pavilion in the center of the maple leaf forest, Li Fuchen and Yan Qingwu were seated opposite each other. They were drinking tea and admiring the scenery. After knowing that Yan Qingwu was a disciple of the Saint Saber Gate, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Saber Emperor Chu Kuang and Sky Saber Sage were also from the Sacred Saber Gate. The Sacred Blade Gate was one of the 10 great sects of the Deep Blue Plain. It had a long history and a powerful force. Yan Qingwu nodded, that's right. Not only am I a disciple of the Holy Blade Gate, but my Yan clan is also one of the 7 great clans of the Holy Blade Gate. It's a pity that I can't return to the Holy Blade Gate and my clan for the time being. She now had the memories of 2 lives, but it was not enough for others to know, and others would not believe her completely. Li Fuchen said, I feel that it isn't too late to return to the Saint Saber Guild after you progress to a saint. Only by possessing great strength would one be able to gain the trust of others. If one's strength was weak, it would be too difficult to gain the trust of others. You're right. Yan Qingwu also planned to cultivate to the Saint Monarch realm before returning to the Sacred Saber sect. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed, and the Swordsman Guild Elder selection was about to begin. In the Swordsman Guild headquarters garden, the mystic Deep Sword Saint turned around and smiled at Li Fuchen. The Deep Blue Plain has a total of 9 high-class continents. Only my Swordsman Guild doesn't need to use teleportation arrays and can directly head to other high-class continents. Is it because of Sword World? Li Fuchen said. You are very smart. The mystic Deep Sword Master nodded. There are 9 entrances to the Sword Realm. These 9 entrances are actually 9 exits. However, it's not easy to find the exits to other high-level continents. Let's go. The mystic Deep Sword Saint opened the entrance to the Sword World and flashed in with Li Fuchen. Finding the exit to the other continents wasn't just difficult, it was simply impossible. The Sword World was massive and boundless. The crucial thing was that one couldn't distinguish the direction in the Sword World. Even Li Fuchen was no different from a blind man and could only rely on his intuition to travel. Fortunately, the mystic Deep Sword Monarch seemed to be able to sense the exits of other high-level continents, so he moved in a straight line. After a whole month, the mystic Deep Sword Lord finally stopped. His face was pale and he had a bitter smile on his face. Traveling in the Sword World wasn't an easy task. Forcefully entering the Sword World before the Sword World automatically opened would consume a lot of essence, qi, and spirit. If he was only a low-level Sword Dao Saint, he wouldn't be able to reach his destination. We're here. Xian Ming Sword Sovereign waved his hand and a token flew out. In next to no time, a sword-shaped door of light appeared in the gray and hazy sky of the sword dimension. Outside the sword-shaped light door was a large peach forest. An aura that was as perfect as the Saint Spirit continent but had a slight difference surged in. Whoosh! The 2 of them rushed out of the Sword Realm. The peach forest was very big, almost 10,000 acres in size. Moreover, this was in the main city where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Only the Swordsman Guild could be so extravagant. In the middle of the peach forest was a small plaza. In front of the plaza was an antique palace. This is the Swordsman Guild headquarters in the heavenly river city of the Holy Soul continent. The mystic Deep Sword Saint introduced to Li Fuchen. Saint Soul Continent. Li Fuchen had naturally heard of the 9 high-class continents, but this was his first time visiting the Saint Soul Continent. There were already plenty of people waiting at the plaza. Li Fuchen could see with a single glance that half of the people here were saints, while the other half were youths like him. Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you are here. A gray-haired middle-aged man greeted. The mystic Deep Sword Saint laughed and said, I haven't been here for the past 150 years. It is finally time for me to come. It wasn't every elder selection that 9 individuals would participate. In normal situations, if one wasn't outstanding enough and didn't have heaven-defying strength, they wouldn't be qualified to be nominated. The mystic Deep Sword Saint and the others were a little hesitant about the nomination of the Sword Emperor. Of course, if Li Fuchen wasn't here, they would still nominate the Sword Emperor. After all, the Sword Emperor was qualified enough, but there was still a trace of hesitation. It was because of Li Fuchen's appearance that they didn't have any hesitation. There is no harm in coming to take a look. I am destined to accompany him anyway. Over a dozen meters to the left of the gray-haired middle-aged man, there was a handsome youth and a rather immature youth. The handsome youth smiled lightly. Extreme Dominating Sword Saint, don't be too full of yourself. Otherwise, you will be the one to embarrass yourself. The mystic Deep Sword Saint looked at the handsome youth. The handsome youth might be handsome and tall, but his title was very domineering. He was called the Extreme Dominating Sword Saint and had extremely powerful strength. Among the mid-level saints, he was one of the strongest. All right. It has been so many years since we met. Why are you bickering the moment we meet? The one who spoke was a middle-aged beauty who had a sword-shaped hairpin in her hair bun. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint is here. A sonorous voice echoed throughout the peach forest. Everyone looked over and saw a white-faced man and a lowly walking out from the sword-shaped door of light. Seeing the white-faced man, the Extreme Dominating Sword Saint's face flashed with battle intent. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint was publicly recognized as the #1 mid-level saint in the Deep Blue Plain. His strength was so powerful that he could transcend levels and was able to contest with top-notch high-level saints. However, the Heaven Luo Sword Saint could only contest with regular high-level saints. Heaven Luo Sword Saint, why did you bring a lowly here? The gray-haired middle-aged man teased. The Heavenly Luo Sword Saint raised his eyebrows. It's just that she broke through to the next realm earlier, so she looks small. Of course, compared to everyone else here, she is indeed much smaller. However, I'm sure that she will become the headquarters elder. That is a little boastful. Why does she have to be the headquarters elder? The Extreme Dominating Sword Saint sneered. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint chuckled, because she has an innate sword heart. Innate sword heart? What? Innate sword heart? Everyone was flabbergasted. Even Li Fuchen was very surprised. An innate sword heart meant that the person was born with the sword heart. What kind of sword Dao talent was that? Since ancient times, there were countless legends in the universe. Those with an innate sword heart had a trace of hope to become a god. It isn't right. I remember the ancient records that those with an innate sword heart would have innate sword chi lingering around their bodies. Regular people might not be able to sense this trace of innate sword chi, but it is impossible for us to not sense it. The middle-aged beauty raised a question. After hearing the question, the rest of the people reacted. They were certain that this little lowly didn't have an innate sword heart. With their mid-level saint's cultivation, it was impossible for them to not sense the innate sword chi. Since they couldn't sense it, it meant that she wasn't one. The Heaven Luo Sword Saint scratched his head embarrassedly. The innate sword heart I am talking about is different from your understanding of the innate sword heart. She automatically condensed the sword heart at the age of 8. It is also considered an innate sword heart. Considered my ass. The gray-haired middle-aged man was speechless. An innate sword heart meant that one had an innate sword heart. The little lowly might have automatically condensed the sword heart, but it was still an acquired sword heart. The two were completely different. Don't be so stubborn. Anyway, little one is already very incredible. How many people in the universe can condense the sword heart at the age of 8? The Heaven Luo Sword Saint spoke with pride. That is true. The gray-haired middle-aged man nodded. He didn't even dare to think about condensing the sword heart at the age of 8. Even if such a person didn't have the hope to become a god, they would at least have the hope to become a demigod. Everyone couldn't help but look at the little lowly in a different way. It is incredible to condense the sword heart at the age of 8, but this person beside me has the innate sword body. The extreme tyrant sword saint statement was shocking. Innate sword body. The mystic deep sword saint's eyes contracted. What is the innate sword body? Li Fuchen asked the mystic deep sword saint. The mystic deep sword saint explained, the innate sword body means that the body contains innate sword patterns. Furthermore, it isn't an ordinary sword pattern, it is an innate sword pattern. As long as one cultivates the sword Tao, they will be able to advance at a tremendous pace. Furthermore, the body will be extremely tough and comparable to equipment. If the innate sword heart is the opportunity to become a god, then the innate sword body is destined to become the overlord of the universe. It is just one level inferior to the innate sword heart. Hearing the explanation, Li Fuchen understood. The innate sword body was similar to the sword essence, but it was of a much higher grade. The sword pattern in the sword essence was an acquired sword pattern. Furthermore, it was just the sword pattern in the bone marrow. It wasn't comparable to the sword pattern in the entire body of the innate sword body. It wasn't hard to imagine that with the same cultivation level and sword Tao rank, the sword art executed by the innate sword body would have power that was far superior to normal people. After all, the sword pattern would enhance the sword art. It seems like I really cannot underestimate the people of the world. Li Fuchen admitted that he had underestimated the people of the world. He might have heaven-defying fated opportunities, but it didn't mean that others didn't have heaven-defying talents or fated opportunities. During this period of time, Li Fuchen had already heard of 2 heaven-defying sword Tao talents. Who knew if there were any other heaven-defying sword Tao talents? With the arrival of the Heaven Luo Sword Saint, everyone had arrived. This time, a total of 5 individuals were participating in the elder selection. The other 4 continents didn't have any elders nominated. Apart from Li Fuchen, the 5 individuals were the lowly Pei Xinwen who followed the Heaven Luo Sword Saint, the immature youth Qin Luo who followed the extreme tyrant Sword Saint, the red-clothed woman Zhuge Yihua who followed the middle-aged beauty, and the short youth Wei Yijian who followed the gray-haired middle-aged man. Pei Xinwen condensed the sword heart at the age of 8, Qin Luo possessed the innate sword body, Zhuge Yihua and Wei Yijian weren't inferior either as they had already condensed the sword heart and their sword Tao proficiency was extremely high. That's right, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, you haven't introduced this kid beside you? The gray-haired middle-aged man suddenly asked. Isn't he a little embarrassing? While the Heaven Luo Sword Saint was teasing the gray-haired middle-aged man, he sized up Li Fuchen. It was just a single glance and he wished he could take back his words. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled and said, there isn't much to introduce. He merely defeated a low-level saint. He already knew that Li Fuchen defeated the Crimson Python Saint. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was able to escape from the pursuit of the Grey Wolf Overlord to Wind Cloud City. It already explained a lot of things. What? Everyone's eyes landed on Li Fuchen, wishing they could see through Li Fuchen from inside out. Chapter 805. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it had to be taken out for a walk. After the introductions, the selection began. The location was the Peach Forest Square. The 5 of them would fight to the death, and the winner would become a probationary elder of the headquarters. The reason why it was a probationary elder was to prevent cheating. For example, everyone would nominate one person every 50 years. As long as they won all the nominations, they would become the main guild elder. Then the Swordsman Guild would have too many main guild elders. It would be equivalent to making up the numbers and becoming a joke. Therefore, after the selection, there was another round of selection. This round of selection was very simple. One had to fight a sword saint puppet for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. The loser would not be qualified to become an elder of the headquarters. I'll go first. Who wants to be my opponent? Wei Yijian, the short youth beside the gray-haired middle-aged man, jumped out and shouted. Let me try. The lady in red, Zhuge Eihua, flashed and appeared in front of Wei Yijian. Be careful. Wei Yijian turned into a wisp of black smoke and suddenly disappeared. Ding! Zhuge Eihua's senses were extremely sharp. He blocked the slash that came from nowhere with his sword. This is the phantom sword principle. The mystic deep sword saint blurted out. The phantom sword Dao was an extremely powerful assassination sword Dao. It came and went without a trace. The gray-haired middle-aged man smiled and said, Wei Yijian's phantom sword Wei is a combination of sword escape and sword art. Even if you are stronger than him, if you cannot restrain the phantom sword Wei, you will still lose. You couldn't hit others, but others could easily attack you. As time went on, you would lose without a doubt. That's not necessarily true. The beautiful middle-aged woman did not take it seriously. She seemed to be very confident in Zhuge Eihua. Red Peanut Extermination. After more than 10 moves, Zhuge Eihua, who was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, changed his sword stance. A red flower bloomed in the void, and the shadow of the sword flickered, as though it was shuttling through many spaces. Safflower Sword Principle. Li Fuchen could see that Zhuge Eihua's Safflower Sword Dao was obviously the same as the Safflower Empress Safflower Martial Dao. However, Zhuge Eihua's Safflower Sword Dao was much more profound. The Red Flower Sword Dao contained the true essence of life and death. Just like how flowers bloomed and withered, it involved the operation of the heavenly Dao. There was no doubt that Wei Yijian's sword skill was slightly weaker than Zhuge Eihua's. Even though his movements were ghostly and his sword skills were ghostly, he still could not escape the red flower's blockade. Puff! Vomiting blood, Wei Yijian was shaken out of the void. Thanks for letting me win. Zhuge Eihua cupped his fists. Humph! Wei Yijian didn't have a great expression. In the Saint Moon continent, he was the #1 ranker on the Sword Emperor rankings. He didn't expect that he couldn't even defeat a woman. Seeing Wei Yijian's defeat, the gray-haired middle-aged man didn't mind. Wei Yijian was barely qualified to be nominated as an elder of the headquarters, so it was normal for him to be defeated. Qin Luo, please enlighten me. After defeating Wei Yijian, Zhuge Eihua looked at Qin Luo. Qin Luo had the legendary, innate sword body, but no one knew if it was true. All right. Qin Luo walked out and stared at Zhuge Eihua with clear eyes. Red Peanut Extermination. Zhuge Eihua used his ultimate move right off the bat. With a single strike of his sword, red flowers filled the void and sword shadows filled the air. Break! Qin Luo raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand and jabbed them out. The overbearing sword aura was like a divine thunder that pierced through the universe. The sword pierced through the red peanut mia and sent Zhuge Eihua flying. What a powerful innate sword body! The mystic deep sword saint's eyes lit up. Qin Luo's strength was clearly above the sword emperor's. No, it was way above the sword emperor's. His body was like a peerless divine sword that could increase one's strength to an unimaginable level. So powerful. Wei Yijian, who was initially unhappy, put away his emotions. So what if he could defeat Zhuge Eihua? He had no strength to fight against Qin Luo. I, Pei Xinwen, will fight you. The little lowly, Pei Xinwen, jumped out. Please. Qin Luo's childish face had a tinge of seriousness. The innate sword body allowed him to clearly sense the strength of his opponent's sword principle. In his eyes, Pei Xinwen was like a combination of sword principle rules. Her every move was in line with the great way of the sword. Thunderclap. Qin Luo attacked Pei Xinwen with the sword move that he used to defeat Zhuge Eihua. The overbearing sword aura tore through the void and blasted at Pei Xinwen. Azure Dragon out at sea. Pei Xinwen did not dodge, but met the attack with a sword move. Boom, 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 the Azure Dragon sword aura was more tenacious than Qin Luo had imagined. The Thunderclap sword aura seemed to have shot into a ball of cotton, and within the cotton was a stone. Tai Chi Sword Dao. Li Fuqian immediately recognized that Pei Xinwen's sword art belonged to the Tai Chi Sword Dao. The Tai Chi Sword Dao was a combination of hardness and softness. There was softness in hardness and hardness in softness. It was the most difficult sword Dao to deal with. Unless Qin Luo was much stronger than Pei Xinwen, he would not be able to break her sword move. Tide. If the first move wasn't enough, Qin Luo swept with his sword fingers. Boom! The sword lights were like tides that were rising and falling. It was like the energy tide that was triggered by the explosion of stars. The shocking waves had swept across the entire place. Sword rotation yin-yang. Pei Xinwen wasn't in a hurry. Two sword shadows, one bright and one dark, were emitted from her body and revolved around her. In the next moment, a circle of sword light had enveloped her body. The sword intent contained yin and yang complemented each other, making it flawless. When the tide of sword lights blasted on the sword light barrier, there was a loud sound. But no matter how ferocious the sword lights were, the sword light barrier didn't suffer any damage and would only deform occasionally. The middle-aged beauty said, "It isn't without reason that the Tai Chi Sword Dao is known as the most difficult sword Dao to deal with. It is truly a headache to be her opponent. If it was her, she wouldn't be able to deal with Pei Xinwen if they were on the same level. She might even be able to take advantage of the situation." Break. Seemingly realizing the problem, Qin Luo flashed and instantly appeared in front of Pei Xinwen. He then thrust his sword fingers at the sword light barrier. Pfff. The sword light barrier was broken. His innate sword body was the strongest in close combat. It was just like a divine sword. Only by slashing on the opponent's body would he be able to cause the greatest damage. Sword rotation 4 divisions. Pei Xinwen retreated continuously. As she was retreating, 4 sword shadows appeared and formed an even more powerful sword light barrier. Pfff. How could Qin Luo allow Pei Xinwen to widen the distance between them? He stuck close to the sword light barrier and punctured it with a single finger. Sword rotation 8 trigrams. 8 sword shadows appeared and a circle of 8 trigrams appeared under Pei Xinwen's feet. This time, Qin Luo wasn't able to puncture the sword light barrier and merely sent Pei Xinwen flying. After gently landing on the ground, Pei Xinwen wrinkled her adorable nose. "Your strength isn't bad, but it isn't enough to defeat me. Is that so?" Qin Luo flipped his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. He might have the innate sword body, but it didn't mean that he didn't need a sword. With a sword in hand, he could pour in sword chi without any restraints. After all, no matter how tough his body was, it wouldn't be comparable to a heaven-class high-tier artifact sword. This time, it is my turn to make the first move. Tai Chi, myriad forms. Pei Xinwen acted as though she didn't see the sword in Qin Luo's hand. Her body felt weightless and arrived in an instant with her sword art. It was impossible to describe the terror of this sword. When the sword was brandished, the sword chi turned into a myriad of scenes and enveloped over. Just in time. Qin Luo wielded his sword and slashed without restraint. "Li Fuqian, how confident are you to defeat them?" The mystic deep sword saint was a little uncertain and asked Li Fuqian. Li Fuqian looked at the battle between Qin Luo and Pei Xinwen and said slowly, 100%. "Oh. They have yet to use their full strength." The mystic deep sword saint was surprised. Li Fuqian might have defeated the Crimson Python Saint, but the mystic deep sword saint didn't know what happened back then. Unless they have grasped an extremity sword art. Li Fuqian didn't plan to conceal that he had grasped an extremity sword art. After this elder selection, he would become an elder of the guild and it would be exposed sooner or later. "You have really grasped an extremity sword art?" The mystic deep sword saint looked at Li Fuqian with a shocked expression. Even the Tiger Fang Sword Saint and the 100-Flower Sword Saint hadn't grasped an extremity sword art. Only his mystic deep sword art had reached the extremity level. After entering the sword world, my sword art has reached the extremity. Li Fuchen nodded. The mystic deep sword saint was even more astonished. Li Fuchen had only entered the sword world once and his sword art was already at the extremity. Such sword Dao perception was simply unprecedented. After taking a deep breath, the mystic deep sword saint felt as though he could see Li Fuchen galloping through the universe. Perhaps, he can allow my Deep Blue Plains Swordsman Guild to achieve glory again. The mystic deep sword saint thought to himself. After knowing that Li Fuchen had grasped an extremity sword art, the mystic deep sword saint was much less interested in the battle. Correspondingly, his mental state was much more relaxed. Tai Chi, Origin Return. Pei Xinwen executed her kill move. Her kill move wasn't just limitlessly close to extremity, it already had the fledgling stage of extremity. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a quasi-extremity sword move. Once this move was executed, Qin Luo immediately felt his opponent's sword chi collapsing and becoming more refined. Even with his innate sword body, he felt a stinging pain on his skin. He knew clearly that if he was hit by this sword move, his innate sword body would definitely be penetrated. It was also the Tai Chi sword Dao, but Pei Xinwen's Tai Chi sword Dao was obviously more focused on killing. Of course, this was also because Pei Xinwen's Tai Chi sword Dao wasn't powerful enough. If the Tai Chi sword Dao was at the extremity, it should be balanced on offense and defense and wouldn't be focused on one side. Innate body-piercing sword Qi. When Pei Xinwen executed her kill move, Qin Luo naturally didn't dare to be negligent and also executed his kill move. Countless mists were emitted from his body and turned into a horrific sword Qi that blasted at Pei Xinwen. PFFF. Fresh blood was vomited as Pei Xinwen still lost. The duo's kill moves were similar, but Pei Xinwen's physical defense wasn't as good as Qin Luo's, therefore, she wasn't able to resist as well. The innate sword body is truly tyrannical. The gray-haired middle-aged man praised. The middle-aged beauty nodded and said, the innate sword body is an innate bloodline. It isn't something that regular bloodlines and physiques can compare with. The sword Dao Saint's bloodline could actually be considered a sword body, but as compared to the innate sword body, it was definitely inferior by several levels. After Qin Luo defeated Pei Xinwen, everyone couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen. Right now, only Li Fuchen hadn't entered the stage yet. If Qin Luo defeated Li Fuchen, then Qin Luo would be the victor. If Li Fuchen defeated Qin Luo, then Li Fuchen wouldn't need to fight with anyone else and would be the victor. Please enlighten me. Chapter 806. You are able to defeat a low-level saint, I think you should be able to withstand my all-out attack. Receive my innate body-piercing sword Qi first. It was the same innate body-piercing sword Qi. This time, Qin Luo's body was flowing with sword patterns. Countless sword Qi that looked like mist gathered into a shocking sword Qi that was overflowing with light. It then swept at Li Fuchen. The innate body-piercing sword Qi didn't just contain Qin Luo's understanding of the sword Dao, it also contained the mystical of the innate sword body. When the two were combined, it was truly invincible. Unfortunately, his opponent was Li Fuchen. There was a radiant sword light as Li Fuchen executed a sword slash. A blinding pillar of light instantly penetrated the innate body-piercing sword Qi. The extreme sword Dao presence had shocked everyone apart from the mystic deep sword saint. Extremity. The Heaven Luo sword saint blurted out while his eyes were wide open. He was able to contest with the elites of high-level saints because his extremity sword art was extremely powerful and much stronger than regular extremity sword arts. Previously, he didn't believe that Li Fuchen could defeat a low-level saint, but now, he was 80% convinced. How is it possible to comprehend an extremity sword art at the law phase realm? The extreme dominating sword saint couldn't believe his eyes. In order to comprehend an extremity sword art, two conditions had to be fulfilled. Firstly, the true spirit had to transform into a saint spirit. Secondly, the sword Tao perception had to be exceptional. Both conditions were as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Possessing a saint spirit at the law phase realm was something that many half-saints couldn't achieve. If a half-saint had a saint spirit, they would most likely be able to become a saint. Why would they still be lingering at the half-saint level? The second condition was even harder than the first. At least, the extreme dominating sword saint didn't know anyone who could comprehend an extremity sword art at the law phase realm. Not even the swordsman guild leader could do it. The extreme sword Tao presence was emitted. Even with the innate sword body, Qin Luo couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's extremity sword art. He was sent flying and vomited blood. Li Fuchen had already held back, otherwise, the sword qi would have penetrated Qin Luo's innate sword body. The victor was already decided. The gray-haired middle-aged man let out a bitter smile and looked at the mystic deep sword saint. Mystic deep sword saint, you aren't being honest. Since he knows an extremity sword art, what is the point of competing? I didn't expect for your saint spirit continent to produce such a superb sword Tao prodigy. The middle-aged woman said. To be able to make a middle-stage sword path saint monarch call him a super sword path genius, he wasn't just a continent-level genius, he was a plane-level genius or even a universe-level genius. The mystic deep sword sovereign said, actually, I only found out for a while. It was true that he had only known about it for a while. Extreme state sword art. Qin Luo cried out involuntarily as he stumbled to the ground. With the Xiantian sword body, he had never tasted defeat among his peers. In fact, he had never encountered any great threat. This was the first time in his life that he had lost, and it was such a clean defeat that he couldn't even withstand a single move. For no reason at all, a phrase flashed through his mind. There is always someone better than you out there. In the past, he was the man beyond the man and the sky beyond the sky. This time, he had become the former. Li Fuchen, I will definitely defeat you next time. Qin Luo's battle intent soared into the sky. As the innate sword body, he didn't believe that he couldn't surpass Li Fuchen and it was just a matter of time. This failure was a blow to him, but it was also an opportunity to hone himself. In the past, things had been too smooth for him and he didn't activate the greatest potential of the innate sword body. Alright, I will wait for you. Li Fuchen nodded. After defeating Qin Luo, Li Fuchen passed the first selection. Next up was the second selection. The second selection was to fight with a low-tier sword saint puppet for 15 minutes. At the Swordsman Guild headquarters testing hall, a group of people entered. In the depths of the testing hall, there was a Class 9 array. Inside the Class 9 array, a sword saint puppet was standing quietly. This sword saint puppet didn't look any different from a real person, but its skin was icy cold and didn't have a trace of warmth. At this moment, the sword saint puppet's eyes were closed and it didn't have a trace of chi presence. When the middle-aged woman activated the array, the sword saint puppet suddenly opened its eyes and shot out two beams of silver light. Li Fuchen could see that the sword saint puppet's eyes were obviously a type of heaven-class gem that contained extremely powerful energy. Looking at Li Fuchen, the middle-aged woman said, "The time is 15 minutes. As long as you can persist and not be defeated, you will become the headquarters elder." While speaking, the middle-aged woman removed the restrictions on the sword saint puppet. Boom! A horrific chi prowess rushed into the sky. The sword saint puppet's body felt as though it was alive and had an additional indescribable nimbleness. Without any sound or presence, the sword saint puppet vanished on the spot and a circle of dazzling crescent sword light enveloped Li Fuchen. Clang! Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen executed a sword strike to shatter the sword light and sent the sword saint puppet flying a few meters back. He actually suppressed the sword saint puppet. The middle-aged woman was shocked. The Swordsman Guild only had a total of 9 low-tier sword saint puppets. They might only be puppets, but their strength was stronger than most low-level saints. Furthermore, their bodies had astounding toughness and were very resistant. Clang clang clang, the sword saint puppet didn't have any emotional fluctuations. It felt as though its body was weightless as it attacked at Li Fuchen from different angles. Each sword strike was very concentrated, but when facing Li Fuchen's radiant sword art, no matter how fast the sword saint puppet's sword speed was, it couldn't get close. A moment later, the sword saint puppet's sword prowess suddenly changed. The dazzling sword light turned into countless horrific halos that slashed at Li Fuchen. It was obvious that the sword saint puppet had used a kill move. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen could feel that the sword saint puppet was stronger than the Crimson Python Saint. With just one move of the radiant sword art, it wasn't enough to withstand the kill move. Once the Sword Sea Horizon was executed, Li Fuchen's sword prowess was unprecedentedly powerful. Everyone in the surroundings took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen's radiant sword art was already powerful enough, but it was still inferior to the primary extreme sword art. How many more trump cards did this kid have? Qin Luo clenched his fist tightly. This was the first time he felt that he didn't work hard enough in the past. If he worked hard enough, why didn't he create an extremity sword art? Looking at Li Fuchen, he didn't just possess an extremity sword art, he even possessed an even stronger extremity sword art. From today onwards, I shall only have the sword Dao in my heart. Qin Luo swore. How did he cultivate? The lowly Pei Xinwen was flabbergasted. Everyone said that she was a prodigy, but as compared to Li Fuchen, she didn't seem to be a prodigy. Once the Sword Sea Horizon was executed, Li Fuchen instantly scattered the sword saint puppet's sword prowess and sent it flying. Soon enough, 15 minutes later, the middle-aged beauty restrained the sword saint puppet and said to the Mystic Deep Sword Saint, "Mystic Deep Sword Saint, congratulations to your Saint Spirit Continent for gaining another headquarters elder. Congratulations. Kid, you have to treat me to a drink." Everyone had a good relationship and the occasional bickering was just for boredom. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint laughed heartily and said, of course, of course." He was very happy that the Saint Spirit Continent had another headquarters elder. As the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder, there was a need to bear some responsibilities. With the addition of Li Fuchen, his burden was definitely much lighter. In the future, if there was anything, he just had to ask Li Fuchen to step up and he could cultivate properly. Chapter 807. After becoming a headquarters elder, Li Fuchen obtained an elder token. This token was actually a heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact. After dripping the blood to recognize the owner, no one else would be able to use it. In addition, the elder token also had multiple functions such as protection, communication, alertness, information storage, meditation, and so on. Moreover, once the holder of the elder token died, the other holders of the elder token would immediately sense it, and they would be able to make preparations in advance so that the enemy wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Li Fuchen, you are now the Swordsman Guild's headquarters elder and are responsible for protecting the guild. You are no longer a swordsman who can come and go freely. You have to understand this. After returning to the Saint Spirit Continent, the Mystic Deep Sword Saint warned. Li Fuchen nodded, I understand. After becoming a headquarters elder, there would naturally be some restrictions. When the guild was in trouble, he would have to lend a hand. When the guild was in trouble, he would also have to lend a hand. Since it was time for him to lend a hand, he couldn't refuse as it was his duty. Of course, the Swordsman Guild had always been in a lot of trouble. After all, who would be stupid enough to offend the Swordsman Guild? With duties, there will naturally be privileges too. The Mystic Deep Sword Saint smiled and said, after becoming a headquarters elder, as long as you have enough contribution points, you can read any manuals in the Swordsman Guild, including the Unbounded Old Man's Unbounded Sword Art. Apart from that, you can also redeem Extreme Dao Cardinal Artifacts and Extreme Dao Equipment. In short, as long as you have enough contribution points, the Swordsman Guild will be open to you. Unbounded Sword Art, huh? Li Fuchen was curious. It was also an extreme state sword art, but the Unbounded Old Man's Unbounded Sword Art was one of the strongest sword arts back then. There were only a few sword arts that were stronger than it. However, Li Fuchen could imagine the astounding amount of contribution points required to read the Unbounded Sword Art. His 10 million contribution points were probably a drop in the bucket and wasn't worth mentioning. From the mystic Deep Sword Saint, Li Fuchen found out about the various privileges of the headquarters elder and the methods to earn contribution points. To earn contribution points, apart from completing missions, one could also exchange with the Swordsman Guild. For example, a Heaven-class high-tier weapon would be worth 1 million contribution points, a Heaven-class high-tier armor would be worth 2 million contribution points, and a Heaven-class high-tier cardinal artifact would be worth 3 million contribution points. If it was an extreme Dao weapon, it would be worth 500 million contribution points. An extreme Dao armor would be worth 1 billion contribution points, and an extreme Dao cardinal artifact would be worth 2 billion contribution points. Apart from treasures that could be exchanged for contribution points, martial arts could also be exchanged for contribution points. According to the value, Heaven-class high-tier martial arts could be exchanged for at least 100,000 contribution points, and the highest could be exchanged for 1 million contribution points. Heaven-class high-tier cultivation techniques could be exchanged for at least 1 million contribution points, and the highest could be exchanged for 10 million contribution points. Extreme Realm martial arts, which were Heaven-class peak-tier martial arts, could be exchanged for at least 100 million contribution points. There was no upper limit. The minimum requirement for an Extreme Realm cultivation technique was 1 billion contribution points, and there was no upper limit. In other words, as long as I'm willing, I can obtain hundreds of millions of contribution points at any time. The Radiant Sword Art and the primary Extreme Sword Art weren't complete extremity sword arts, but they were superior in the Sword Dao they contained. One was the Radiant Sword Dao and the other was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. Li Fuchen reckoned that the value wouldn't be too low. Arriving at the Swordsman Guild headquarters library, Li Fuchen entered. Divine Rainbow Sword Art. 200,000 contribution points per reading, 100 million contribution points per year. Soaring Dragon Sword Art, 300,000 contribution points for each reading, 150 million contribution points for borrowing for a year. Yin Yang Clear Wind Sword Art. 500,000 contribution points per reading, 250 million contribution points per year. Heavenless Sword Tiger Art. 100,000 contribution points per reading, 500 million contribution points per year. The Heavenly Cycle Star Sword Art costs 1.2 million contribution points per reading. Borrowing it for a year costs 600 million contribution points. Mystic Deep Sword Art. 100,000 contribution points per reading, 1.5 billion contribution points per year. In the library, manuals that were made with special materials were listed. Li Fuchen ignored the Heaven-class high-tier manuals and went straight to the Extreme Realm manuals bookshelf. I didn't expect for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint's sword art to be in the library too. I wonder how many contribution points this sword art earned for the Mystic Deep Sword Saint. Li Fuchen guessed that this sword art would be exchanged for at least 3 billion contribution points. It might be possible for it to be exchanged for 5 billion contribution points. 3 million contribution points per reading is too expensive. I better flip through the Divine Rainbow Sword Art once. Li Fuchen only had a total of 10 million contribution points and it was only enough for him to flip through the Mystic Deep Sword Art 3 times. As for the Supreme Sword Art, the Everlasting Sword Art, Li Fuchen couldn't afford it. Arriving at the Divine Rainbow Sword Art's manual, Li Fuchen pasted his Elder token on it. In the next moment, the 10 million contribution points in the Elder Token were reduced by 200,000 points. When Li Fuchen flipped open the first page of the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual, he felt the surroundings changing. A divine rainbow was skimming over from the depths of the universe. Its chi presence and speed couldn't be described with words. Divine Rainbow Sword Art First Move, Divine Rainbow of Outer Heaven. Flipping to the second page, there was an even more dazzling divine rainbow that penetrated the stars. Divine Rainbow Sword Art Second Move, Divine Rainbow penetrates the sun. Flipping to the third page, there was an explosion of the divine rainbow. Billions of light spots burst out and enveloped the starry sky. Divine Rainbow Sword Art Third Move, Divine Rainbow Light Rain. What a great divine rainbow sword art! Li Fuchen exclaimed. He thought that his Radiant Sword Art contained a first-rate sword Dao, the Radiant Sword Dao, and its value shouldn't be low. But at this moment, he knew that he was wrong. The Divine Rainbow Sword Art might not be a first-rate extremity sword art and wasn't even a first-rate extremity sword art, but the sword intent was very complete and touched upon the essence of the universe. On the contrary, his Radiant Sword Art only had the first move and the sword intent wasn't complete enough. It also didn't touch upon the essence of the universe. If it was converted into contribution points, it would only be able to exchange for 10 or 20 million contribution points at most. The first time is a little blurry, I better read a few more times. Li Fuchen flipped open the Divine Rainbow Sword Arts Manual again. At the same time, his Elder Token's contribution points were reduced by another 200,000 points. 2 times, 3 times, 10 times, unknowingly, Li Fuchen flipped through the Divine Rainbow Sword Art 12 times and used 2.4 million contribution points. He might not be able to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art, but the Divine Rainbow Sword Art and the Radiant Sword Art had some similarities. After referencing, Li Fuchen felt that his mind had some comprehension of the Radiant Sword Art's second move. The fledgling form of the second move was faintly appearing. Who? Forcefully letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself, in order to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art, I will probably have to read it at least 100 times. If I convert it to contribution points, it would be at least 20 million. But it isn't necessary. Li Fuchen's perception was definitely astounding. Others might not be able to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art even after borrowing it for a year. Li Fuchen was confident that he didn't need such a long time. It also meant that he didn't need to borrow it for a year to learn a sword art and save a lot of contribution points. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't intend to learn the Divine Rainbow Sword Art. His objective was to use it as a reference. Blocking the inspiration, Li Fuchen walked into the depths of the library pavilion. He wanted to see how many contribution points were needed to read the legendary Limitless Sword technique. Soon, Li Fuchen came to the deepest part of the book collection pavilion, where there are layers of arrays and countless restrictions. Without the Elder Token, Li Fuchen believes that he has already been crushed into dust by the overlapping power of arrays and restrictions. In the deepest part of the room, there were only a few bookshelves, and on each shelf, there was only one secret manual. Coming to a bookshelf, Li Fuchen looked at it. On one of the secret manuals, the words Limitless Sword Technique fell into his eyes. Limitless Sword Technique, 200 million contribution points for each reading, 100 billion contribution points for borrowing for a year. SSS. Looking at the introduction of the Limitless Sword Technique, Li Fuchen took a deep cold breath. 200 million for each reading and 100 billion for borrowing for a year. This was a little too exaggerated. Even if he increased his contribution points by 10 times, it wouldn't even be enough for a single reading. But as a supreme sword art, the Limitless Sword Technique is worth this price. Chapter 808. After returning to his manor, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and started to comprehend the second move of the Radiant Sword Art. A few days later, in the manor, there was a resplendent sword light that rushed into the sky. The intense radiance was radiating above the wind cloud city. This second move shall be called Boundless Radiance. In the manor's empty space, Li Fuchen sheathed his sword. After several days of arduous cultivation, he had already fused all the comprehensions from the divine rainbow sword art into the radiant sword art and created the second move, Boundless Radiance. This move's power was several times stronger than the meteor fall and was just inferior to the sect origin swords. Young master, someone wishes to meet you. The people that followed the barbaric peak great emperor back then, including the barbaric peak great emperor, had already become Li Fuchen's attendants. Li Fuchen didn't mistreat them and would occasionally give them pointers. On this day, someone came to report. Someone wishes to meet me. Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness. Soon enough, he saw the visitor outside the manor's entrance. It was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Li Jianqin. A member of the Li clan? Li Fuchen let out a silent laugh. It seemed like the Li clan really suspected that he was the Sword Lord's bloodline. There is no harm in meeting him. Li Fuchen knew that this was a misunderstanding, and if he didn't resolve this misunderstanding, it would be troublesome. Bring him to the guest reception hall. Li Fuchen said. Yes. The informant backed off and left. Guest reception hall, Li Jianhui waited apprehensively. The Li clan had declined for too many years and didn't even have a saint. A single Li Jianqin should be able to restore the Li clan's glory. But if Li Fuchen was included, the Li clan would definitely regain its ancient glory. But the prerequisite was that Li Fuchen was the Li clan's bloodline. A short moment later, Li Fuchen arrived at the guest reception hall. May I know who you are? Li Fuchen asked. Li Jianhui cupped his fist. I am Li Jianhui, the current clan head of the Li clan. I am here to understand some information. You wish to know if I am the Li clan's bloodline? Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. Li Jianhui appeared rather awkward, but there was a blazing passion in the depths of his eyes. My Li clan might have declined, but we still left behind plenty of saints' absolute arts. If young Master Fuchen is of the Li clan's bloodline, then these saints' absolute arts will be completely open to young Master Fuchen, including the top-rate extremity sword art, Skyline sword art. The Skyline sword technique was an extremely famous sword technique in the entire Deep Blue Plain. It was second only to the Limitless sword technique and a few other sword techniques. Is there any way to test the bloodline? Li Fuchen asked. Hearing this, Li Jianhui hurriedly took out a bloodstone. This is my Li family's bloodline stone. If you have the Li family's bloodline, drip your blood on it, and the bloodline stone will shine. All right. Li Fuchen swung his hand and a drop of fresh blood dripped onto the bloodline stone. Patter. There was no reaction from the bloodline stone. Seems like I don't have the Li clan's bloodline. Li Fuchen said. Li Jianhui regretfully said, yes, you don't have the blood of my Li family. Hesitating for a moment, Li Jianhui lifted his head and said, the Li clan would like to make a deal with young Master Fuchen. I wonder if young Master Fuchen is willing to listen. Speak. Li Fuchen nodded. Young Master Fuchen should know that the Sword Saint is the strongest expert in the history of my Li clan. He left behind plenty of saints' absolute arts, and the most incredible absolute art is the Skyline sword technique. However, not many people know that the Skyline sword technique can be used together with the Extreme Dao artifact sword, the Skyline sword, to display the strongest power. Especially for the juniors, the Skyline sword can reduce the cultivation difficulty of the Skyline sword technique. But it is useless for the Li clan's descendants. 800 years ago, the Skyline sword was lost on the Fire Dragon Island and there has been no news of it. If young Master Fuchen is willing to head to the Fire Dragon Island and help us search for the Skyline sword, my Li clan is willing to pay 5 peak-grade spirit stones. If young Master Fuchen can find the Skyline sword and bring it back, the Li clan Skyline sword technique can be borrowed for 1 year and another 5 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Jianhui stated the terms of the deal. Peak grade spirit stones. Skyline sword technique. Li Fuchen raised his brows as this wasn't a low reward. Peak grade spirit stones were extremely important even for saints. After all, the Li clan had declined, and every time they used a peak grade spirit stone, there would only be one left. It was a non-renewable resource. As for the skyline sword technique, it could be reused, but to the Li clan, the skyline sword technique was more important than anything else. How could they allow others to casually borrow it? Why do you want to make a deal with me? There are plenty of people who are stronger than me. Li Fuchen questioned. Li Jianhui smiled bitterly and said, "It is a huge price to request a saint to make a move. Furthermore, the skyline sword has a spirit, and it isn't possible for a regular person to come into contact with the skyline sword. Apart from that, I am also worried that a saint might covet the skyline sword." The skyline sword wasn't a regular extreme Dao artifact sword, it was a top-notch extreme Dao artifact sword, and it was priceless. "Aren't you afraid that I will covet it?" Li Fuchen laughed and said. Li Jianhui said seriously, "I don't trust saints, but I trust young Master Fuchen. If young Master Fuchen goes back on his words, he wouldn't have come this far. Alright, since the Li clan trusts me, I, Li Fuchen, am willing to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Island." 10 peak-grade spirit stones were enough to push him to the half-saint realm. If he relied on himself to cultivate slowly, it was unknown how many years it would take to progress to the half-saint realm. Then the Li clan shall thank young Master Fuchen in advance. Here are 5 peak-grade spirit stones. Li Jianhui took out 5 peak-grade spirit stones and handed them to Li Fuchen. He wasn't afraid that Li Fuchen wouldn't do anything after obtaining the peak-grade spirit stones. The higher the martial Dao realm, the more importance would be placed on promises. If a promise wasn't fulfilled or wasn't treated seriously, it would have a huge impact on the path of the martial Dao. If Li Fuchen went back on his promise because of 5 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Jianhui would treat it as his judgment wasn't good enough and he had misjudged Li Fuchen. After receiving the peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen said, "I will head to the Fire Dragon Island within half a year." Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't go back on his promise. Right now, when he accepted the peak-grade spirit stones, it was the same as accepting karma. If there was a karmic backlash, it would cause his sword Dao to stagnate. After sending Li Jianhui off, Li Fuchen turned around and returned to the manor. He thought to himself, the Fire Dragon Island isn't a benevolent place. This place was once the territory of the overlord beast, the Fire Dragon race. After the Fire Dragon race moved away, the demonic beast overlords and human saints frequently went there to explore. During the exploration, it was normal for them to kill each other. I might not be afraid of low-tier demonic beast overlords and low-tier saints, and I am confident that I can escape unscathed if I encounter a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, but it is still abnormally dangerous. This was also the reason why Li Fuchen didn't head to the Fire Dragon Island immediately. He needed to use these 5 peak-grade spirit stones to increase his cultivation. Forget about chi cultivation, I can increase my body refinement. Li Fuchen didn't plan to increase his chi cultivation as he knew that 5 peak-grade spirit stones weren't enough. The peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm and Half-Saint might only be a difference of 1 level, but the amount of chi required was extremely shocking. If the peak level of 9th level of Law Phase Realm was a basin of water, then the Half-Saint's chi would be a vat of mud. Be it quantity or quality, it wasn't on the same level. The difficulty of increasing his body refinement was relatively easier. Right now, Li Fuchen's body refinement was already at the middle level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm and wasn't too far from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. 5 peak-grade spirit stones should be enough. If he wanted to advance from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm to the body refinement Half-Saint, it would be far from enough. Even 50 peak-grade spirit stones wouldn't be enough. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. Peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. After consuming all 5 peak-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen's body refinement was stuck at the peak level of the completion level of Law Phase Realm. He was just a sliver away from the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. The hand of God's chi power is too horrific. 5 peak-grade spirit stones aren't even able to break through half a small level. This is only the hand of Moon. If it is the hand of Sun, the consumption of peak-grade spirit stones will probably be doubled. If his body refinement wasn't able to increase, his body's defense naturally wouldn't be able to increase too. This wasn't something that Li Fuchen wished to see. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and arrived at the thunderbolt layer before arriving at the heat layer. For the next period of time, he was planning to come here to temper his chi power every day. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months, it might be because Li Fuchen's body refinement was just a sliver away from breaking through, or there might still be some peak-grade spirit chi remaining in the depths of his body. 2 months later, Li Fuchen's body refinement suddenly broke through to the perfection level of Law Phase Realm. Li Fuchen felt as though he could hear the sound of his body's flesh and blood being reconstructed. His body's toughness had instantly increased and the law field on the surface of his body had also increased significantly. The star immortal body might still be at the mid-class, but it was already at the peak of the mid-class. His entire body was as tough as steel and even his hair was extremely tough. It was hard to be damaged by sabers and swords. Right now, even if it was a mid-tier demonic beast overlord, Li Fuchen was confident he could resist and wouldn't crumble in a single clash. It is a pity that I am still unable to reach the hand of Sunday. If I can reach the hand of Sun, so what if I am a mid-tier demonic beast overlord? Chapter 809. 3 months later, Li Fuchen set off for the Fire Dragon Island. With his current strength, it was truly hard for him to progress further. After all, with his current contribution points, it was hard for him to achieve anything in the library. It wasn't an easy task to create the third move of the Radiant Sword Art or the primary Extreme Sword Art. The remaining contribution points weren't enough. Above the boundless sea, a sword light was advancing rapidly. The weather above the sea was constantly changing. A moment ago, it was clear and boundless, but in the next moment, dark clouds that looked like ink were approaching and covering the entire sky. Rumble. Within the dark clouds, there were electric snakes that were rumbling and there would be magma-like electric currents splashing out from time to time. Below the dark clouds, water tornadoes would surge into the sky and converge with the dark clouds, forming spiraling water pillars. The thinner water pillars were a few miles in thickness, the thicker ones were 100 miles in thickness. Furthermore, they were getting thicker and spinning faster. They contained violent water Dao laws and wind Dao laws. Even a great ruler would be in danger if they enter. With Li Fuchen's strength, he naturally didn't need to care about these water pillars. The sword light flashed and penetrated through the water pillars without any obstruction. Who dares to offend me, the Rampage Overlord? A massive silver crab emerged from the sea. Due to the pressure from the Saint Spirit Continent willpower, this silver crab wasn't as big as some of the demonic beast rulers in the outside world, but it was still close to 100 miles in size. Its carapace was glistening with silver light as though it was polished with silver metal. With a casual swing of its pincer, a water pillar that was a few dozen miles in thickness exploded. Low-tier Overlord Beast. Li Fuchen was rather surprised. He already knew that the storm above the sea was caused by the Overlord, but he didn't scan with his spiritual awareness. After all, if his spiritual awareness scanned the Overlord would definitely notice him too. Human kid, you aren't even a saint and you dare to offend me, the Rampage Overlord. Hand over your life. The silver crab was a famous Rampage Overlord in this sea region. Its main body was a low-tier Overlord beast, Chaos Element Silver Crab. It was used to being arrogant and didn't even put Li Fuchen in its eyes. Let alone Li Fuchen, it would even dare to teach a low-tier saint a lesson. I am just passing by, there is no need to hand over my life, right? Li Fuchen didn't slow down. Stay here. The rampage overlord's 8 legs moved rapidly on the surface of the sea. It was so fast that it looked as though it was teleporting. In an instant, it arrived below Li Fuchen and slashed at the sky with its pincers. Gotcha! The illusory silver pincers cut a large hole in the void. As expected of a low-tier saint beast. Li Fuchen silently praised. An adult low-level sacred beast was much stronger than a low-level demon overlord. Its strength was almost on par with a mid-level demon overlord. Meteor fall. A brilliant sword light descended from the sky and blasted rampaging demon sage, sending him straight into the sea. Before the rampant overlord appeared, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and vanished without a trace after a few flashes. Voila! The waves were monstrous, and the rampaging demon saint emerged from the sea. There was not a single scar on its body, and its silver carapace was still shining brightly. Damned human, where did you go? The rampage overlord relied on his spiritual perception to search everywhere, but he couldn't find Li Fuchen's traces and chi presence. The Fire Dragon Island was located at a sea region that was billions of miles south of the Saint Spirit continent. This place still belonged to the Saint Spirit continent, but due to the extreme distance, apart from saints, there wouldn't be any humans nearby. 100 Poison Saint, are you certain that the Sword Saint Skyline Sword is on the Fire Dragon Island? On a small island that wasn't far from the Fire Dragon Island, there were 2 figures standing in the air. The one who spoke was wearing half a devil mask and had a fearsome chi presence. Ghost Sword Saint, I, 100 Poison Saint, might dare to deceive others, but why would I dare to deceive you? The Skyline Sword is a first-rate extreme Dao artifact sword and its sword chi is unique. It is hard to make a mistake, but it isn't easy to retrieve the Skyline Sword. Right now, the Skyline Sword is in the territory of the Fire Ape race on the Fire Dragon Island. Without the strength of a mid-level saint, it would be difficult to enter the Fire Ape race's territory, let alone retrieve the Skyline Sword. The 100 Poison Saint was an elder wearing a dark purple robe. His eyes were glossy green and his skin was purple. The Ghost Sword Saint that he mentioned was a mid-level saint from the Sky Thrust Union. He was abnormally powerful and even a high-level saint might not be a match for him. Fire Ape Race huh? The Ghost Sword Saint went silent. The Fire Ape race might not be a Saint Beast race and their strength wasn't as terrifying as the Fire Dragon race, but it didn't mean that there weren't any experts in the Fire Ape race. It was said that the Fire Apes of the Fire Ape race possessed the bloodline of the pinnacle Saint Beast, the Fiery Eye Saint Ape. As long as the bloodline of the Fiery Eye Saint Ape was stimulated, the Fire Ape would evolve into a mid-level Saint Beast, the Scarlet Fire Saint Ape. Currently, there was only one Scarlet Fire Saint Ape in the Fire Ape race, but it was this Scarlet Fire Saint Ape that had strength close to the human race's pinnacle saint. Apart from this Scarlet Fire Saint Ape, the Fire Ape race still had plenty of demonic beast overlords. Most of them were low-level demonic beast overlords, but when they joined forces, it was enough to move people. Ghost Sword Saint, I have already told you about the Skyline Sword. It is up to you whether you want to go or not. The 100 Poison Saint said. The Ghost Sword Saint said resolutely, if it is a battle with the Fire Ape race, I will leave immediately. But if it is to infiltrate and take the Skyline Sword, I am rather confident. Don't worry, as long as your information is reliable, after the matter is over, I will recommend you to join the Sky Thrust Union and also recommend you to be the Union Head Elder. This was a top-rate extreme Dao artifact sword, the Skyline Sword. As a mid-level saint, his weapon was only a third-rate extreme Dao artifact sword and it was impossible to compare. If he could obtain the Skyline Sword, no one below the peak-level saints would be a match for him. It is a deal. The 100 Poison Saint revealed a smile. It was easy to join the Sky Thrust Union, but it wasn't easy to become the Union head elder. This is the Fire Dragon Island. After arriving at the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen felt a blazing chi presence rushing at him. It was obvious that the heaven and earth law of the Fire Dragon Island was dominated by the fire law. It was no wonder the Fire Dragon race and the current Fire Ape race had established their base here. The Fire Dragon Island was massive. Apart from the Fire Ape race, there were plenty of demonic beast overlords living here. Searching for a sword on the Fire Dragon Island was the same as searching for a needle in a haystack. It was fortunate that Li Jianhui had given Li Fuchen a sword test rock. This sword test rock was stained with the Skyline sword's chi presence. As long as the distance was close enough, the sword test rock and the Skyline sword would be able to sense each other. By then, Li Fuchen would naturally know where the Skyline sword was. Boom boom boom, Li Fuchen had just arrived at the Fire Dragon Island for a short moment when a few thousand miles away, there was a shocking collision sound. Without a doubt, it was a battle between two Saint-class experts. He didn't use his spiritual awareness to scan. In the past, he was able to use his spiritual awareness without any restraints because his opponent's spiritual awareness wasn't as powerful as his. But now, he was encountering either demonic beast overlords or saints. Both parties' spiritual awareness were on the same level. If he used his spiritual awareness to scan others, he would definitely expose himself, and it wasn't something Li Fuchen wished to see. A few thousand miles away, two human saints were in a great battle. One of them was already injured and had a dispirited chi presence. Yellow Wind Saint, I treated you as a brother, but you actually plotted against me. The injured person yelled out. The yellow-faced middle-aged man called Yellow Wind Saint sneered and said, "Brother. Black Absolute Saint, don't treat me as a fool. If I didn't make the first move, I might already be lying on the ground. The 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow that you are hiding in your sleeve is specially used to deal with me, right? Die." The black-clothed Black Absolute Saint shook his wrist and shot an illusory black chilling light at the Yellow Wind Saint. If there was a knowledgeable person here, they would definitely recognize that the illusory black chilling light was an extremely vicious extreme Tao cardinal artifact, the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow. It was said that once the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow locked onto the spirit soul chi presence, it was impossible to dodge and could only resist. However, the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow wasn't something that could be resisted with normal methods as it was illusory. Clang! The black chilling light was repelled and the Yellow Wind Saint continued to sneer. Black Absolute Saint, I dare to cooperate with you because I have this Beast Soul Jade token that can restrain your 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow. Damn it! The Black Absolute Saint turned and fled. He was severely injured and wasn't a match for the Yellow Wind Saint. Chapter 8-10. As Li Fuchen didn't release his spiritual awareness, he only noticed the Black Absolute Saint when he approached. Two low-level saints. Li Fuchen's expression turned dark. He might have defeated Sage Monarch Crimson Python before, but it didn't mean that he could disregard low-leveled sages. Firstly, Sage Monarch Crimson Python didn't have any extreme Tao equipment, extreme Tao cardinal treasure, or extreme martial arts. He was a classic Trino low-level saint, and defeating such a low-level saint wasn't something to boast about. One couldn't hope to meet a Trino low-level saint every time. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Heiju saint didn't hesitate to fire the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow. The 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow might be a mediocre extreme Tao cardinal treasure, but it was a soul Tao cardinal treasure that was very hard to defend against. In the past, the great monarch Heiju had used the 1000-severing soul-chasing arrow to ambush a mid-level great monarch. The great monarch's soul spirit was injured, and the great monarch had to flee. The great monarch didn't recover even after dozens of years. He naturally didn't want to kill Li Fuchen, but to control Li Fuchen. Once the 1,000 severing soul-chasing arrow entered the opponent's soul, it would be able to control the opponent's soul. Soul Dao Secret Treasure. Just as the illusory black, cold radiance was about to enter his mind, Li Fuchen executed the Soul Dao secret technique, Spirit Soul Chain. Clang! The illusory black light was sent flying. What? Lord Heijue's eyes widened. How could it be so coincidental to encounter a soul path expert? Furthermore, the other party was clearly only at the transcendence realm, yet he was able to contend against an extreme secret treasure. This was too exaggerated. Li Fuchen's Spirit Soul Chain's proficiency wasn't high and it wasn't powerful either. However, Li Fuchen's Spirit Soul was abnormally tough and the Spirit Soul Chain was naturally indestructible. It was able to deflect the 1,000 severing soul-chasing arrow with ease. Go! There was still some distance between the duo. The Black Absolute Saint controlled the 1,000 severing soul-chasing arrows and constantly attacked Li Fuchen. Clang clang clang, Li Fuchen sent the illusory black cold light flying time and time again. Li Fuchen condensed the second Spirit Soul Chain and lashed at the Heiju Saint. Sage Monarch Heiju's mind was struck. Apart from feeling a little dizzy, he did not feel anything out of the ordinary. It's not that powerful. Strange. Lord Heijue thought that he would suffer a little, but it was all bark and no bite. The distance between the duo was already very close. The Black Absolute Saint thrust with his finger and a black flame expanded with the wind. It turned into a giant black flaming millstone that blasted at Li Fuchen. Endless radiance. The intense light filled the heavens and the earth. Sage Heijue's expression changed and he was sent flying by the sword light. He could not help but fly toward Sage Huang Feng, who had caught up to him. However, because Sage Huang Feng was affected by the 10,000 fathoms sword move, his vision and spiritual sense were temporarily blinded. He was unable to react immediately and missed a good opportunity to kill Sage Heijue. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen concealed his chi presence and vanished without a trace. If it was a one-on-one fight, he would not be afraid. However, if it was a one-on-two fight, it would still be quite dangerous. Who knew what trump cards the other party had or if they had powerful extreme path secret treasures? Damn it! Sage Monarch Heijue fled frantically. He originally wanted to control Li Fuchen and let Li Fuchen restrain the Yellow Wind Saint. Since Li Fuchen was able to come to the Fire Dragon Island, Li Fuchen's strength wasn't weak. He reckoned that Li Fuchen was a heaven-defying great emperor that could contest with low-tier demonic beast overlords. Such a heaven-defying great emperor might not be a match for a low-tier saint, but he should be able to withstand a few moves. He might even have a trump card that was bestowed by his seniors and could restrain the Yellow Wind Saint for more time. However, Li Fuchen was simply too heaven-defying. He was so heaven-defying that he wasn't a match for Li Fuchen. After a single move, he suffered severe injuries. The Yellow Wind Saint took a glance in the direction where Li Fuchen left and continued to chase after Sage Heijue. If he didn't kill Sage Heijue this time, it would be hard for him to kill Sage Heijue in the future. The Fire Dragon Island is truly dangerous. Li Fuchen believed that if it was a regular low-level saint, he might have been hit earlier. An extreme Dao Soul Dao cardinal artifact wasn't something that anyone could resist. Even a mid-level saint would be injured if he was caught off guard. The Fire Dragon Island was massive and was dozens of times bigger than the Flying Silver Island. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness could only extend out to a few thousand miles, therefore, he could only constantly move. After flying for a while, Li Fuchen felt that the temperature of this region seemed to be a little higher. Could the fire element crystals be unearthed? The fire element crystals were one of the most elite resources on the Fire Dragon Island. A single low-grade fire element crystal was worth 2 peak-grade spirit stones. A single mid-grade fire element crystal was worth 10 peak-grade spirit stones. A single high-grade fire element crystal was worth 100 peak-grade spirit stones. Most of the saints or overlords would head to the Fire Dragon Island to search for the fire element crystals. Sensing the intensity of the temperature, Li Fuchen gradually flew towards the place with the higher temperature. 1 hour later, the temperature was already very high and the entire place was filled with pure red light. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen noticed a scorched pit a few hundred miles away. In the center of the pit, there was a scarlet red crystal that didn't have any impurities. Concentrated fire Tao laws were gathered around the crystal and formed all sorts of fire phenomenon. Low-grade fire element crystal. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. The low-grade fire element crystal was scarlet red and didn't have any impurities. The mid-grade fire element crystal was red with a hint of purple. The high-grade fire element crystal was pure purple. It might only be a low-grade fire element crystal, but it was still equivalent to 2 peak-grade spirit stones. Swish! With a flash, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the scorched pit. He extended his hand and sucked the fire element crystal into his hand. Let go. A red streak swept over from the horizon with astounding speed. Li Fuchen's body flashed and dodged the attack. Rumble. Not far away, half of a small mountain peak was sliced off and was scorched black. The newcomer was a low-level saint wearing a yellow robe. His chi presence had traces of blazing heat and it was obvious that he was a fire Tao saint. The fire element crystal isn't something you can touch. Quickly throw it away and get lost. The yellow-robed saint was rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to dodge his attack. This was also the reason why he was willing to let Li Fuchen leave. Otherwise, he would have just killed Li Fuchen and wouldn't have to waste so much time talking. Why? Is this Fire Dragon Island your backyard? How could Li Fuchen throw away a fat piece of meat that was in his hands? The opponent wasn't worthy. Courting death. The yellow-robed saint didn't say anything and attacked again. He formed a seal with both hands and blasted a fireball that was a few miles in size at Li Fuchen. He had already given the opponent enough face by asking him to get lost. The opponent wasn't grateful and even mocked him. He was simply courting death. Before the fireball got close to Li Fuchen, it suddenly exploded. Li Fuchen thrust his sword at the yellow-robed saint. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It is a pity that you don't even dare to reveal your true chi presence. How can you do anything to me? In the yellow-robed saint's opinion, Li Fuchen should be a low-level saint, but he used some method to lower his chi presence to the law phase realm. As such, no one would be able to see through him. Without dodging, the yellow-robed saint's yellow robe suddenly lit up with countless blazing patterns. A circle of flames bloomed and extinguished the sword light. Extreme Tao armor. Li Fuchen wasn't a fool and immediately knew that the yellow-robed saint was wearing an extreme Tao armor. The extreme Tao armor was able to block extreme realm martial arts. Unless the extreme realm martial art was of a high enough level or the attacker was powerful enough, otherwise, it was impossible to break it. Li Fuchen was only at the law phase realm now and with just his extreme realm sword art, he naturally wouldn't be able to deal with the yellow-robed saint's extreme Tao armor. Fire God Fist. The instant the sword light was extinguished, the yellow-robed saint yelled out and executed a fist. Countless fire Tao laws surged over and gathered on his fist before it was blasted at Li Fuchen. Rumble. The horrific flaming fist was condensed into a substance and was like a fist of lava that didn't have any impurities. It had melted the void. Zhu Clan. When Li Fuchen saw the fire god fist, he knew that the opponent was a member of the half-god clan, the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan's ancestor was known as the fire god and the fire god fist was one of his absolute arts. It was said that a single fist could melt everything. Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't wish to become enemies with the Zhu clan, but it didn't mean he didn't dare to do so. Sect Origin Swords. It was fine if Li Fuchen didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he immediately used his strongest kill move. There were layers of sword lights in the sky, and in an instant, 10,000 swords had turned into one sword. PFFFTSS. The Zhu clan's fire god fist that could melt everything had been neutralized. The biting cold sword light didn't dissipate and enveloped the yellow-robed saint. TSS TSS TSS, the yellow-robed saint's yellow robe was rippling with flames, but this time, the flames had small holes. It might not be a big deal, but it gave him a shock. Li Fuchen's move was too terrifying, and even the ripple flame saint garment wasn't able to block it completely. If the fire god fist wasn't there to obstruct it, wouldn't the ripple flame saint garment be broken? Die. The yellow-robed saint didn't have an extreme Dao weapon, but he had an extreme Dao cardinal artifact. There was an additional metal sphere in his hand. He tossed it lightly, and the metal sphere was suddenly shot at Li Fuchen. Blaze. Along the way, the metal sphere enlarged by more than 1,000,000 times, and the surface was surging with glaring flames. It was just like a small sun as it smashed at Li Fuchen. Not good. Li Fuchen quickly retreated. In the next moment, the ground shook and flames burst into the sky. The surging heat wave turned the radius of a few dozen miles into magma. 100 miles away, Li Fuchen extinguished the flames on his body and had a lingering fear. This extreme Dao cardinal artifact had astounding power. If he was smashed by it head-on, he would definitely be injured. If it was a regular low-level saint, he might even be smashed to death. After all, his defense wasn't inferior to a low-level saint. Furthermore, he had the star immortal body. The Zhu clan is a half-god clan and is extremely wealthy. There is no way to compare. Li Fuchen concealed his qi presence and quickly escaped from the yellow-robed saint's vision. After the yellow-robed saint chased for a while, he stopped with a gloomy expression. It was obvious that Li Fuchen was proficient in qi presence concealment, and the yellow-robed saint's spiritual awareness couldn't detect Li Fuchen. Consider yourself lucky. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.